Cut to a merciless morning. A boy huddled against frost-laced glass, breath steaming as he snapped complaints about the biting cold. A quick, piercing chirp cracked the silence as the morning sun rose over a quiet city alley lined with brick buildings. A white bulldog roots through a pile of trash bags, snuffling like a bulldozer, while Yong Jin watches from the shadows. Yong Jin crouches down and presses a torn scrap of bread into the hungry dog's trembling muzzle. A rare spark of kindness. The dog pins Yong Jin with an unblinking stare as he turns and strides toward the main street. Earbuds snug in his ears, Yong Jin weaves through the bustling city under a bright blue sky brushed with wispy clouds. Yong Jin hunched in class, untangling the weird logic that ties birthdays to personality, as his classmates' chatter buzzed around him. A thunderous pow cracks as a glasses-wearing classmate grins and smacks Yong Jin on the back of the head. Rowdy classmates bombard Yong Jin with bread rolls to celebrate his birthday, sending the packages tumbling onto his desk. Yong Jin gapes at the towering pile of cream buns, disbelief burning. When did birthday buns become a school tradition? Bleary-eyed but beaming, Yong Jin shared his birthday breakfast with his friends, pressing the extra rolls into their hands. The boys burst into tales of family birthday traditions, while Yong Jin quietly munches his lucky bread snack. A classmate yanks your sleeve, eyes wide, warning that a dream about a broken tooth is an omen. Someone's going to get hurt today. A sudden POW cracks as the bespectacled boy slams his fist into Yong Jin, laughing and mock-betting that he'll be the victim. Laughter explodes and pows snap through the air as the friends plunge into a chaotic, playful scuffle. Yong Jin bolts from the classroom, pounding down the hall to escape his rowdy friends and their reckless bets. Classmates crowd the chaos, grinning as they slap down money on whether Yong Jin will make it through the day unscathed. A soft swoosh. Yong Jin accidentally collides with a girl, catapulting her tarot cards to the floor where they skitter in every direction. Yong Jin and the long-haired girl both blurted frantic apologies as they lunged down to snatch up the scattered cards. Yong Jin snatched up the Hanged Man card, eyes locked on the cryptic figure as confusion knotted in his gut. A sharp tug cracked the air as Huisu snatched the card from his hand, her eyes blown wide with shock. Kisu thrust the deck into the hesitant Yong Jin's hands, daring him to try a reading himself. Yong Jin pulls a card. Its image radiates death. A dark knight mounted on a white horse. Back in class, a sudden jolt tore through the room as Yong Jin snapped to attention and yanked the windows open at the teacher's command. In the hallway, Huisu's iron grip clamps down on Yong Jin, halting his retreat and yanking him back toward her. Huisu clings to Yong Jin's arm and proclaims to a gawking bystander that she's his girlfriend, then flashes a bright smile and asks him to go out with her, leaving him completely off guard. Yong Jin gapes, eyes wide. She's sure the confession is a prank or a dare thrown at her. Huisu tails Yong Jin like a shadow, barges into the lunchroom, and slips tiny, sugar-sweet notes onto his strawberry milk. A low, thunderous rumble rolled through the city as bruised dark clouds blanketed the skyline, heralding an evening storm. Yong Jin weaves through the narrow streets alone, gripping a bulging grocery bag while his gaze stays glued to his phone. His gaze snaps to the white bulldog again in the alleyway, the tiny dog planted by the trash bins, waiting. A thunderous roar ripped the sky open as rain slammed down, drowning the city streets in a gray mist. A frantic flurry of claw scrapes erupted as the dog lunged at Yong Jin's leg, wrenching a raw, pained cry from him. Drenched and raw, Huisu emerges from the rain and admits she's still hung up on the guy who dumped her. Yong Jin snaps, demanding to know why she trailed him home, furious at her growing relentless oddness. A loud swah ripped through the downpour as the two stood under umbrellas, tension snapping tight between them. Huisu's eyes blaze predator red as she leans in and snaps, "I want you." She flips the script. It's a business deal. She'll pay him top dollar by the hour to play. Yong Jin explodes, scoffing that she's been binging dramas and snarls. "Do your parents even approve of this?" Huddled under one umbrella, Yong Jin bemoans his own easygoing streak as Huisu clings to him, grinning with pure, infectious joy. Huisu shot out her hand, cryptically warning Yong Jin he had to stay in her good graces. A heavy swah boomed as the rain swelled, and she bluntly told him he would die soon. She slams the death card down again, eyes cutting like a blade as she declares her predictions never miss. Splash after splash erupts as Huisu explodes into a tantrum, stomping through puddles while frustration boils over. Her black hair whipped around her face, eyes glowing blood red with possession as she snarled at Yong Jin to surrender his physical body to her. Now, to the roar of the soiree, the possessed girl lunged and yanked Yong Jin into her grip as torrential rain drowned the dark city street. A pale hand snapped shut on the boy's sleeve, its grip brimming with impossible supernatural strength and iron resolve. Clang after clang snaps through the air as spectral hands slam the terrified boy flat against the rain-slick pavement. Gasping and disoriented, Yong Jin can only stare up as a tide of spectral hands surges to swallow him, and a masked figure towers above, its pale, many-jointed arms snaking through the falling snow to seize the boy. A soft, swishing whisper. Then the masked spirit hurls a final, bone-chilling ultimatum as Yong Jin lunges, desperation clawing at his outstretched hand. The multi-armed horror hangs over the boy like his worst nightmare made flesh, demanding a simple answer. A thunderous whoosh rips the air as the masked spirit lunges, its hulking frame smashing the earth while Yong Jin bolts. It lunged without warning, its spindly limbs eating the rooftops as it hunted the boy with terrifying, inhuman speed and impossible agility. A razor swish and frantic staccato beep ripped the air as the entity lunged after Yong Jin past a parked car, blasting its alarm into a shrill, panicked wail. Heaving for air, Yong Jin spins in terror as the relentless masked spirit corners him against the alley's black walls. A thunderous slam rocked the ground as the entity crashed onto the concrete, missing the boy by inches while he scrambled away in sheer terror. The spirit sneered at its certain victory, towering over the exhausted boy as dozens of pale arms reached hungrily toward him. A thunderous crash explodes as the entity barrels into Yong Jin, slamming him to the ground and burying his frantic defenses under its unbearable mass. A heavy thump blasts the silence, and the boy realizes, dread coiling in his gut, that this nightmare is far from a dream. Yong Jin spots a thin sliver between the brick walls and rockets into it, forcing his body into the cramped alley, and betting the spirit's hulking bulk can't follow. Doubled over and gasping, he clings to the silence and prays the pursuer can't squeeze through as the masked spirit erupts in mocking laughter and snakes pale fingers into the gap, inching toward him. Yong Jin shook in the dark, eyes locked on the entity's taunting laughter as it slammed into him. The alley was never a refuge. A wet splash exploded behind him. He stumbled and went sprawling as he tried to back deeper into the dark, cramped passage. Yong Jin screams for help as the spirit's massive, pale hands hurtle down toward his exposed back, poised to strike. A resonant, somber drum of rain kept pounding the silent neighborhood, swallowing the boy's desperate cries. A sudden splash cracks the air as the creature explodes from the shadows, its many arms lashing out to seize the fleeing, terrified boy. Eyes blazing molten red, the spirit roared at Yong Jin to stop fighting his inevitable fate. He will become its new physical vessel. A violent wham rocked the room as the spirit slammed its fist into the brick wall, pinning the boy beneath and nearly crushing him. A sharp, crushing snap echoed as the entity vowed to snuff him out. The same fate that swallowed poor Huisu. Bursting from the shadows, the masked spirit slashes Yong Jin, spraying crimson across the dim alley as it emits a low, grating screech, "Kerr," and rages about its ruined form, demanding Yong Jin take responsibility. The moment that crash and bang tore the air, the creature snapped, hurtling into a berserk frenzy and pulverizing everything in its path to reach the boy. A bleak montage rips through Yong Jin's hollow routine. Silent breakfasts, empty doorways, while blood-soaked chaos erupts outside, throwing his lonely life into a brutal, shocking contrast. With a sickening snap, the spirit slammed Yong Jin to the ground, vowing to kill him if it couldn't possess his body, then split its jaws into a cavern of teeth to swallow his soul. And the little white dog spirit rocketed between them, fearless, hurling itself into the monster's mouth to save Yong Jin. A thunderous slash shatters the night as a blade of blinding light rips the entity in half, snatching the wounded boy below from death. And under the moon, a mysterious man with long black hair and yellow eyes stands triumphant, his shamanic robes billowing. The yellow-eyed man smirks, confidence burning in his grin, his razor gaze pinned to the smoking aftermath of the battle he just ended decisively. A shadowy hand lunges from the darkness to a low, cur-sounding echo, dragging the nightmare's lingering terror in its wake. A sharp, "ah," rips from Yong Jin as he gasps awake in his bed, drenched in sweat and crushed by lingering trauma. To a soft swish, the boy thrashes and twists in his sheets, peace eluding him after the horrific vision. Frantic rummaging explodes as Yong Jin realizes he's overslept, and tears through his room hunting his school uniform. A chilling flashback rips him back to the instant the masked entity slashed him, phantom pain clawing at the boy's waking mind. Yong Jin gapes at his hand, pulse slamming. Are these marks from the struggle etched into his skin, or just cruel tricks of his mind? A stoic statue looms like a sentinel over Sampo High School's entrance beneath a bright morning sky that pretends to be peaceful. Yong Jin stumbles in late, exhausted, and sighs as he trudges toward the school building, dread gnawing at his thoughts. Students swarm the hallway, trading sharp whispers and worried glances as they reel from Huisu's sudden disappearance and her increasingly strange behavior. Yesterday's grainy, possessed image of Huisu detonates in Yong Jin's mind, locking his fear of the truth in place. Classmates pelt Yong Jin with jeers for arriving late, branding him a delinquent as he meets their yells with a hollow, haunted stare. Sampo High's courtyard cradles a fragile heartbeat of calm as a brewing storm of spiritual conflict gathers strength. Yong Jin crumpled from exhaustion as Huisu nonchalantly admitted she'd been waiting for him, and a cold suspicion shot through him. Was she stalking him? Huisu blurts a shaky apology for making him uncomfortable as they freeze in the eerily empty school courtyard. A hulking, blue-skinned figure materializes on the playground pavement and drops into a coiled starting stance. As it lifts its head, Yong Jin reels, scrambling to size up the sudden new threat. The blue spirit bolts forward at breakneck speed, catapulting the two students into a desperate chase. Huisu's scream shreds the air. "Yong Jin, run!" While Yong Jin freezes, bewildered, as the creature suddenly lunges. Thump, thump, the thunderous beat of a muscular blue spirit barreling after the pair across the green field, relentless. A sudden swish sliced the air as a frustrated Yong Jin demanded, "Is Huisu responsible for this chaos?" Yong Jin explodes, roaring that it's exactly like yesterday all over again, while Huisu scrambles forward, desperately insisting she can explain everything to him. A heavy loom booms as the spirit closes in, and Huisu scrambles to explain the maiden spirit's nature. Yong Jin's pulse spikes. He clocks the creature's blinding speed and zeroes in on a cart of basketballs to use as an obstacle. A sudden roll thunders as Yong Jin lunges and yanks a cart of basketballs, leaving Huisu frozen, bewildered, and wide-eyed. A sharp cling sliced the air as Yong Jin stumbled, launching basketballs that tumbled and skittered across the spirit's path. The blue spirit rockets into a massive leap, vaulting clean over the scattered balls strewn across the basketball court. A sharp whoosh rips the air as the spirit's strike misses, sending the students freezing in stunned silence, mouths wide with shock. A sharp pop slices the air as Huisu yanks a bag of beans out, catching Yong Jin completely off guard. A raw arg tore from the spirit's throat as Huisu flung red beans, a quick fish-like whistle tearing through the air. Splat and plit cracked the air as the being slammed into both the spirit and the girl. Yong Jin's grip snaps on Huisu and he hauls her away, fury burning at her bizarre choice of defensive weapons. They bolted for the school gate, lungs burning, desperate to slam it shut and keep the spirit at bay. Reaching the fence in a frantic dash from the school, Yong Jin yanks Huisu toward the gap and barks, "Get outside, now!" Thump, thump, heavy and brutal as the spirit reached the closing metal perimeter gate. The gate screamed a harsh, metallic creak. A deafening clang ripped through the air as they slammed the gate shut, eyes locked on the entity on the other side. The blue spirit snaps to a dead stop, pinned motionless behind the fence's green mesh. A sharp shuffle fades as the spirit slips away, leaving them frozen, wondering if it's finally given up. A sudden flap. The spirit latched onto the flagpole, and Huisu's breath hitched, certain it would fling itself over. Yong Jin and Huisu snap their heads up, disbelief exploding in their throats as they realize the spirit is nowhere near giving up. Huisu's eyes slam onto a nearby handcart, and they rip it open, rifling through every crate and strap for anything that could keep them alive in the street. A deafening crack tore the air as the spirit vaulted the gate, soaring high above the terrified girl. Wheels thunder as Yong Jin yanks the wooden cart into the spirit's landing zone at the last second. A slicing swish tears the air as the spirit descends, completely oblivious to the trap set below. A heavy clank booms as the blue spirit slams squarely onto the rolling wooden handcart on the sidewalk. A thunderous crash. The cart barrels into a pole, burying the spirit beneath a heap of trash and scattered food. A chorus of "ugh" ripped from the students as they gagged, recoiling from the spirit smothered in rank garbage and tangled noodles. A slow drip punctured the silence as the filthy spirit hauled itself from the trash, fixing a blistering glare on the students frozen in horror. Yong Jin snaps at Huisu to run now as a razor swish rips through the air, announcing another attack. A thunderous thump exploded as a spirit, eyes blazing with raw power, tore through the smoke and hurtled straight for Yong Jin. A sickening crack echoed as the spirit's colossal hand clamped around Yong Jin's throat, locking him in a deadly vice. Krr, krr, krr. The spirit rasped as it clamped a brutal squeeze around the struggling Yong Jin, choking him. A massive boom roars as a searing burst of energy slams into the spirit's head, yanking the brutal assault to an abrupt halt. A piercing screech rips through the air as the spirit reels back, and Yong Jin slams down into safety with a bone-shaking thud. Huisu shot to the fallen Yong Jin, grabbed him, and barked, "Are you okay?" After that heart-stopping, near-death scare, a sharp snap echoes as Huisu cinches a charm around his wrist, his voice cutting. "Keep it on." Huisu grabs Yong Jin's hand, breathless with thanks for his bravery, but fiercely insists the spirit's appearance wasn't her fault. Huisu freezes, expression a somber mask, as the afternoon's immediate danger finally ebbs away. The setting sun dove, spilling molten orange into the silent alley and stretching long, hungry shadows across the brick walls. Huisu's warning about the protective charm reverberates in his ears, the raw memory of their struggle burning fresh in his mind. Back in his room, Yong Jin collapses onto his bed, relief washing over him as his white bulldog devours a pile of red beans at his side. The dog unleashes a razor-sharp, scolding bark. The Yong Jin freezes, eyes wide, staring at his pet in stunned disbelief. Yong Jin freezes in raw terror as the talking dog speaks, and cold truth slams into him. His supernatural troubles have followed him home. Yong Jin gapes in shock as his white bulldog snaps, "How are you even walking and talking?" Bone-deep exhausted, Yang Jin gulps down water in his cramped room while the dog sits calmly on his bed. The dog proclaims it's using the body as a conduit. Yong Jin's mind reels, utterly baffled by the logic. Not looking for trouble, Yong Jin let out a long, resigned sigh and herded the talking dog toward the bathroom. The dog plants his paws like a tyrant and thunders that Yong Jin's must serve him from now on, while the boy, bone-tired, gapes in disbelief. A razor-slice swoosh tears the air as Yong Jin snaps, snatching the demanding creature and trying to hurl it out the door. Thump, thump. Heavy footsteps rattle the night as a massive blue spirit stalks through the dark, narrow city alleyway. A thunderous thud. The bulldog crashes down and clings to Yong Jin's head while he's checking his phone. Yong Jin stops dead as a heavy, rhythmic thump, thump, thump outside announces a powerful presence barreling closer. They press their face to the window, eyes fixed as the blue spirit's rippling muscular legs stride past, its thumbs thick and heavy at its sides. Yong Jin watches everyday objects levitate and whirl around him in a surreal vision, wrestling with the true nature of spirits. The spirit peers into the room, a sudden razor grin slicing across its face as pure, terrifying malice gleams in its eyes. Yang Jin freezes, horror choking him, as the blue spirit winds up to smash through the building's outer wall. A thunderous crash and a bone-shaking thud rip through the air as the spirit bursts in, hurling Yang Jin backward. A sudden hiss spat through the air and a pained cough ripped from Yong Jin as he crumpled among shards of glass, smoke rising around him. The bulldog erupts into a feral, thunderous bark at the intruder, driving Yong Jin to bolt from the room this instant. A long, ear-splitting creak slices the air as the spirit crouches low, coiled to pounce on the cornered boy. Yong Jin freezes, torn about abandoning the dog, but the creature snarls that he must sprint for his life right now. A heavy thump-thump thundered as Yong Jin bolted, narrowly slipping past the spirit's colossal grasping hands. The bulldog plants its paws and refuses to yield, eyes blazing with a mysterious ancient power, standing defiant against the towering blue giant. The spirit spits a final insult and lunges, hell-bent on crushing the meddling little dog. A gut-rattling doom rolls as the bulldog's power surges, its jaws unhinging with primal fury, while sharp arfs and a low, throaty groar fill the alley as the little dog barks defiantly at the spirit. A sudden razor-sharp smack exploded through the air as the spirit casually flung the brave bulldog aside like a tossed toy. A sharp bonk. The dog ricochets off the wall and crashes onto the pavement with a bone-jarring thud. Yong Jin skids to a halt, terror ripping through him as his talking pet crumples, beaten at last by the monster's raw, crushing power. A staccato, top, rattles the air as Yong Jin rips apart the dog's earlier boasts of heroism. A sudden, bone-gritting yank. The blue spirit snatches Yong Jin by his track jacket mid-air. Yong Jin's jacket ripped free with a sharp, scraping snap, and he tore out of the spirit's grip with a heartbeat to spare. A thunderous, chaotic smash rocks the air as Yong Jin slams into the ground, the dog watching in helpless dismay. Sharp tugs snap like gunshots as the spirit probes the jacket, while the dog barks orders like a drill sergeant. A sharp, decisive rustle. Then the blue spirit, oddly primed for action, slips into Yong Jin's discarded track jacket. Yong Jin gapes at the spirit, bewildered. Why is this monster suddenly obsessed with his school clothes? A sudden bone-rattling roar explodes as a blinding surge of light and power erupts from the street, a massive boom heralding Huisu's arrival as he attacks with a thundering speaker and crackling glowing talismans. Yong Jin shouted Huisu in stunned disbelief as she blasted onto the scene. Huisu locks her gaze as her phone and speaker siphon spiritual energy, forging a devastating glowing barrier of light. He cranks a Buddhist sutra from a phone video, and the chanting detonates into a searing spiritual pressure that slams into the creature. A deafening screech rips the air as the blue spirit is swallowed by a towering pillar of holy, purifying fire. Yang Jin watches, jaw dropped, as Huisu incinerates the once terrifying monster into a blazing, screaming wreck. Quick crackles spit through the air as the spirit wails over its ruined, freshly stolen finery. A final, Gut-punching thud as the charred spirit collapses onto its hands and knees in the street. A low, bone-rattling doom rolled through the air as the spirit slammed upright, now a terrifying avatar of smoke and living flame. A heavy thump-thump exploded as the scorched entity stared with a blazing eye, refusing to stay down. The flaming spirit exploded forward in a violent lunge, roaring as it barreled straight at the startled, vulnerable Huisu. A thunderous wham as Yong Jin rockets into Huisu, tackling her clean out of the spirit's path. A deafening, chaotic crash erupted, hurling the two students across the pavement as they scrambled away from the blazing impact. A sharp, thunderous crack tore the air as the spirit lifted its foot to smash the source of the chanting. The spirit lands a titanic, earth-shattering stomp, pulverizing the pavement where the students had just stood. A lightning-fast flip snaps through the air, a grinding crack as the spirit yanks up a massive chunk of debris, priming itself for another savage assault. The blue spirit barrels through a storm of falling debris as someone yells, "Watch out!" and a sharp swoosh slices the air. Smack! Wham! Thwack! The spirit pelted the students with heavy chunks of debris. A deafening wham rattles the air as the spirit keeps hammering the dazed, bloodied Yong Jin and Huisu. A massive crash detonates, the alleyway buried under choking debris and smoke unleashed by the spirit's raw, unstoppable power. A jagged hiss rips the air as Yong Jin and Huisu crumple, hacking from the spirit's crushing onslaught. Thump-thump pounded as the blue spirit's massive feet barreled toward the fallen, helpless students. Yong Jin roars at the spirit towering over them as a heavy, menacing thud rattles the air. A colossal spirit towered over Huisu, hoisting an entire car above its head as its aura screamed lethal intent. Yong Jin exploded forward, throwing himself over the cowering Huisu as the spirit poised the car, ready to come crashing down. Blood streaming from his forehead, Yong Jin howled a desperate plea to a forefather, begging for strength in his final moments. Yong Jin rockets forward, slamming Huisu aside at the last second as the spirit brings the lifted vehicle down to crush them. A sudden fush shreds the silence as Yong Jin is hurled into a surreal void, clawing toward a pulsing, mysterious spiritual light. Yong Jin spins amid a swirling cosmic nebula, eyes darting as pure confusion floods him, and he stares at the strange, silent new world surrounding him. The word silence blazes into the air as Yong Jin reels, heart pounding, wondering where everyone vanished in this bizarre, empty celestial realm. A heavy thump slammed into the air as a massive, bandaged leg crashed down behind Yong Jin, who jolted, terror ripping through him. A razor swoosh rips the air as a powerful swordsman in traditional black attire emerges from the shifting spiritual mist. Yong Jin's voice tore through the silence as he demanded the identity of the mysterious warrior and the meaning of his strange outfit in the center of the void. The warrior towers over Yong Jin, an enigmatic smile curling as he sneers, "Child," his eyes flashing a knowing, superior glint. For one heartbeat, the warrior's face flickered, revealing a white bulldog, undeniable proof the creature was a powerful ancient guardian. A thunderous thud shook the ground as the warrior Jin roared his name and unleashed a blinding, towering surge of golden energy. Jin pours his strength into Yong Jin as the boy rips a glowing, spirit-forged blade into being to face the looming blue monster. A defiant scream shatters the air as Yong Jin channels his newly awakened divine power and lunges to cleave the towering spirit. The spirit reels backward as Yong Jin detonates a blinding explosion of energy from his massive, spirit-infused energy weapon. Yong Jin lashed out with a massive energy blade, its thunderous whoosh shielding a stunned Huisu, as the razor arc sliced the air and detonated into a devastating shockwave that slammed into the attacking monster. A thunderous crack rips the air as Yong Jin cleaves, hurling the spirit and its shattered debris violently backward. A thunderous crash. Yong Jin collapses onto Huisu, who gasps his name, relief and worry knotted in his throat. The white bulldog erupts in a thunderous bark, yanking Yong Jin to his feet and ordering him to finish the fight now. Straining against the immense spiritual weight, Yong Jin fought to hoist the massive blade, a raw, pained grunt tearing from his chest. A sudden whoosh rips through the air as the spirit, eyes blazing crimson with fury, coils to unleash another deadly, desperate charge. The spirit's strike detonated with a thunderous slam, and Yong Jin barely parried the colossal bone-rattling blow. A ragged arg rips from Yong Jin as the spirit's crushing force slams them into a brutal tumble. A thunderous, menacing rumble tore through the street as the spirit's massive hand shot out toward the vulnerable boy on the pavement. The white bulldog rockets forward in a lightning leap, yanking the spirit's focus off Yong Jin. The bulldog bellowed at Yong Jin to stop running as the boy frantically heaved his hulking leaden blade. A thunderous leap sounded as the spirit lunged toward the fleeing Yong Jin, its massive, outstretched arms groping to grab him. A sudden swoosh ripped the air as Yong Jin heaved the heavy blade back at the giant spirit, pouring his last strength into the strike. Yong Jin roared, whipping the massive blade through savage arcs that shredded the air into a frantic blur of swishes. A razor whoosh as the giant blade screams past the spirit, missing by inches while the dog snaps into an annoyed snarl. Air screamed with each whoosh as Yong Jin frantically heaved the massive, unwieldy blade in brutal arcs. The blade screamed, slicing through branches and flinging a shower of bright yellow flowers into the evening wind. Yong Jin whips his head around, terror searing through him, as a blue spirit hounds him down the narrow city alley. From high above, the spirit lunges in, stealing ground on Yong Jin as a whirl of petals rains down around them. The spirit's face twisted into a grotesque mask, the stolen jacket draped over its shoulders as it barrels straight at its target with ruthless, tunnel-vision fury. A tight close-up slams onto the spirit's glowing eye as it locks in, hunting down the escaping, exhausted boy. The spirit's eye swallows the frame, blazing with the terrifying intensity of its pursuit down the petal-strewn city street. Whir, psh, sparks danced as a welder hunched over a metal head, the torch biting steel beneath a looming poster of a famous athlete. A sharp clink and keening whir. A man hunched over, grinding and polishing a bald, golden metal face. The crowd surged around the gleaming golden statue, roaring that the athlete was the nation's pride and the greatest of his time. Pink petals drift across sun-creased photos of fans beaming beside the statue as the athlete's glory withers, while an old man in a bucket hat stares at his bronze twin, and a bystander ribs him that he's posing with his own likeness. A sharp snap, a blinding flash, and a crisp click explode as the man locks into the statue of the athlete's intense starting pose for a photograph. She beams and admits her eldest son absolutely worships the athlete. It's this man. The charred spirit's face locked into a terrifying stare as yellow petals spiraled through the evening air. Thump, thump, thump hammered the ground as the defeated spirit dragged itself forward, clawing past the exhausted and fallen Yong Jin. The hulking spirit hauls its ruined bulk toward the parking lot exit, and Yong Jin, pinned to the pavement, watches its staggering silhouette recede. Close up, the spirit locks its gaze skyward, its glowing eyes alight with mirrored memories of a once glorious, wildly successful past life. A sharp crack split the air as the spirit heaved itself up, ripping the parking lot barrier apart in one last desperate struggle. Thunderous cheers slam into his vision as the spirit flashes back to tearing across the finish line, arms raised, a champion athlete in his youth. Cameras erupt in flashes and shutters snap as the athlete sinks his teeth into the gold, a triumphant bite that seals a moment of national pride and glory. Now sporting glasses, the athlete leaned in and etched his signature into his autobiography, while an emotional fan clutched the book and sobbed amid the triumphant book signing. A warm memory catches the man grinning, leaning into a snapshot as two giggling kids flash peace signs. Snapped back to reality, Yong Jin and Huisu stand frozen, breath snagged in their throats as the spirit at last melts into the night sky. A deep, thunderous bow rings out as Huisu drops to the ground, swearing eternal gratitude to the bewildered, exhausted Yong Jin. A sudden, magical fwish cracked the air as spiritual energy stitched the broken parking lot barrier back together, snapping the quiet alley back into order. A sharp, quick clock, ticking like a tiny child's shoe, strode onto the pavement by the newly mended gate. A sudden swish as tiny ghostly hands skimmed the branches, and bright yellow flowers exploded into bloom. Giggles bubble as three tiny child spirits in traditional garb bolt together toward the city's dark horizon. Huisu bows her head, apologizing for her earlier condition, and admitting she was unconscious when he charged in and ripped her from the maiden spirit. Yong Jin slumps in stunned silence beside the bulldog, his face battered and bruised and his clothes ripped to tatters after the brutal spiritual clash. A sudden poof cracks the air as Yong Jin screams in shocked woe, and the white bulldog cocks its head, clearly questioning his frantic behavior. Huisu's voice shatters as she confesses she's terrified she'll be possessed again and lash out at Yong Jin, leaving the boy staring, baffled. In a quiet kitchen, Huisu cradled a bowl of water like a verdict, shadow swallowing his face as he locked eyes with Yong Jin. Huisu admits she fumbled for the perfect moment, desperate to reveal the terrifying truth about what the spirits wanted. Yong Jin's eyes balloon with pure terror as Huisu stares coldly and spits out the truth. The spirits are hunting him, not her. A flashback explodes on screen. A woman in traditional red robes kneels, palms pressed and praying with burning desperation before a towering rock shrine set in the mountains. The woman grips the young girl's hands and tells her she's been blessed by an ancestral deity, as a misty spirit swirls and hovers nearby. The shrine explodes into legend for its fortune-telling. Pilgrims swarm in, camping for a year just to see the gifted woman. Her eyes flare into a chilling blaze as she spits the truth. The entity was a malevolent, evil spirit. Back at home, Huisu drops into another deep bow while a young, utterly overwhelmed Jin crashes backward onto his bed, spent. Surrounded by scattered talismans, a desperate voice shreds the oppressive dark, pleading to their mother for forgiveness. Heavy bangs echo as bloodied fists pummel a door, and a frantic voice claws at the frame, begging to be let out. A low, menacing rumble heralds a towering, shadowy monster with long hair as it greets the terrified young Huisu in the dark. The scene flips to a tranquil night sky. Soft clouds drifting across a vast sea of twinkling stars. A blood-red light drenches a room of Buddhist statues and traditional Korean paintings, twisting calm reverence into a pulse of bone-deep dread. Picture this. An intricate painting of a weathered elder and a snarling tiger dangles beneath a lantern's molten glow in a silent, red-tinted shrine. A dark silhouette, an old woman with glowing white eyes, rips the silence and demands to know what the intruder is planning. She snarls she'll hurl you into a boiling crockpot while a writhing swarm of tiny, crawling spirits encircles her. The sun punched through towering white clouds, unleashing a brilliant, warm blaze that set the clear blue sky on fire. The story snaps back to a peaceful city afternoon. Utility poles and rooftops basking beneath the bright, tranquil sun. Young Jin, wearing a black hoodie, belts out Huisu's name on the street, making her whirl around with a curious look. Yong Jin's face floods red. He clutches his head and forces out a long, mortified sigh as embarrassment roils in his chest. Huisu's eyes widen with hungry curiosity as Yong Jin swallows and blurts an apology, finally owning up that he was the one to blame. A hand suddenly clamps down on a bag of lemon sour candy, the sharp, audible grab cracking the room's heavy mood wide open. A quick pull sounds as Yong Jin lunges to snatch the candy back, awkwardly blurting that he's diabetic to refuse the gift. Huisu insists on paying for the groceries, and Yong Jin goes slack-jawed, utterly baffled. Why is she suddenly being so generous? A frantic code-red alarm howls as Yong Jin's gaze snaps to Jaehyol nearby, utterly glued to his smartphone. JL jolts, eyes wide with shock, while Huisu beams, utterly clueless that she's just been mistaken for Yong Jin's new girlfriend. Yong Jin's phone erupted into a frantic buzz as group chat notifications swarmed his screen, dumping gossip about his supposed secret relationship. Yong Jin darted down the alley with his shopping bag, grinning at his luck. He'd slipped free of capture, even with the rumors swirling. A sudden, sharp wham! A soccer ball hurtled out of nowhere and smacked Yong Jin square in the face. Yong Jin clutches his head as a dull, pulsing ache detonates behind his eyes, and Jaehyol stands nearby with 3 small child spirits at his side. The child spirits clutch Yong Jin's hoodie, pleading they only jumped in because the whole situation had become genuinely dangerous. Yong Jin flicks a weary wave, exhaustion etched on his face, as the spirits drift away and he snarks, "I'll be more careful next time." Yong Jin forges through the cramped city alley, locked onto a conversation crackling through his smartphone. He skids to a halt, jaw-dropping. Huisu stands alone in the middle of the street. Yong Jin explodes forward, roaring her name as Huisu whirls around to greet him. Yong Jin awkwardly scratches his head and sheepishly admits he tried to dodge GL, making Huisu perk up with burning curiosity. "Who's GL?" The room plunges into darkness as a sharp crock echoes and the spirit's face splinters. A massive, terrifying apparition towering over the boy and drenching the space in oppressive, blood-red dread. The close-up slams onto the terrifying Grandpa Mengte, a folklore spirit who snatches any child who dares to misbehave. Yong Jin's eyes snapped wide with pure terror as the malevolent entity locked a burning, unblinking gaze on him. Back in the alley, a sudden whoosh rips through the air as the white bulldog locks its gaze on a spinning vortex of spiritual energy. Snout glued to the ground, the bulldog tracked a scent by the trash, each paw punctuating the hunt with a crisp tap on the pavement. Jael looms over the tiny dog, voice like a blade, demanding to know how life has been since it took on this animal form. 3 child spirits whirl up beside Jael as he stares down at the bulldog and realizes it's been far too long. The bulldog pins Gale with a fierce, knowing stare, as if recognizing him despite the drastic change in his appearance. Head snapping up at the group, the bulldog barked, "What exactly happened to cause such a drastic transformation?" The dog confesses it doesn't know as Jaehyol's fist snaps shut, tension crackling between them in the hush of the alley. A sharp grasp snaps the silence as the conversation swings to the sky god, and whether anyone's heart might turn. A thunderous whoosh rips the air as spiritual winds whip into a violent vortex around Jaehyol, forcing the white dog into a startled yelp. Sharp, jagged shards of ice detonated into the air with a thunderous crack, born of sheer spiritual power. A thunderous froosh ripped through the air as a robed figure erupted from the chaos of the rising ice. A long-haired man bursts from the frozen debris, yellow eyes blazing as a sudden swoosh rips through the air. Jaehyol plants his feet, black eyes narrowed into razor slits, and snaps open a massive electric blue and red fan. The three child spirits gaped, tiny forms stunned as they grasped the titanic scale of power Yahello was unleashing. A sharp crack splits the air as Yahello strides forward, confidence blazing, claiming he's more than capable of handling the long-haired spirit. He snaps, demanding to know if the dog and the spirits were the ones who messed with his original body, as massive ice pillars convulse, crack, and shower jagged fragments that rain down while the bulldog watches the display of power. Yahello looms over the tiny girl spirit and snaps, ordering her to take her questions to the sky god instead. Striding away with his gear slung over his shoulder, Yahello snarled into the wind. "Why did they ever seal me away?" The bulldog watches him walk away, doubt gnawing at his gut. Did the others really fear him? Or were they just putting on a terrified show? A faint, eerie swish cuts the air as a spectral vortex plunges into the manhole, leaving the spirits and dog bewildered. The cheerful spirits ruffle the dog's fur, a soft scritch ringing out as they vow they'll find the messy-haired boy with ease. In the shadowed room, a staccato of sharp shink erupts as talismans slap and skitter across the wooden surface. Yong Jin's eyelids peeled open to a steady metronome shink, and a voice breathed that good children deserve rewards. A wizened, hunched figure keeps pounding out a steady shink and promises rice cakes to anyone who behaves. The spirit's eye flares blood red, a menacing shink tearing the silence as it brands the boy a naughty child. Grandpa Mengte towers over Yong Jin like a storm, bellowing he'll jam him into a sack and haul him far away. Yong Jin lies bound in a rough straw sack, boxed in by jars and looming piles of fermenting salt. A ragged grunt rips from him as heavy footsteps thunder, spitting that the salt is burning him inside his restraints. A nearby sack convulses with a sickening creak and spills open, exposing Huisu, also captured and bound. The terrifying spirit leans in close to Yong Jin's face, grinning as it notes the boy is finally awake, and the massive gray-clothed entity pins the bound boy beneath its crushing weight, its presence swallowing the small, dark room. Yong Jin staggers as the spirit repeats its observation, its glowing eyes reflecting the raw, consuming desperation and terror roaring inside him. The spirit's neck snaked out like a viper, thrusting its face level with the captured Yong Jin. Yong Jin and Huisu lie trapped in straw sacks as a long-necked monster towers above, craning its neck to peer at them with sharp curiosity. Thrashing against his bonds, Yong Jin roars at the spirit. "Why did you brand me a naughty child?" Huisu brazenly demanded her rice cake, while a panicked Yong Jin pleaded with her not to provoke the dangerous spirit. The spirit drags its tongue along the razor edge with a wet, sickening smack, scoffing at their pleas and snarling that they must prove their worth. Yong Jin blurts that he's an orphan. A colossal glowing eye detonates into a blinding flash and a thunderous boom. Grandpa Mengte roars with laughter as Huisu leaps to Yong Jin's defense, but the spirit stays unmoved and brandishes a blade at them. Yong Jin's voice cracked as they explained their parents had passed, and they flinched when Grandpa Mengte whipped his arm, the swing cleaving the air with a savage swoosh. Jabbing a gnarled finger, Grandpa Mengte thunders that the wide-eyed Huisu is an unfilial child, leaving her frozen in shocked, confused disbelief. Grandpa Mengte unleashes a haunting vision. Huiji's mother, on her knees and pleading, begs him to take her disrespectful, wayward child away. A piercing, wheat-like keening rips through the room while Grandpa Mengte looms over the two bound, helpless captives. The heavy wooden door shut with a loud, echoing creak as Grandpa Mengte slipped away, leaving the children alone. Huisu and Yong Jin, working together, twisted with a fierce, determined snap, and heaved themselves upright inside their binding sacks. Despair clawed at Yong Jin as he stared at their impossible situation, and Huisu scanned the shrine, snapping, "Where are we? Why were we brought here?" Yong Jin tilts his head back, eyes wide with awe, as a river of hanging lanterns pours a soft glow over the ornate, red-tinted ceiling above. Encircled by towering divine statues and vivid paintings, Yong Jin staggers under their presence until Huisu's sharp call of his name slams him back into focus. Huisu snaps, "Change into the hanging traditional robes now. These bindings make walking nearly impossible." Now clad in white and yellow robes, the two are planted at opposite ends of the vast, painting-lined room, awkwardness crackling between them. Huisu jabbed at the sliding doors, voice taut, shouting that the yard's right outside and could be their escape. The children tiptoed toward the wall, their shadows spilling across the room's ornate traditional decorations and patterns. A massive wooden cabinet looms beneath a row of flickering candles and offering bowls, swallowed by the shrine room's eerie silence. In the temple yard, a decorated tree looms beneath a bell's heavy, doom-laden toll, while the quiet courtyard lies desolate. Pinned behind a crumbling pillar, Yong Jin and Huisu press close, whispering as a sudden, suffocating silence clamps down around them. The door slides open with a sudden razor-sharp Yong Jin that slices the silence, and a figure in traditional red attire appears in the doorway. A massive thunk slammed through the air as an imposing woman in a red and purple hanbok planted herself in the doorway. A sudden savage yank shatters the silence, ripping Huisu from her hiding spot as Yong Jin screams her name. A thunderous wham ripped through the room as the silent, powerful woman hurled Huisu onto the floor. The woman in red towers over Huisu, her face swallowed by shadow as the girl lies helpless on the carpet. Peering from the safety of the wooden cabinet, Yong Jin, drenched in sweat and trembling, presses into the shadows, utterly paralyzed by raw, blinding fear. Yong Jin slithers forward on a low, whispering crawl, clawing to stay unseen by the imposing woman. Yong Jin awkwardly bolts upright, voice tight as he blurts a polite, urgent matter at home, to hustle himself out the door. Looking at Huisu, Yong Jin's voice cracked as he admitted he was utterly lost, with no clue how to find the exit from the shrine's twisting maze. A swarm of tiny gray spirits bursts forth, howling eerie wah after wah as the woman snarls, "Yong Jin, impertinent!" She tears into Yong Jin over his manners as restless child spirits keep echoing that chilling, repetitive wah through the room. Dark energy coils and grasping hands lunge at Yong Jin as ghostly wah cries surge, choking the air with dread. Swarmed by a cyclone of vengeful spirits and dwarfed by a looming woman, Yong Jin's blood runs cold. Then resolve ignites and he storms forward to face them head-on. The woman bellows Yong Jin won't need to return, and a swarm of child spirits surges around him and Huisu, their tiny voices exploding into one piercing wah. A small gray spirit hand shoots out with a snapping grab, clamping over Yong Jin's face as he stares in frozen horror. The woman in red rips off her guise and becomes a nightmare. Her eyes blaze blood red with pure malice as a chilling smile spreads across her face. Grandpa Mangti reappeared behind the woman, a menacing rumble shaking the air as his eyes flared a searing bright red. She waved the old man away, snapping that his job was done, while the spirits kept up frantic wah cries. A spirit's hand claws at Yong Jin's robe, keening a relentless wah as the boy stands rooted, every muscle frozen in terror. She coos that the spirits are good children and calls herself a bad mom, her terrifying face betraying every gentle word. Grandpa Mengte jabbed a finger that clicked like a blade and thundered that bad parents are fated to be punished. She sneers, laughter like a razor, and taunts Grandpa Mengte. "So you've finally gone senile in your old age?" Towering above the writhing spirits, she snaps, "Do you even remember why you're in this shrine, old man?" A sudden foosh rips through the air as a blast of spiritual energy slams into Grandpa Mengte, blindsiding him. Rage boiling, Grandpa Mengte swung his massive cleaver in a thunderous arc, the blade screaming as it tore toward the unseen assailant. A blinding flash rips through the air as Grandpa Mengte strikes, and Yong Jin and Huisu gape amid the chaotic clatter of crashing crockery. A bandage-wrapped ceramic jar tore through the air, spinning with a sharp, whistling swish as it dove straight for the altar. Her fist snaps shut. The bandaged jar freezes mid-air as red sparks explode around it. A liquid swirl sang as she steered the hovering jar into a waiting vessel perched on the crimson-draped shelf. A paper talisman smashes onto the jar with a thunderous crack, spirit force snapping the seal shut and locking whatever was inside. She sneered that the elderly make lousy servants and stared in disbelief. How could the old man possibly have forgotten his master? She flashes a mischievous grin and teases the little spirits, asking if they're full, while the two human children stand frozen, mouths agape in utter bewilderment. Bound and helpless, Yong Jin and Huisu are hemmed in by ghostly shadows, as a chilling scrape of sliding echoes fills the air. Lying together, Yong Jin snarls that the woman is terrifying, and Huisu snaps that the entity is not her mother. Her back snaps into view, dark, vein-like markings, raw spirit energy, snaking beneath the thin white tank top. She snapped her head over her shoulder and clicked her tongue as Huisu froze, eyes wide, staring in horror at the rotting figure before him. Huisu's pulse spikes at the notion that Yong Jin might carry a divine bloodline, but Yong Jin scoffs and flatly rejects being a shaman. Strength roared back into Yong Jin, his fist curled tight as he urged the strained Huisu to test her aching limbs and move too. He accidentally bares his chest as Yong Jin scrambles upright, and Huisu snaps, demanding he stop the act and let go. Huisu beams up as the heavy door swings open with a sudden creak, throwing the familiar white bulldog into the doorway, grumpy and planted, while three gleeful spirits tumble in, playfully mocking Yong Jin's current state. He flings the heavy cloth-wrapped blade at the floor. It slams down with a sharp crack, jolting the wide-eyed Yong Jin. A heavy thud reverberates as Yong Jin hurls himself at the weapon, slamming into the floor and crying out in pain. Yong Jin quakes as sneering spirits jeer at his looks, pain hammering in his hand while he claws to grip the massive blade. Huisu snaps upright with a sharp spring, her long black hair tumbling into a midnight veil across her face. A title card slams into view proclaiming Yaktu, Shaman's Blade, and Huisu beams at the camera, radiant in vibrant yellow robes. The child spirits tumble into the cavernous, painting-lined shrine, mouths dropping as towering murals and ornate halls dwarf them in dazzling splendor. Huisu rises and declares her greatness as the spirits erupt, chanting her name and crowning her Boxen, their new leader. The bulldog snarled at a sweating Yong Jin, eyes burning, announcing a spirit is inside Huisu right now, puppeteering her paralyzed body. Yong Jin gapes as the spirit children shoulder the massive blade, the cold truth slamming into him. They're not human, while the bulldog snorts a blunt, gruff reassurance. Rowdy spirits mobbed Boxen, careening through the room while Yong Jin fretted over the excessive racket they were making together. The woman in red whipped a decorative fan open. It cracked the air with a sharp slap as she shut her eyes, concentration coiling like steel. As the scene snaps into place, a dark-eyed spirit's face blasts into view, while a sliding rhythmic note reverberates through the quiet shrine. Flashback slams in. Young Jen presses herself behind a door while a woman whispers about the powerful boy sitting there. Sitting at a table, the woman leans in and tells the messy-haired man that the young boy harbors a shocking, untapped power. Back in the present, the bulldog's roar split the air as he bellowed at Boxing to back off. Hands off those mysterious altar jars. Huisu catapulted off the altar with a piercing cry as the bulldog's frantic bark tore the air, screaming for her to retreat. A deafening boom rips through the air, hurling Huisu backward as a crimson explosion devours the ornate altar. A sudden bright whoosh tore through the air, yanking Huisu in its wake and forcing the girl to cry out in pure terror. Yong Jin hurtled toward Huisu, resolve roaring in his chest as he screamed her name and ignored the chaos erupting around them. Yong Jin's face contorted with fury as he screamed for everyone to move, every muscle coiling as he braced to confront the unknown threat. A faceless, ghoulish spirit towers over Huisu, its ink-black skeletal hands snaking down to seize the helpless, terrified girl. Yong Jin explodes forward, bellowing "Haya!" with eyes wide as he clamps onto the heavy shaman's cleaver. A thunderous swoosh rips the air as Yong Jin heaves his massive blade, the slash shearing the dark energy clean in two. The heavy blade slammed down with a thunderous thunk, cleaving deep into the shadows in the red-tinted shrine room. The child's spirits exploded into thunderous applause, dazzled by the boy's display of power. Clad in red, she stands back, her face frozen into a mask of ice as the child's spirits carry on their celebration. She turned to Yong Jin, eyes drilling into him with pure malice as she hissed, "Already recovered?" Crimson fire ignites in her eyes as she cackles, declaring the boy the perfect specimen for her wicked plans. A razor-sweet whistle ripped from her lips, echoing as she readied to unleash a new wave of power. One child spirit surges forward, a determined "zit" sounding from them, encircled by a pulsing halo of glowing blue protective energy. The children erupted, screaming and berating the woman, demanding to know if a true shaman could ever sink to such cruelty. A glowing-eyed child spirit roars, demanding to know where the baby's fingers are while unleashing a blinding, crackling flash. The messy-haired man freezes in the doorway, disbelief boiling in his veins as a chaotic spiritual battle erupts before him. The room explodes with a massive whish as a dark red vortex rips through the air and devours the screaming figure, a red-eyed behemoth looming over Yong Jin and roaring that the boy's body is now entirely its own. The monster's face disintegrated with a sharp, sickening pop, and Yong Jin stared up, frozen solid in raw, bone-deep horror. Shards of dark energy plopped onto the ground, and with a venomous sneer she declared the boy's resistance completely insolent. Her fist snapped shut as she demanded, "Why should his body belong to him?" while a string of plops echoed around them. Yong Jin stands paralyzed as shards rain down, his wide eyes glassy with the raw, crushing hopelessness of his situation. A thunderous swoosh tears the air and a dark, spinning vortex erupts at the room's center as every eye locks onto it. She loomed over the messy-haired man's unconscious body, eyes glowing as she spat, "One down already!" A thunderous whoosh rips through the air as chains shatter. The woman in red jeers at the pathetic antics, while Yong Jin watches from below. The woman in red, her eyes blazing crimson, thrusts a blood-soaked hand forward, a chilling, malevolent smile curling on her lips. Dark energy paths splintered outward, a relentless trickle sounding as the narrator poured out a deep, searing resentment. A thunderous crackle ripped the air as dark energy fanned outward, erupting into a jagged, glowing sigil scorched across the wall. A thunderous whoosh rips through the air, blasting the child's spirits backward as Yong Jin scrambles to shield himself from the advancing dark energy. Dark energy trickles from the woman's blood-red eyes with a wet hiss as she snarls that she's beyond containment. A swarming horde of ashen spirits engulfs the scene, their faces contorted into one soul-rending howl of blind fury. A colossal, flaming spirit face towers over the world, its blazing eyes the raw, seething essence of resentment that curses everything below. A sickening splat echoed as Yong Jin and Huisu coughed up blood, their bodies collapsing beneath the woman's suffocating spiritual pressure. The woman in red strode forward, her relentless footfalls hammering like a taunt as she trampled the shadows and laughed in the gods' faces. She leaned into one of the child's spirits, voice dripping venom as she sneered, "Still searching for your missing fingers?" A sudden cavernous crack splits the air as dark, branch-like energy explodes from the woman, filling the shrine with bone-piercing wails and howls. A chorus of wail calls boomed through the room as ghostly figures with glowing red eyes tore forward in a blur. Yong Jin and Huisu watched, absolute terror tearing through them as a swarm of red-eyed spirits surged forward, their faces a mirror of pure horror. A sudden thunderous roar ripped from the massive shadowy entity towering over the cowering children, their eyes blazing red. A gaunt, skeletal wraith tore the air with a bone-piercing shriek as more shadowy red-eyed figures poured into the room. A blood-curdling wail rips through the air as grotesque spirits relentlessly assail the shrine's terrified occupants. Yong Jin gaped, horror seizing him, as Huisu groaned in pain and choked out that these were unborn spirits twisted into evil entities. The narrator roars that these wretched souls are condemned never to become child spirits, or to lay eyes on their parents again. Huisu's voice shatters as he implores the spirits, begging them to snap out of it and run to their mothers. Snubbing the desperate plea, the woman in red clicks her tongue and unleashes a sharp, wheat-sounding whistle. With a sudden savage lunge, the spirits dove at Baksoon while the other child spirit screamed her name in raw panic. A spirit slams Baksoon's head into the floor with a thunderous wham as the boy screams a warning to the woman about his brother. The woman in red sneers at the boy's threat as dark hands clamp and writhe around him, promising a swift end. Then she spins with a chilling snap, her eyes flaring white as she locks her gaze back on them. Yong Jin and Huisu's heads snapped up, dread coiling in their chests, while the woman, voice cold as steel, asked, "Shall we pick up where we left off?" She crows she'll become something greater than a god, and Yong Jin glares through his blood, defiance blazing in his eyes. A corpse-pale hand, long black nails like knives, lunges at Yong Jin's face with a sudden snap that cleaves the silence. A massive whoosh tears through the air as a blinding, violent wave of energy slams into the woman, flinging her away from the defenseless boy. A massive blade crashes into the wooden altar with a bone-jarring thunk, burying itself perfectly among the scattered paper talismans. A sudden froosh-like sound explodes as the bulldog plants its feet defiantly, wrapped in glowing energy with 3 spiritual blades hovering around it. The bulldog anchors itself on the ornate carpet, paws dug in like stakes, as spiritual pressure around it swells into a suffocating roar. The woman in red stops dead, eyes wide as she stares at the dog. She knows instantly this is no ordinary animal. A powerful Kush-sounding aura crashes around the small bulldog as it coils to unleash its hidden spiritual power. A thunderous whoosh rips the air as a towering, majestic deity explodes into existence behind the small white bulldog, bathed in golden light. Yong Jin and Huisu gaped in disbelief as the woman in red stared skyward, shock racking her and leaving her trembling. A thunderous whoosh tore through the air as the deity's presence flooded the room, reducing the woman and the dock to tiny specks beside it. Yong Jin and Huisu crane their necks at the massive figure as a brilliant protective golden light erupts around them, encasing them in a shimmering shield. The woman in red exploded into maniacal cackles, her eyes flaring pink with unhinged wicked glee. The deity towered over her, voice like thunder. "Move out of the way now if you want to live." Yong Jin watches the exchange, his gaze snapping to the deities nearby, disbelief roaring as he wonders why that figure just stands there doing nothing. The shot snaps wide to the whole shrine, a glowing deity towering over 2 cowering children pressed to the ground. The woman in red sneered at the deity's falter, and the cloaked figure confessed he'd only been weighing whether to let her possess a human. Cold sweat slicks Yong Jin as panic claws at his throat. He's terrified the deity will demand the impossible. A sudden razor-sharp swoosh slices the air as the deity hurtles forward, and Yong Jin and Huisu scream for their forefather, terror ripping from their throats. A thunderous crash rocks the air as the bulldog is hurled backward, smashing through the shrine room's scattered offerings. The woman in red flashed a chilling grin and taunted, "Shouldn't a god find it easy to rip me from this body?" She glared down at Yong Jin and sneered, "Is this really all the lowlifes you dragged along to help you?" Towering over the shattered boy, The woman in red roared that the moment had come for him to surrender his body. Blood beads at Yong Jin's lips as horror pins him to the spot, and the woman in red offers to spare his friends. The woman in red yanks. A malevolent grin flares across her face as a tiny, trembling voice from the floor begs her to stop. Huisu clutches her mother's dress like a lifeline, voice cracking as she begs the spirit to stop its cruel, violent onslaught. Blood and tears streaking her face, Huisu roars at the evil entity until it disgorges her mother's stolen, tormented body. Sobs tore through her as she screamed, "Get out of my mom!" while dark energy coiled and thrashed around them. Suddenly, a heavy flop thuds as the woman in red boots Huisu away, sending the girl tumbling backward. Huisu slams to the floor with a thunderous thud as the woman stares down at her with cold, unblinking eyes. Red energy tendrils snake upward, wriggling with a slithering hiss as the woman coldly declares that Yong Jin has outlived his usefulness. She towers over the sobbing girl, scoffs that Huisu is worthless, then lifts her hand to snuff out the girl's life. She hoists her blood-smeared hand and, with a voice like ice, swears she'll reunite Huisu with her mother in the afterlife. A guttural groan rips from Yong Jin as a sharp, snapping grab cracks the air, and red energy tendrils coil around his body, squeezing him tight. She towers over Huisu, a terrifying loom-like hum filling the air as she pulls back to unleash one final, deadly blow at the child. Confronted by her mother's ghostly visage, Huisu sobs and chokes out apologies as a dark, blood-red spiritual energy closes in. Yong Jin hurled his name into the maelstrom, a final desperate cry clawing through the chaos to reach her. A pale hand, black nails glinting, lunges forward with a sharp whoosh as dark energy spirals around it. In a peaceful memory, Huisu's mother held out a wooden bracelet, and the girl recoiled. It felt clunky and weird. She erupts, screaming at her mother, furious they're not one of those normal families who never do weird things. Her mother pulls her into a fierce hug and promises the protective talisman will call her running from anywhere to save her daughter. Back in the present, Huisu's mother snatches back control for a heartbeat, tears streaming as she grabs her daughter's arm and begs her to run. Right now, Yong Jin and Huisu stand stunned and silent as the mother's soul rages inside, clawing to break free while the spirit writhes to possess her. The malevolent spirit snaps back into control, snatching the ritual blade and sneering as it mocks the mother's frantic, hopeless resistance. Huisu's scream rips through the air, begging her mother to stop as the spirit yanks the possessed body into seizing weapons again. Grief pins Huisu to the spot as crimson energy rips from her mother's body again, leaving her rooted in raw, stunned horror. Huisu hurled herself forward in a sudden, desperate leap, screaming, "Mother!" in a voice ripped raw by agony. The woman in red waded through a pool of fresh blood, each step surgical and coldly calculated, every motion utterly inhuman. Yong Jin crumples, defeated, as Huisu whispers her mother's name, desperate for any flicker of the woman she used to be. A vision of a smiling, bandaged girl blazes into view, vowing she's all right and will help him too. A nightmarish hallucination devours Yong Jin's vision as demonic hands claw at him, demanding that he surrender his body. Dark voices scream that he should never have been born, blaming his existence for the death of his parents, and a flickering, happy memory of his parents in their car bursts through the void. Brief, bright, and unbearably painful, the memory erupts into a nightmare of fire and blood, the horrific car crash replaying mercilessly in his head. A razor crack rips the air as the shrine's spiritual seal spiderwebs across the wall and begins to crumble. A thunderous whoosh ripped the air as a majestic shaman spirit in red and white robes erupted into being inside a pillar of light. The fanged shaman spirit exploded into a soul-rending scream, rage boiling as he thundered, "How dare that mere human insult my presence!" Shock shatters Huisu as she snaps her head up, blood and tears smeared across her face while the new entity towers over her. The fanged spirit lashes its long, sharp black nails through the air, whipping ribbons of red energy into a furious dance with a swift, swishing crack. The shaman spirit cleaved a massive blade through the air, a deafening whoosh ripping the silence as it screamed for the children to finally die. The heavy blade slammed into the floor with a thunderous thunk, missing the huddled, terrified children by mere inches. The red-hatted, fanged shaman spirit snaps its head over its shoulder and jolts, fangs bared, shocked by something it never saw coming. A lone bare foot slides into the blood-red glow as a newcomer strides straight at the smug, fanged spirit. Yong Jin stands like a mountain, gripping the massive shaman's cleaver as dark smoke and embers curl from his tattered robes. A low boom rolls through the air and his eye flares a piercing demonic red as he gathers himself to unleash his power. Yong Jin rockets forward in a blur, hoisting his colossal blade high overhead to cleave the spirit. Yong Jin launched a savage slash. His blade sliced through the fanged spirit, which screamed as sudden, searing pain ripped through it. A bone-jarring thwam cracked as the fanged shaman spirit was hurled across the room. The spirit lurched back, disbelief crackling in its voice as it thundered, "How could a mere human tear free from my powerful spell?" Yong Jin staggers forward, each step a harsh rasp, smoke hissing off his body as he clamps his hands on the heavy blade. A sudden writhing sound burst out as black, root-like tendrils shot forward and clamped the child spirits to the ornate carpet as they gasped. A thunderous swoosh rips the air as the woman in red unleashes shadowy tendrils to drive back the fanged spirit. A massive whoosh tears the air as Yong Jin hurtles through it, the shaman's cleaver locked in his hands, coiling to strike. The red-fanged spirit lunged, unleashing a guttural fish-like scream as fury erupted at the boy's audacity. A thunderous clang ripped through the shrine as Yong Jin's massive blade slammed into the spirit's shimmering defensive shield. The spirit stumbled back with a raw grunt. Eyes wide as black, crackling energy roared to life and surged around the defiant boy. Sparks rain as metal screams. Clang, clank, while the two combatants trade a relentless, lightning-fast barrage of desperate blows. A razor-sharp slice screams as the clash detonates a brutal shockwave that rips the air between the two spiritual fighters. A sharp snap rips the air as the spirit's ritual staff splinters, leaving the entity wide-eyed, exposed and frozen in shock. The cleaver slams into the floor with a thunderous thunk. The startled spirit recoils, gripped by sudden, raw desperation. The fanged spirit unleashed a blood-curdling screech as Yong Jin met it with an ice-cold stare, his eye burning demonic red. A scarlet spirit hovers above the altar, roaring, "What entity has possessed the boy?" Yong Jin plants his feet as a low da-dun rumbles, dark, flame-like red energy snapping to life and coiling around his arm. A sharp crack split the air as the spirit hurled a talisman-wrapped jar at the boy, shrieking for him to grab it. The jar slammed into the floor, shattering with a gunshot crack as a black, malevolent cloud burst free and flooded the room. A thunderous thwack rips the air as an unseen force slams into the spirit, catapulting it across the shrine. A thunderous thunk slams the spirit back, pinning it as it screams a piercing cry of pure agony. A massive, many-legged centipede monster rips into being behind Yong Jin, unleashing a bone-splitting cry as it looms over him. A wave of horror crashes over the fanged spirit. It isn't an ordinary demon, but a fiend born of malicious curses. The colossal centipede fiend erupts into a string of mocking hee-hee cackles, coiling its massive body and gaping wide to swallow the lone boy whole. Huisu watches the nightmare unfold, frozen as shock paralyzes her, her face drained white while the colossal monster towers over her. The fanged spirit rockets forward, eyes locked on Huisu's unconscious mother, snarling that it will use her body as a vessel. Looming above the mother, the spirit sneered, betting Yong Jin won't dare strike a fellow human in their fight. Ghost-white smoke billows up, a soft hoo echoing as the spirit winds into and begins to fuse with the mother's body. The spirit slammed into the wall with a deafening crash, clutching the mother to its chest and becoming her living shield. A low, sibilant hiss slithers from Yong Jin as he stands frozen, dark energy and steam curling from his tottered robes. The spirit in red gaped, disbelief burning as the powerful fiend crumpled, seemingly felled by a single swing. The spirit erupts in a maniacal pwaha laugh, shredding the boy's efforts and sneering at his foolishness for daring to enter this battle. The fiend's remains writhe and swell as the spirit booms that the monster cannot die. A massive whoosh ripped the air as two new monstrous centipedes burst from the bubbling remains and coiled around the lone, silent boy. The spirit barked, and the monsters slammed the boy to the ground, binding him alive with brutal precision so his body stayed intact. With a savage yank, the spirit drags the mother in and snarls its twisted vow to at last become a true god. A horrific, bone-deep wail tears through the silence. The spirit flinches, terror surging, as something dark and unexpected begins to stir nearby. Crack! Rip! Shadows shredded the shattered remains of the spirit's summoned monsters. A dark, amorphous mass ravenously devours the centipede pieces with sickening crunches and wet munches as Yong Jin watches. Then a final, cavernous gulp swallows the spirit's once immortal, fiendish creations whole. Yong Jin slowly drags a faint lick across his lips, his red eye gleaming with a predator's satisfied hunger, while the spirit flops back with a heavy thud, trembling in disbelief as it realizes the boy has eaten its power, and a terrifying presence begins to loom over the cowering spirit. The massive dark figure towering as the title, Shamanic Spirit 6 inches, slams onto the scene amid the tense, supernatural standoff. A thunderous, swooshing energy blast rips into being as the bulldog and Yong Jin square off against the spirit's last remnants. The small bulldog gapes up in bewildered shock as Yong Jin holds his silence, his body pulsing with a cold, ancient power. Yong Jin is swallowed by roiling red-black energy as the spirit watches and asks, "What have you become?" The red spirit barrels through the shrine's ornate doors, a thunderous smash reverberating as it scrambles away from the boy's overwhelming power. Yong Jin vaulted after the fleeing spirit into the blood-orange sunset, cleaver raised aloft. With a thunderous slam and grinding slide, he smashed the spirit into the dusty earth as he closed, then flipped and pinned the struggling spirit beneath his bare foot, his gaze a shard of ice. The spirit wails, a raw ah, ripping free as it scrambles beneath the boy's heel, clawing at the ground and begging for its life. Yongjin's foot crashes down again in a thunderous slam, pulverizing the spirit's resistance into the dirt outside the shrine. Thudding memory visions slam in. People scream around a roaring pyre as a voice bellows its hunger to become a god. Then the world flips to a sunlit morning, birds chirping over a peaceful, traditional village. Villagers drop into reverent bows and whisper prayers as a thunderous boom-de-doom rips the air, kicking the morning ritual into motion. To the rhythm of a heavy boom-boom, the shaman woman erupts into a ritual dance as villagers kneel and pray with fierce, fervent devotion. The hooded woman flashes a confident smile and proclaims the spirits satisfied. Rain by tomorrow morning. The shaman sits alone at her altar, staring in stunned silence as the promised rain never comes. A sudden clatter shatters the air as she boots her ritual tools across the floor, rage boiling in her veins while the silence sneers. Sweat stings her brow and her eyes are wild. She admits to herself the spirits have gone silent and every prophecy keeps collapsing. Desperation claws at her throat as she stares up at the sacred painting. Doubt erupts. Do the gods she serves even exist? Resentment scorches her gaze as she glares at villagers streaming past her doorstep, their suspicion crackling in the air. In the nearby tavern they huddle, spitting gossip, branding her a quack, and mocking the scene she staged at her altar. In a dark memory, the shaman woman seizes the worried man's arm and hisses that a plague will strike unless he offers a sack of rice. Back at the tavern, voices clashed as the men branded her rituals either sacred truth or a cold, calculated bid for coin. She faced her detractors, and with icy calm, spat a prophecy that the man who dared question God's will would be struck down by a sudden illness. Whispers slithered through the village as folk swore the heavens were punishing anyone who dared to disrespect the priestess. Dark rumors of tiger attacks and failed births snarl through the village as tiny, gray child spirits begin a slow, scraping crawl, their faint, rattling cries circling the coffin. Villagers slam doors and roar warnings to protect their children, as gaunt, gray phantoms latch onto their backs and prowl the shadows. Draped in vibrant red robes, the shaman woman catapults herself into the high-stakes ritual, as the village offers up sacks of coins. A distraught mother wails into the moonlit night, agony shredding her voice as her child vanishes into the dark, and she trembles, fearing the legendary tiger. Under the moon's icy glare, the villagers clutch hope that the missing boy is only out playing and will be back home any moment. Night swallows him. A pale, starving child curls on the ground as a faint growl rumbles from his stomach. A hand darts out, tucking a treat into a hollow bamboo tube, and the tube meets the earth with a soft, satisfying clack. Terror claws the young boy as he plunges his hand into the black hole for food, whimpering in the shadows, while the shaman watches with cold, wide eyes as her trap for the innocent child snaps shut. Cradling a tray of food, she slipped back into her inner sanctum and froze as an unexpected presence loomed before her. The priestess spins an ornate, relentless dance for the grieving villagers, selling the illusion of divine intervention and a hollow promise of protection. A filthy, shell-shocked girl staggers out of the shadows, quaking as she clutches a woman's traditional skirt like a lifeline. Relief and grief hit her like a tidal wave. She crumples, yanking her filth-covered daughter into a tight, sobbing embrace. Darkness tightens like a noose as a ring of villagers closes in around the reunited mother and child. Shadows danced as villagers' faces snapped into accusatory masks, confronting a brutal truth. The shaman stood wrapped in darkness, her sinister aura looming over a crowd bristling with fury. Torches flared orange while men readied to take justice into their own hands, and a man on the ground jabbed toward her hut as the mob surged to storm the deceiver's home. Chaos explodes as villagers scream and wail. Grief for their lost children finally bursts the dam and crashes into brutal, violent rage. Lashed to a wooden stake, the shaman woman clamps her mouth shut as a mob of grieving villagers roars for her to bring their dead babies back. A twisted, malicious grin curling her lips, she snapped that the villagers themselves had clamored for the sacrifices. She sneered at their outrage, declaring their secret greed and selfish wishes had snuffed out the children. The crowd explodes into furious roars, branding her a wicked monster and demanding the heavens deliver a final, unforgiving judgment. Cackling like a lunatic, she spits at the sky, demanding why their children meet such cruel fates if any gods actually exist to protect them. A sudden shrill cry sends a villager flinging a burning torch onto the stake to begin the execution, the kindling snapping to life with a soft pop as flames hungrily lick at her ropes. And even as the fire consumes her, she stays defiantly shouting that gods are nothing but lies. Through choking smoke and blistering heat, she bellows a final chilling proclamation while horrified villagers watch her burn, her face warping into a demonic mask as she screams that she alone truly exists. And with her last breath, she vows her death will be the spark that forges her into a god. A malevolent scarlet energy detonates from the pyre, birthing a vengeful spirit. Amid swirling embers, the newborn shaman bellows that the era of its divine retribution has begun. With a sickening splish and splat, dark blood sprays as the vision of the past fades, and Yong Jin looms inside a glowing ritual circle, his massive cleaver poised above the defeated woman in red robes. A sudden rattle of jars shatters the silence, jolting Huisu and the child spirits into a tight, trembling huddle inside the shrine. The jars detonated with a sharp, shattering crack as a crimson surge ripped through the air. A massive whoosh rips the air as Yong Jin slams his heavy blade down, striking the shaman spirit's last remnants into oblivion. A many-eyed demonic horror locks its terrifying gaze on you, and roars that the time for its final vengeance has come. The red-robed shaman spirit threw back her head and hurled a massive, croar-sounding roar that detonated into her final, desperate power. A thunderous, bone-shaking crash rips the air, swallowing Yong Jin in the heart of the spirit's destructive shockwave. The boy hurtles backward and slams into the ground. Thud, 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 yet his grip holds firm. Flames erupt around the spirit, crackling like gunfire as she vows every last person will perish. Monstrous fangs bared, she snarled she'd end their lives with her own hands. A thunderous boom rips the air as she intones a forbidden ritual mantra, sealing herself inside a roaring orb of incinerating flame. Watching the inferno from the sidelines, Huisu and the child scream in terror as the battle surges into a roaring, deadly storm. The spirit strike slams into the boy's blade, sparks and lightning crackling across the steel as he fights to keep his footing. Hidden in the shadows, a smirking observer grins and declares Yong Jin's presence far more terrifying than the demon he's fighting. The spirit's single glowing eye pins him as the boy coils like a spring, ready to hurl a counterattack straight through the roaring flames. The monster lunged, its segmented limbs snapping forward like a living battering ram, and the boy hurled himself aside to avoid the crushing mass. Unleashing a thunderous slash, the boy cleaved the monster's limbs apart, driving the spirit into a raw, piercing screech. The spirit is flung into a tumbling roll, a ragged "ugh" tearing free as her twisted, unnatural flesh begins to writhe. Screaming for his death, the spirit unleashed a whoosh of jagged red energy that ripped across the dusty earth. A thunderous blast rattles the shrine, hurling a towering pillar of red energy straight into the darkening sky. When the smoke clears, Yong Jin towers like a colossus over the tiny, cowering spirit, his massive cleaver lifted to deliver the final strike. A rapid swish, swish ripped through the air as dark scales and purple energy spiraled into a violent storm around the silent boy. A thunderous boom shatters the air as a colossal black dragon spirit erupts from Yong Jin, the bulldog gaping, disbelief carved across its face. A terrifying presence swells and thunders over the shaman spirit, freezing her in a sudden crushing wave of dread. Swallowed by the dragon's titanic bulk, the spirit reels. Her eyes lock on the beast as she silently asks what the boy has truly become. A vibrant blue fan crowned with a gleaming golden crest snaps open, proclaiming the arrival of a brand new, unstoppable power. The air crackles as the spirit's yellow eye sears into the boy's piercing red gaze and sparks shower around them. A massive whoosh rips across the battlefield as a torrent of biting cold surges in, drowning the spirit's fiery red power. The spirit is snatched into the whirlwind with a swish, unleashing one final defeated screech. A wild whoosh of energy and clashing steel floods the scene as the boy unleashes his final technique, ripping the air apart. A hand slams the red fan shut with a crisp snap as the boy lands in a soft whoosh slide. Clutching the ritual fan, the young boy in blue and red robes snarls, forcing every current of energy to snap shut. A sudden swish cuts the air as the boy in blue barks a command, forcing the spiritual chaos to disperse and peace to return. With a soft puff, Yong Jin plummets from the sky as the dragon's titanic energy dissolves into the wind. He thuds down in a heavy, lifeless slump, unconscious and utterly spent, while the mysterious newcomer watches over him. The newcomer is revealed as Ja, a deity of the earthly branches, standing calm amid settling dust as his robes whisper on the breeze, and he plants himself like bedrock, his presence demanding instant respect from every spirit nearby. The child spirits spotted their savior and erupted into gleeful cries, sprinting in a joyous rush to Jaw's side. Vanquished, the shaman spirit drags herself away from the deity and the children, flesh grinding across the ground with a gut-churning scrape. The children stumble backward, eyes wide, terror seizing them. Pain ripped through her as she scraped forward, each ragged, crawling cry tearing the silence. And with raw, broken desperation, she demanded the boy in blue reveal who he truly was. Up close, her face is a skeletal ruin, and Jaw's cold grin slices the air as he proclaims himself a lord of the heavens. Jaw's expressionless eyes pin the cowering, broken shaman spirit, his chilling stare confirming his divinity. Disbelief seizes the spirit. She's finally staring down a true god while the children huddle, safe in hiding. A wet, crawl squelch tore the air as the spirit ripped her mangled body across the dirt, her pride completely shattered. Tears scalding her face, the spirit screams at the deity. Why were my countless prayers left unanswered through a life of torment? And in a shadowed memory, the woman stands before her altar, clawing at the air, begging for a sign as the gods answer with cold, unyielding silence. Sobbing, she howls that her descent into monstrosity came only because the gods refused to help her back then. She roars, how could a deity forsake a human who poured out such desperate prayers? Jaw stood stone cold, untouched by her tears, and snapped that those prayers were never righteous, only raw, self-serving greed. Jaw cut a dark silhouette against the crimson sunset, roaring that no true god would ever answer such corrupt and wicked desires. A sharp wah rips out as several gray child spirits wriggle free from beneath the woman's robes, clawing and scrambling to escape her. The spirits swoosh away as Jaw snaps, you lost your way by indulging in evil. Tiny spirits drift, wailing a keening wah-wah, while Jaw snaps, do you see the suffering you've caused? The spirit lashes out, blaming humans for forcing her hand, but Jaw's icy command slams down. Silence. Jaw towers over the shattered soul as her final rasp hisses that karma will come to collect what's rightfully his. Jaw glares with piercing red eyes over his blue rabbit fan, calmly intoning a ritualistic command that slices the silence. Enter. A thunderous kaboom of black energy rips through the air, obliterating the malevolent shaman spirit into utter nothingness. His shadow crashes over the earth with a thunderous roar. Jaw stands triumphant as the spirit collapses into a cowering, quivering heap. The spirit's skeletal remnant shrieks in pure terror, clawing at the air and begging for mercy as her end closes in. A dark void rips open with a thunderous whoosh as she cries out for one desperate chance at divine mercy. Jaw bellows a final, world-ending word. A brutal whoosh of raw energy erupts and obliterates her. A sharp, swishing crack split the air as the spirit's last dark remnants shattered into motes and scattered across the dusty landscape. Child spirits hover, mouths agape, as Jaw whirls back and asks, what has finally become of the human woman? Inside the shrine, Huisu cradles the unconscious girl beneath towering divine paintings as the sunset's last light slips away. Jaw lurched toward the girl, relief roaring through him as he realized she'd survived the ordeal. Jaw flicks his fan in a soft, decisive flap, pulling divine power into his core to unleash one final healing. A giant pink lotus rose, humming as it hovered over the injured girl, bathing her in a soft, otherworldly light before its flower of life detonated in a brilliant burst, the spark that ignited her miraculous recovery. The air flares crimson, resonating with radiant red energy as petals brush her skin and knit her wounds closed. A soft fwish skims the air as celestial petals flutter through the room, sealing the divine ritual of restoration. The girl and child spirits gasp as the magic unfurls into a dazzling bloom, their eyes igniting with wild joy and breathless awe. Jaw roars the final healing stage, and a torrent of energy surges to engulf the girl with a thunderous foosh. Huisu erupts in a relieved cry as the child spirits giggle, leaning forward as the girl's eyelids flutter open. The child spirits gloat, trumpeting Jaw's divinity, and crowning him the first deity of the earthly branches. Huisu sank into a deep bow and poured out fierce gratitude to the silent deity that had saved the young girl's life. Jaw drops a bomb. His help comes with a favor attached, and Huisu's eyes snap up from the charge she'd just saved. Flop! Foom! Jaw whips his fan and ignites a cleansing rite that sweeps over the shrine. A surge of energy bolts toward dozens of gray, red-eyed spirits, catapulting them onto their long-awaited path to a peaceful afterlife. A jagged crack rips the air as spectral bindings snap like glass, finally freeing the trapped child spirits. A deafening crack rips the air as the dark vision dissolves and Jaw roars, summoning the souls to their final peace. Striding toward the exit, Jaw barked at Huisu to make sure the shaman performs the memorial rite the moment she finally wakes. A soft whish ripples through the air as Yong Jin snaps back to his senses amid a swirl of white smoke. Dazed and utterly exhausted, Jaw's voice dropped like ice as he snapped at the bewildered boy to get out of his way, striding forward with his white bulldog at his side. Beneath the series title, Battlefield Debris Sprawls, the titanic spiritual war at last shudders to a halt. A hand rockets up, hoisting a crimson fan, while Yong Jin claws his way back to consciousness and gropes to make sense of the world around him. Yong Jin flinched, eyes snapping between the strange boy and his surroundings as confusion clawed at his mind, and he scrambled to process what he was seeing. A sudden swish and bone-jarring crash ripped the air as Yong Jin hurtled out of the spiritual haze and crashed into the ground. Seated amid the shattered ruins, Yong Jin swept his gaze in silence as the white bulldog and Jaw watched him with fierce curiosity. Questions crash into Yong Jin. What happened? Where am I? His mind drowning in a dizzy blur of recent memories. A faded memory of Huisu, sobs racking him and despair carved into his face, slams into them. A brutal reminder of what's on the line in their battle. Huisu locks eyes with Yong Jin, her eyes trembling as lingering shock and a tidal surge of relief crash across her face. A stinging slap cracks the air as Huisu snatches Yong Jin's face, making him yelp, wide-eyed and stunned by her sudden touch. Huisu cups his face and asks if he's truly okay. A vibrant pink sunset blazing behind them. Yong Jin's cheeks flame scarlet as he snaps away from her, while Huisu's tears begin to plop onto the dusty earth. Huisu chokes out frantic apologies to the bewildered boy, tears pattering down as each drop announces her emotions finally bursting free. The bulldog stomped toward Yong Jin, his step booming as he locked eyes and snapped, "Have you finally come to your senses, boy?" Yong Jin rakes a hand through his hair and demands an explanation. Huisu vows to spill everything on their way home. Jaw looms like rolling thunder, a sly smirk tracing his mouth as he watches them, wondering how they'll explain this day. A thunderous whoosh rips the air as Jaw, flanked by his divine retinue, braces to depart. Bursting with joy, Huisu proclaims Jaw's divinity to a stunned Yong Jin, while the children fling one last gleeful goodbye. Silence crackles as Jaw and Yong Jin lock one last expressionless stare. Then the deity turns and strides away. Yong Jin casually says, "Soccer ball." And at that exact beat, Jaw erupts into a violent cough, spitting a spray of blood. With a final flop of his blue fan, Jog summons his last reserves, completes his duty, and walks away. A massive whoosh of wind tore through the air as Jaw and the children rocketed up and vanished into the sky, leaving the pair alone. With a sharp swish, a spiral of magic snaps the dazed trio to attention as the battle finally ends. Huisu's jaw drops as Yong Jin, breathless and flustered, fumbles through the unbelievable tale of how he stumbled into a deity. Tension snaps taut as Huisu's eyes lock on a familiar figure framed in the shrine's doorway. Seeing her daughter safe, Huisu's mother cracks a weary, loving smile as the nightmare finally shatters. Beneath the bleeding sun, a mother and daughter collapse into a tear-soaked embrace while Yong Jin and the bulldog stand back, their silence thundering. Huddled in the shadows, an old man peeks around the gate and lets out a ragged sob of relief as he watches the heartwarming reunion. The elderly man locks onto the mother and child for one final aching look, then drifts slowly into the fading light. Shouldering a heavy pack, the man trudges away, intoning a nursery rhyme about tigers that snatch up wailing children. A heaped mound of ritual rice cakes crouches on the dirt outside the second moon shrine, a silent offering. The rice cakes flare beneath the molten sunset, declaring a hard-won unity for the troubled spiritual grounds. Twilight poured over a quiet city rooftop. Air conditioning units thrummed, a dull heartbeat pulsing through the cooling air. A hand whooshes in, yanking T-Mart grocery bags away while thawing frozen goods squelch and drip. In the dark hallway, Yong Jin lets out a ragged sigh over the ruined food, while a white bulldog sizes him up, openly doubting his claim to be one of the locals. Yong Jin strides into his home as the keypad screams, "Beep, beep, beep," ignoring the bulldog's complaints about his attitude. The bag's clock erupts in a sudden chime. The bulldog barks for respect while Yong Jin snarls he'll withhold dinner. Inside the apartment, Yong Jin's phone erupts into a relentless buzz as he staggers under the crushing weight of heavy groceries. Yong Jin shoots a quick glance at his buzzing phone and smothers the bulldog's urge to peek at his messages. Across town, Huisu lounges on her bed, a blazing grin on her face as she taps out a text at 8:30. Chomping a hearty meal, the bulldog booms how the boy crushed the monster and how the mother's wounds healed. Mid-dinner, Yong Jin's voice slammed to a halt, gloom threading his words as he confessed he still felt powerless despite the divine intervention he'd just received. A dark memory rips open, thrusting Yong Jin, dying on a moonlit rooftop, into view, before a mysterious, dark-robed savior intervened that night. Ja reveals that Yong Jin's insane healing is just a sliver of the sleeping power coiled deep inside him. The bulldog pins the boy with a burning stare, silently ordering him to stand by his side for the days ahead. Night crashes over the city, apartment buildings looming silent beneath a purple-hued sky strewn with stars. Poised atop a utility pole, a figure in vibrant blue robes kept vigil over the moonlit city, then with a razor swish dissolved into the night, leaving the street silent and empty. Morning explodes into a cheerful chirp as birds flood the railings beneath a crystal-clear blue sky. Yong Jin jolts awake to a sickening crack, shaking violently as every muscle throbs and his body screams from the battle. The bulldog fires off a rapid-fire lesson on what a historical log is, while Yong Jin scoffs and shoves on his school uniform, totally dismissive. Yong Jin strode toward school, eyes glued to his phone, swallowed by the tide of ordinary students in the morning rush. He scoffed at the deity's claims, skepticism crackling in his veins as a spectral bulldog loomed over him. Yong Jin skidded to a halt, a sharp gasp ripping out of him as a muscular blue spirit lurked atop a trash bin. A nearby student freezes as a strange PST hisses, and his device flashes the words, "Destruction" and "Fight." The bespectacled student snaps his head up, bewildered, a cold prickle pulling his gaze to the school's entrance. He watched Yong Jin stride past, blind to the spiritual storm roiling inside the boy he'd just crossed paths with. Two girls storm the bespectacled boy, hurling accusations and calling him a creep for taking photos of them. He paces, thrusting his phone forward like a talisman, breathlessly demoing his ghost-detecting app while the girls trade skeptical smirks, clearly not buying his strange hobby. G1, the popular kid, crashes into the moment, wraps a friendly hand around the girls and shoots them a quick, apologetic sorry for his friend's behavior. The detector shrieks to life, throwing the group into shock as it blares that a colossal spiritual presence is inside their classroom. G1 scoffs as the detector blares, dismisses the alarm, then sweeps his eccentric friend into the group, and proudly introduces him as a longtime buddy. More students jam the classroom door, peppering the strange device with questions while G1 stays cool and easygoing, charm spilling from every grin. Inside the bustling classroom, Yong Jin sits like a silent island at his desk, tuning out the boisterous chatter swirling around him. Yong Jin shot to his feet with a heavy thud and told his classmate he's bolting for the bathroom to escape the noise. His eyes snap to the back door. It's jammed by the popular G1 and a horde of admirers. G1 offers a gentle nudge, urging the group to clear the doorway, skepticism smoldering in his voice about any ghosts. As Yong Jin strides past, the detector erupts in frantic crackles and psst-like hisses, slamming the words "death" and "blood" across its display. A sharp tick spat from the device, declaring a terrifying presence. G1 and his friend froze, words strangled in their throats. Oblivious to the alarm he just tripped, Yong Jin strides on, eyes hollow with an unnatural bone-deep weariness. Huisu beams, eyes sparkling, and practically bounces forward to press a stack of handmade bracelets, crafted by her mother, into his palm. Yong Jin snatches the gift in one sharp motion, shoves it into his pocket without even trying it on, and Huisu's face falls. Disappointment plain as day. Yong Jin blurted, voice trembling, that if they wore matching bracelets, their classmates would jump to the wrong conclusion about their relationship. Standing outside the science lab, Huisu blurts out that the protective charms were a gift from her worried mother. Inside the classroom, Yong Jin unveils a deity's promise of spiritual safety, and Huisu staggers back, stunned, demanding to know why. Yong Jin braces against the lab table, voice like steel as he seals the supernatural pact, and Huisu stares down at the new wooden bracelet on her wrist. Huisu can't shake the image of Yong Jin unleashing monstrous strength and rocketing into the sky during their recent battle at the shrine. The moment Huisu mentions her mother's shrine, a whoosh rips through the air and a phone slams onto the table, its impact chiming like a clock. A hand lunged, snatching with a muffled hiss and catching her completely off guard in her lap. He stood over his fallen phone as a cold jolt hit him. He'd muted Huisu on instinct, snuffing her voice so she couldn't spill their secrets. Yong Jin gapes at his trembling hand, horror ripping through him as the violent reflex his recent fight sparked snaps to life in his fingers. Their tense moment explodes as Ji-Wan Gong steps into the doorway, eyes narrowing into a sharp, inquisitive stare that pins the pair in place. Ji-Wan fesses up to eavesdropping, and Yong Jin and Huisu go stone still as a silent panic flares beneath their skin. Clad head to toe in paranormal detection gear, the eccentric Ji-Hwan Gong strides forward and, with a dramatic bow, formally introduces himself to his stunned classmates. Huisu snaps at the stranger, demanding to know if he recognizes her. As Ji-won reaches out to showcase his specialized gear, Ji-won drops the bomb. He knows Huisu's mother is a shaman, and Huisu goes rigid, eyes wide as shock rips the air from her lungs. Ji-won dropped the bomb. His lead came from the wildfire of rumors that erupted when Huisu got hooked on tarot cards. Huisu forces out a rueful admission that he was right, while Ji-won owns the room, firing off jaw-dropping discoveries. Ji-won flips his glasses up, leans in and unleashes the town's chilling legend of a statue said to spring to life every night. Huisu hisses a terrified yes to Yong Jin, picturing that statue lunging to crush them under a speeding vehicle. Ji-won slams his palm down and proclaims with fierce certainty that the school is being haunted by a powerful, active poltergeist. He thrusts a finger at the toppled flagpole, declaring it's been mysteriously ripped from the ground 4 times since school started. A grainy memory snaps to groundskeepers wrestling a colossal pole on a shockingly calm day. No storms anywhere. Ji-won swore he'd seen a jaw-dropping, impossible event that finally made every supernatural rumor real to him. I remember the restricted bathroom door swinging open and shut, clattering through the silence as Ji-won finished his business. Ji-won pressed his face to the window and watched a towering stone colossus thunder after his 2 classmates across the school's field. Ji-won warns that ever since the night of the statue incident, Yong Jin's spiritual readings have been spiking and crashing like a heartbeat gone berserk. He watches, furious and heartbroken, as people brush him off or call him crazy whenever he mentions his paranormal research. Beneath a whimsical, star-studded backdrop, Ji-won lights up the room. Ghosts are woven from electromagnetic fields our instruments can detect. One sharp tap and Ji-won's device spiked to level 5 against Yong Jin's chest, proving a supernatural force pulsed inside him. Yong Jin explodes, flinging the device away with a sharp shove and snarls for actual scientific proof to back up those wild claims. Ji-won brandishes a cluster of buzzing gadgets that spit a frantic bzz-bzz into the air as Yong Jin sneers and flat-out calls him a complete nutjob. Glaring at the investigator, Yong Jin locks onto him and snaps, "What do you want from us now that I've already figured it out?" Ji-won cuts to the chase and hurls a blunt accusation. "Are you ghost hoarders?" The words slam into Yong Jin and Huisu, leaving them stone silent. He pins them with a burning stare through his thick circular glasses and proclaims the term means people who collect spirits. Surrounded by buzzing machines and clinking glass, the 3 stand frozen in a tense, painfully awkward standoff as Ji-won's accusations hang heavy in the air. Yong Jin blows out a sharp, frustrated huff, spins away and coldly brands Ji-won a liar as the investigator scrolls through his smartphone. Ji-won thrusts his phone forward, the glowing screen blasting the irrefutable footage he filmed the night the statue rampaged. The screen erupts with a photo. A towering stone statue hurtling across the grass in hot pursuit of Yong Jin and Huisu. The digital zoom screamed to life as the photo snapped tight, exposing the unmistakable faces of 2 students, screaming in raw, bone-deep terror. Yong Jin gapes at the damning proof as Ji-won, caught meddling, fiercely insists he's no villain. Huisu snarls that his actions radiate menace and demands to know what hidden motive is fueling this relentless investigation. The 2 students froze, jaws dropping, helpless and not knowing how to confront the eccentric boy clutching incriminating evidence. Elsewhere, a boy with cropped black hair and a confident smirk plants himself before a bright sunlit window. The dice-stamped paper charm erupts into a purple swishing flame, its hiss declaring the ritual begun. A thunderous whoosh of dark spectral energy blasts out of the tiny wooden box clutched in the mysterious boy's hands. Back in the silent classroom, students hunched over their books, studying with fierce focus, while Yong Jin dropped his head onto the desk, the whole day pressing down on him. Yong Jin unleashes a long, ha-laced yawn as his phone erupts into a relentless bzz-sounding vibration. Yong Jin devours the ghost hunter's messages in a low, clipped whisper. Huisu needs a shaman. Yong Jin's head whipped toward the door with a sharp crack as someone crashed into the room. The classroom door slammed and skidded open as Ji-won stormed back in, leaving the students reeling, shocked and clearly annoyed. Ji-won plants himself in the doorway, bag slung over his shoulder, shrugging off the puzzled stares of his classmates. 2 boys pounced on their classmate for nearly missing the bell, firing off outrageous jabs about where he'd vanished to before the school day even began. The classmate with messy black hair and a neck tattoo jabs a finger at them, a smug, knowing smile curling into place. He slams down a sudden rock-paper-scissors challenge, leaving his classmates stunned. He explodes into victory laughter as his friend reels, eyes wide and baffled, trying to grasp that bizarre, lightning-fast exchange. A violent crack ripped the air, instantly followed by a thunderous, bone-shaking crash. He hurls his head back and unleashes a cavernous, terrifying laugh, reveling in the unprovoked assault on his friend. Towering over the crumpled boy, he sneered, A man takes bigger risks in our games. Next time don't play it safe. The boy in the green jacket's hands shake with panic as he bolts to Minjin's side. Minjin remains motionless. He sneered, brushed off the student's horror, and laughed that the brutal, unmistakable violence was just play. He leaned in until his breath hit another student's face and hissed, "You going next?" A steady, dumb thud hammered in his chest as he watched the bully push himself up and head for the door. Chaos explodes in the classroom. Chairs lie overturned as the attacker strides out the back door in icy calm. Rattles and grating screeches slice the air. A confused murmur rippling through the room as students stood frozen and their minds scrambled to grasp the sudden, brutal outburst they'd just witnessed. A soft puff and a tiny foo drift out as the bully drags on a device, and classmates frantically clutch at excuses to explain his behavior. Voice trembling, a student pleads, "Stash the vape. Teacher's about to walk into class." The bully erupts, roaring for the boy to speak up as the student shrinks back, trembling with terror. He suddenly flips into a friendly grin, laughter spilling out as he throws down a bold bet to the boy about the teacher. A frightened tremor rips through the air as the boy listens while the bully slams down a massive wager on the timing. Right on cue, a woman with long black hair barrels through the door, lungs burning as she pants hard. Her eyes go wide, shock nailing her in place, and he meets her with an icy, defiant calm that dares her to blink. He barked, "Follow me," and led her out of the classroom as the social tension hit a fever pitch. She lashes out, voice frantic, "Why would you hit someone?" Horror etched on her face as she reels from his extreme, unpredictable behavior. He clamps his hand over her face, looming above her in a dark display of power with a predatory smug grin twisting his lips. She cracked a stinging slap across his face, physically rejecting his aggressive personal advances. The camera snaps to the school building, silent, basking in dazzling sunlight beneath a flawless, cloudless blue sky. Chi-Wan Gong prowls the hallway, eyes locked on his devices as he mutters that everyone is still under the same sun. A sharp slide screams as the eccentric investigator bursts into the room, hunting for Yong Jin and any trace of his presence. A low, amused chuckle rumbles from him as his specialized sensors flare. A raw, overwhelming spiritual presence crackles nearby. Amid a frantic swirl of turning heads, Chi-Wan Gong rakes his gaze across the classroom, certain his target lurks among the students. A rapid tick slices the air as he storms at a student whose energy reading on his meter rockets into the red. A sudden psheest and harsh click explode, jolting him as his device convulses in a violent, painful electronic malfunction. Confusion hit him like a punch. He tore into his phone, hunting for signal interference, while Yong Jin stood silently behind him in the lab. Yong Jin's phone smashes to the floor in a thunderous crash. He reels, dazed, while Chi-Wan Gong keeps combing the room. A demonic tarot card blinks like a corrupted screen, sputtering digital static, and the instant a hand grazes its face, a cold black omen rips through the air. Huisu locked her gaze on the tarot deck, determination burning in her eyes, her hands balling into fists as pure focus tightened around her. Yong Jin, letting out a sleepy yawn, lounges nearby as Huisu rips into a story about classmate Doyong's sudden change. A soft scratch sounds as Huisu cries out to Yong Jin, begging him to save their friend from his spiritual plight. A feverish collage of memories slams into view, exposing Doyong's savage slide from a kind student to a cigarette-smoking violent bully. A heavy swell of sound fills the air as Yong Jin scoffs, dismisses the request, and insists Doyong isn't actually hurting him. Huisu drops her gaze, grief lancing through her as she relives the brutal moment a spirit ripped her body away. She swears Doyong is a fairy tale prince, too gentle to lay a hand on anyone or ever spit filthy words. A raw throb seared him as Chi-Wan Gong pressed his bruised face, the touch proving he'd already tracked down Yong Jin. Inside the lab, Chi-Wan Gong blurted that a ghost had slapped him, and Yong Jin and Huisu froze, disbelief etched on their faces. He vows to stop hounding them about the haunted store, shoulders slumped and spirit crushed after that violent clash. Chi-Wan Gong snaps, "Are we ghost hoarders?" as the trio locks eyes, frozen in a razor-silent standoff. Bruised, he forces out a trembling formal plea for help, his eccentric swagger shattered and replaced by raw, visible desperation. Chi-Wan Gong bows his head, voice cracking as he cries out one final, desperate plea for help after that terrifying encounter. In a dark memory, a shadowy figure with glowing red eyes towers over Chi-Wan Gong, who shrinks back, cowering beneath its blazing stare. The device erupted with a deafening crackle and a psss, then blasted G1 across the display in a terrifying blood-red glow. They lock eyes in a charged, breathless silence. Yong Jin cuts the air with a cold, absolute no. Yong Jin looks utterly spent as the black-haired girl cries his name, worry and frantic desperation carved across her face. Huisu slides out of the room with a sharp scraping sound while the brown-haired investigator stands alone amid the laboratory equipment. Violent, tragic memories slam into her as she sobs and begs for her normal life to come back now. A ghastly face, jaw a gaping, tooth-strewn maw and eyes hollow as wells, emerges from the grainy, suffocating dark. Yong Jin strode down the empty school hallway, every step echoing, while someone lingered just out of sight, watching him. The black-haired girl zeroes in on Doyong. His messy hair and smug smirk radiate a dangerous, brand-new confidence. Yong Jin yanks Doyong by the collar, the room igniting as their eyes lock in a razor-sharp, wordless standoff. They lock eyes. Shock and confusion crack across their faces as the violence between them escalates, and neither can make sense of it. A heavy POW rings out as Yong Jin unleashes a brutal blow on the student who dared mock him. A wooden die spun through the air on a soft toss and clacked to rest inches from Yong Jin's bewildered eyes. Doyong throws down a challenge with a sharkish grin, daring his classmate to a game of chance while he palms something behind his back. Huisu beams, tossing up a peace sign as colors explode in a vibrant shaman's blade illustration. A friend chuckles. Huisu's worry claws at her throat, and Doyong's eyes explode into an eerie violet glow, cold malice coiling behind the light. At the vault's sharp clang, Yong Jin's hand convulsed, jerking like a puppet against his conscious will. His arm whipped in a frantic, clattering arc, leaving the black-haired boy petrified, staring at his limbs as if his own body had betrayed him. A sickening wham echoes as Yong Jin accidentally smacks himself, and his classmate gapes at the bizarre scene, utterly baffled. A sudden whoosh rips through the air as his arm snaps out again, moving completely beyond the boy's control. A heavy smack cracked through the room as Yong Jin's hand rocketed into a classmate, leaving a bystander stunned by the sudden, unprovoked assault. The victim snaps at the black-haired boy, warning him not to anger him further, while Yong Jin shrinks back, cowering in absolute terror. Yong Jin's fist snapped shut, a sharp, twitching click as he clawed at his memory, desperate to pinpoint when he lost control. A harsh, snapping grab rings out as Yong Jin clamps his own arm, voice ripping into a desperate apology as he frantically tries to defuse the situation. Yong Jin tore down the hallway, sprinting away as the other student jeered at his dorkishness. In the school hallway, the brown-haired investigator scans his devices with laser focus, hunting the source of the spiritual disturbance. An urgent alarm rips through the air. Ji-won Gong snaps to, yanks out his sensors, and zeroes in on a raw, powerful presence looming nearby. Yong Jin slid into the classroom with a nervous shuffle of shoes, while Doyong lounged at his desk, impossibly calm as he casually dealt a deck of cards. Doyong sneers at the vape and taunts the black-haired boy. "Want to take a smack instead?" An ominous creak slices the silence as the bully leans back, flashes a terrifying grin, and demands a dangerous game. He thrusts his fist forward, daring Yong Jin. Everything hinges on whether he can guess which hand. Yong Jin falters as a demonic voice erupts from a pitch-black speech bubble, screaming, "Just do it!" Doyong's face contorted into a monstrous mask, rage exploding across his features and his eyes blown wide with terrifying, unhinged insanity. He snapped his hand up with a sharp crack that split the air, and a bespectacled student, panic blazing in his eyes, lunged to intervene. A hand hurtles down in a blur, primed to crush the cowering Yong Jin with bone-shattering force. A heavy shove rings out, and the confrontation explodes into a brutal physical clash as students are slammed aside and the classroom erupts into chaos. A single finger jabbed through the air with a razor swish, channeling the scene's violent energy straight into its target. A thunderous bonk rocks the room, catapulting a student into the air as they spin wildly and slam into the classroom furniture. He slams into the floor with a thunderous crash, the impact ripping the room apart into shattered furniture and scattered debris. Doom hangs heavy as Yong Jin stands amid the chaos, classmates gaping in stunned horror while the classroom freezes, and everyone reels from the sudden, brutal violence they just witnessed. A student chokes out, "Did my classmate just get launched into the air?" as the shock of the assault slams into them. A confused murmur ripples through the room as Yong Jin gapes at his hand, insisting it moved entirely on its own. His friends buzz about hidden superpowers, but Yong Jin trembles, panic searing through him as a wild strength surges he can't rein in. Classmates scrambled to rationalize the brutality, forcing hollow laughs as they clung to the absurd claim that Doyong was simply an obsessively dedicated actor. Huisu presses to the window, watching the school's gossip mill tear through the halls, everybody whispering. Were those two boys always that close? A woman with long black hair towers over Ji-won Gong, her presence seizing him and demanding his full, immediate attention. Outside, Ji-won Gong recounts how his ghost detector screamed to life when the boy's body lunged to slap him earlier. The black-haired woman slumps on the steps as the investigator hurries over, voice raw, pouring out a heartfelt apology for the recent trouble. Gong calls out the bully's actions as part of a chilling pattern, and admits this is anything but child's play. Flashbacks of the recent violence explode in the investigator's mind as he wrestles with one brutal possibility: brain trauma, or a total personality transplant. Doyong's terrifying inhuman eyes slam into his memory. Proof a monster has seized the student. Gong clocked it. The boy snapped into someone else the moment the first period ended today. Gong's voice cuts through the room. The perpetrator is still inside the school, and the black-haired girl freezes, shock cracking across her face. A vivid memory explodes. Yong Jin flicks Doyong's forehead, and the bully rockets backward, hurled by an impossible supernatural force. Yang Jin gapes at his own hand, heart pounding as the terrifying truth of his newfound strength finally crashes into him. A heavy grab thudded. Doyong sprang up behind Yong Jin, sliding in like a shadow and flashing a predatory grin as he called his name. Yong Jin quakes with fear as Doyong towers over him, sneering, "Where are you going?" and barking that they must play together. Yong Jin pleads, "I'm just going home!" But the bully clamps down, refuses to let go, and snarls, "Come play at my house instead." A sharp clasp snaps through the air. Tension explodes as Doyong clamps onto the boy's arm and snarls for one more round of their twisted game. A sudden froosh ripped the air as a violent burst of energy tore from Yong Jin's hand, sending both boys reeling while his body moved on its own. A low VR drone rumbles as Yong Jin stares, his hand quivering with a strange, uncontrollable power he can't fathom. A jangling double swing explodes as Yong Jin's arms thrash like wild pendulums, and Doyong ducks away, bewildered by the bizarre, frantic motions. Yong Jin explodes into a sprint down the street as the staccato of swinging sounds hounds him, his arms whipping out as he claws to escape. Under a blazing orange sunset, the wind drags a soft rustle past him as Yong Jin stares into the fading light, desperate to know if his normal life will ever come back. The school looms silent beneath the electric evening sky as a fresh whisper sparks, buzzing about the mysterious power. Yong Jin crashes onto his bed with a thunderous slam, exhausted and stunned by the white dog's claim that spirits will avoid him. The white French bulldog steps forward, offering to break the situation down in plain terms, while Yong Jin listens, weariness and skepticism carved into his face. The clouds explode into dusk's fierce colors as they freeze in a charged hush, stealing one last quiet breath before plunging into the next phase of their investigation. Right in the belly of a narrow alley, the pair stumble into a rundown shop with a crooked sign shouting, "We buy old items." They lock eyes, heart pounding, wondering if this is the source. A distant call sliced the air as Huisu and the investigators froze before a crumbling, neglected building, every boarded window and peeling paint screaming suspicion. At the sudden click of something turning, they locked eyes, grim determination flaring, and plunged into the cobweb-choked, mystery-steeped shop. At the double-dig's staccato, Gong palms his back and hisses that they must slip in separately so they won't draw prying eyes. An ancient legend roars of 4 mighty dragons, red, azure, white, and black, that fuse into the bedrock of his immense spiritual strength. A dark-armored warrior squares off against a towering red-eyed beast, arrogance radiating from him like a dare. Yong Jin stands speechless as the crushing weight of his destiny and the black dragon's roaring power slam into him. He crumples into a heavy slump, dropping his head in despair while the dog lashes out, taunting him for how weak and sluggish he's become. Pages whisper with a soft flutter as the dog rifles through a textbook, searching to see if any records of the earthly branches or lineages exist. Inside, the shop gaped, stuffed with a tangled hoard of ancient jars, scrolls and occult artifacts, all buried beneath choking layers of dust. Gong edges between the shelves of the pitch-black shop, peering into the gloom and calling into the shadows to see if anyone answers. An elderly, white-haired woman in dark sunglasses explodes out from the back, her neck draped in a cascade of colorful, mystical beads. Outside, the black-haired girl paces the alley, eyes glued to her phone as she prays for the investigator's safe return. A grainy flashback bursts to life as Gong demonstrates his device, green lines slicing through the air to track spiritual movements in spaces that seem empty. Inside the shop, the boy drops to his knees and bows, formally begging the old woman for help, desperation burning in his voice as he scrambles to find any way to undo the curse. The shopkeeper curtly insists she only supplies goods, and the boy lunges forward, firing. "Did a Sampo High student buy something here recently?" He exhales, relief washing over him. The old woman behind dark glasses pins him with a cold, piercing stare. Gong drops a bomb, says he wants to buy a curse for himself, baiting the shopkeeper to prove their vow of customer confidentiality. He keeps the mask on, name drops a friend's recommendation, and warns that cursing others only sows chaos. A sharp clack and a soft rustle cut the air as she slides a wooden box forward and unveils a yellow talisman used for casting spells. A heavy doom boom shook the air, plunging everything into bone-chill darkness as the boy's eyes widened. He finally saw the woman's trade for the twisted, malevolent thing it was. The boy fakes a brittle laugh, blurts out the price, and, heart-hammering, wonders if she even accepts digital payments for a deal this dark. She snatches the red pouch and snarls at the boy, ordering him to hand over his fingernails and hair for the ritual. Ji-won Gong's composure cracks. She forces a shaky laugh and shoots out, "You're giving that away for free?" He scratches his head nervously, vows he'll be back once his nails grow longer, then bolts off in a heartbeat. She suddenly snatches his arm in a deathly, vice-like grip, her face curdling into a predator's grin as she refuses to let him leave. A sharp shing and a silver flash as she yanks a curved blade free, and the boy's scream rips out in sudden, absolute terror. Panic clawing at his chest, the boy spat a desperate lie about a hereditary blood disorder to make her lower the blade. A double dig rings out. He scrabbles at his back, fingers clawing for anything that might pry him free from the terror. At the sound of a sudden dash, the boy bolts for the exit, spewing more excuses about his health as the old woman watches him. A hidden camera flicks on, exposing a shelf of binders with names scrawled in blood. Jungin Gang, and, shockingly, the investigator himself, Ji-yoon's song. She ripped the paper free with a sharp snatch, her voice turning to ice as she hissed, "Were you looking?" Sinister laughter and the hissed word liar slither through the shadowed shop as the investigator's stomach drops. He's walked straight into a trap. A grinding scrape and a bone-jarring bang. The heavy door slammed shut, trapping the investigator in crushing darkness with the monstrous woman. Darkness bent and twisted the shop as a jagged crackle ripped the air, and otherworldly energy began to warp reality inside every corner. To the rhythmic scrape of sliding metal, a student heaves at the heavy shutters, fighting to pry them open and escape the swallowing darkness. Leah's scream shatters the air as she screams, "Get out! G1! Now!" While he stands rooted, eyes frozen on the entity sliding from the shadows. Panic claws at Leah as she screams that the ghost detector is overloaded. Its sensors are swamped by a tidal wave of glowing green spirit lines racing through the entire area. Low, guttural echoes rumbled as Leah's eyes snapped skyward in terror, a monstrous fleshy claw looming directly over her. A deafening crore booms, and a massive fleshy maw lunges to swallow the students as they scramble for safety. Ji-won crashes to the floor with a thunderous thud. The monstrous doorway slams shut with terrifying finality. Ji-won gasps as a sudden streak of motion slashes through the suffocating supernatural darkness. A sharp slash cracked the air as dark-haired Yong Jin ripped his large gleaming blade into the fleshy mass, defending his friend. A wet prash hisses in the wake of the strike, as the blow gouges a deep wound into the monstrous building's side. A revolting, wet gurgle tore from the monster's maw as it spat Leah onto the street, leaving the boys rooted in stunned disbelief. Fueled by adrenaline, Huisu lunged to the fallen woman's side and dropped to his knees to check her for injuries after her narrow escape. Smoke billows in a sharp whoosh, ripping the air as Yong Jin plants himself before the damaged building, clutching his massive weapon. Clutching the heavy blade, Yong Jin pins the last coils of darkness with a steel stare while Ji-won drags himself behind him, jaw slack and stunned by the raw power. Ji-won's head snapped up to his friend Yong Jin, shock ripping through him as Yong Jin hefted a nightmarish, colossal blade with inhuman ease. Looming over the battlefield, Yong Jin burns with razor focus and holds a heroic pose, leaving his friend struck dumb and charged with fierce inspiration by that raw strength. A sudden wriggle and bone-deep creak split the air. Dark-clawed appendages erupted from the walls and resumed their relentless attack. Yong Jin lunges with a thunderous crash, swinging his massive blade into the grasping shadows and pouring every ounce of raw, desperate power and iron determination into the strike. Yong Jin swings like a man possessed, each clanging flail and desperate arc barely holding the swarming demonic hands at bay. A thunderous thud reverberates as Yong Jin rockets a savage kick into the massive shadowy limb, sending it staggering back amid the struggle. A sudden dash rips the quiet. Huisu scrambles through her bag while Ji-won stands frozen, paralyzed with terror, as the supernatural fight explodes into chaotic fury. With a sharp whoosh, Huisu ignites a bundle of ritual incense, and the smoke coils into a living veil, shielding them from the ghosts. A thunderous crash sends Huisu sprawling to the floor, and her classmates gape. How did she ever pull off an exorcism? A bone-rattling clamp echoes as the monster's massive hands pin Yong Jin, who writhes and fights the crushing, deadly grip. A thunderous clang erupts as Ji-won channels his own raw strength, deflects the strike, and hauls his cornered friend out of harm's way. Yong Jin snaps free with a sudden slip, and Huisu's eyes blaze as they realize it's finally time to strike back. Danger still closing in, Ji-won yanks his friend and screams, "Run! Get out of the alley now!" High above the alleyway, a purple-robed phantom zeroed in on the retreating students beneath a blood-red sky. Ji-won somersaults into a jaw-dropping acrobatic bow, pleading for forgiveness for dragging his friends into this life-or-death nightmare. Worry etches across Huisu's face as Ji-won frantically spills profuse, guilt-soaked apologies for dragging them along. A grainy flashback flickers, throwing up Huisu and Yong Jin huddled together, eyes wide with regret as they swear they never should have set foot in that cursed place. Huisu roared that they teetered on the brink of annihilation and insisted they stay shoulder to shoulder on every supernatural mission to come. A spring's sudden snap sent Ji-won buzzing with dreams of joining the team next time. Then a flat, instant rejection slammed down on him. A sharp slap cracks through the air as Ji-won lunges for a high five, bursting with frantic energy. His friend stands stone-faced, utterly unimpressed. Huddled in the alley, the boys catch ragged breaths and replay, heartbeat by heartbeat, how their failed investigation skidded terrifyingly close to total disaster. Yong Jin admitted he never expected the exorcism to erupt into a brutal, hands-on brawl with the spirits. A sudden whoosh of a reaching hand sends Ji-won lunging forward, eyes blazing as he blurts out if the shaman's blade is real, and whether he can touch it. The white dog erupts into speech, proclaiming the weapon a sacred shaman's blade as Ji-won jeers through mock incantations. Mid-gasp in the quiet dark alley, a French bulldog materializes and rips the breath from the group's lungs. With a soft flop, the tiny white dog collapsed, spent and limp, and his companions gasped as alarm shot through them. Huisu jammed a canteen to the fallen dog's parched muzzle, eyes flashing as he warned they must find the dragon soon at this rate. Yong Jin rips into his friend for squandering cash on a taxi, instead of asking for help getting around earlier today. Huisu fusses over the dog as Ji-won reels, stunned to hear the tiny white creature's name is Forefather. Ji-won suspects the dog hides holy powers, a secret force that drags them through each perilous, supernatural exorcism investigation. A sudden falter split the air, and Leah shot awake on the pavement, dazed and scrambling to piece together what had just happened. Leah jolts back to life, ripping every gaze in the dark alley toward her while the group tries to keep their secret meeting going. A sudden tremor rattles the air. Leah's scream rips out as the horrifying sights she just witnessed crash back into her. As the door clacked and thudded with every swing, Leah thrashes her arms, explaining that the store's door had literal teeth and had swallowed her. The camera snaps to the binders. A list of names screams they've pinpointed the pivotal spiritual target. Inside the shop, the investigator reels, eyes wide with confusion, as the white-haired woman sits unnervingly calm with a severed limb resting in her lap. The shopkeeper singles out a strange face among the group, and the investigator snaps to attention, confusion and curiosity sparking across their face. Ji-won roars in disbelief, lashing out at the old woman for daring to tell him to rip the sacred, powerful talisman. She draped her arms on the table and sneered, deriding human cowardice as she laid out the cold, iron rules every contract demands. A sudden hee-hee rips from her as a grin splits her face, baring terrifying rotten teeth while she mocks Ji-won's every move. With the creak murmuring low behind him, the shopkeeper plants himself and declares that people today spurn spells and crave only ruin. A chorus of wriggling sounds erupted as dark, rope-like appendages burst from her body and snaked around the horrified investigator. The monstrous woman looms over Ji-won, cackling with cruel certainty that every step he takes will drag him straight back to her. A chilling close-up pins her face as she leans in and snaps at Ji-won. "Do you really not see how deep you're in?" A powerful SOS rips the air as a mystical wind spirals through the shop, and the woman storms up to the young investigator. A shadowed figure in a purple robe bursts into the shop, eyes razor-sharp as they lock onto Ji-won and the monstrous old woman. Shaman's blade slashes onto the screen as Yong Jin and Ji-won plant their feet, steel in their eyes, ready for their next harrowing mission. Outside, the group huddles, adrenaline crackling. 49 hours on the clock to rip the talisman away before the curse takes full hold. With each shake, their answer hardened. None of the students had ever heard of Seon-woo Kim. Huisu tears the bulldog forefather's message open, revealing the spirit they're hunting is tied to gambling. Ji-won rips open his encyclopedia, uncovering the savage history of gambling spirits and the infamous unbeatable wagers they force upon humans. A string of ARFs erupts and Ji-won jeers at the dog's chatter, while Huisu, unfazed, keeps petting the white bulldog. Leah burns with one question. When will she catch up to the group's supernatural expertise? A sharp slap cracks as the forefather smacks Leah's hand, and Huisu shouts that the dog is actually Yong Jin's revered ancestor. The sky above the city is a glittering hush. the calm breath before the next supernatural storm shatters the night. Song Ji-yeon, the shaman, clamps the phone to her ear, downs her drink, and snarls that the shopkeeper is a dangerous, childless spirit. The team stared at their devices, blood running cold, as the brutal truth slammed in. They had to bolt from this nightmare completely unscathed. Panic snapped through the group as the curse's true weight hit them. They had to track down the child who cast it right now. A thunderous slam and frantic dash rip through the hall as a student is hurled through a doorway, and someone bolts away in desperate panic. Ji-won roared after the fleeing student, his face a contorted mask of urgent alarm. A zoom-and-dash whoosh explodes. Ji-won rockets down the school hallway after the boy, jaw dropping at his lightning speed. The chase rips through the corridor, footsteps hammering the floor as Ji-won barks for the boy to wait. A sliding screech rips the room as Leah explodes through the door and snaps at Ji-won. "Did you finally find him?" At the crack of another dash, the group explodes into pursuit as the student hurtles down the packed school hallway. A thunderous voom and a terrified eek ripped the air as Leah hurtled at the student, a blur of menace, threatening him with dire consequences. Terror rips through the student as he grasps the fatal mistake. He's just handed himself over to a malevolent spirit. Leah yanks the boy by the collar and growls, "Hand over the talisman, now, before my patience snaps." Ji-won and his friend exchange hollow glances, worn to the bone by non-stop chaos and that boy's ironclad stubbornness. On the edge of madness, the student collapses into tears and shouts he'd sooner die than surrender now. A terrifying sigil ignites on the shopkeeper's forehead, and her eyes erupt into a malevolent red blaze. With a thunderous crackle, the spirit woman carves through the list with her gaze as raw power coils around the papers. Flashbacks slam into us, laying bare the student's raw despair the instant Chapter 28, A Shallow Judgment, ignites. Leah clamps her arms around the sobbing student as he plunges into despair, convinced his life is officially over. Shame pins the student's head low as the group closes in, urging him, "Just hand over the talisman." Ji-won's friend glared. "Do any of you even realize who we're risking everything for? Someone who taunts and belittles us?" In a bitter flashback, the student exploded into a raw, furious howl, spewing years of bottled-up frustration and molten anger. Smash cut to Guy in middle school, the exact ground where the roots of this supernatural conflict first ignited. Chaotic, rowdy noise blasted the room, and the studious Doyong seethed as every laugh from his happy, carefree classmates grated on his nerves. In classroom 2-1, the teacher drops a bomb. "Make the temporary class president permanent." A student leaps up and yells an enthusiastic nomination for Doyong as president, stunning the fuming boy into silence. Seonwoo Kim and Doyong Chan stand locked before the ballot box as the class readies to vote. Senwoo feigns modesty as his classmates erupt in playful boos, while Dokyung watches from the sidelines with a suspicious expression. Chalk slashes the blackboard, spelling Seonwoo's landslide win as the classroom explodes in cheers and laughter, while Sao Nu soaks up the obvious, predictable congratulations, and Doyong fumes in silence, convinced the election was nothing but an unfair popularity vote. Jealousy clenched his hands into fists, bitterness roaring as he desperately searched for where his opponent's winning votes had actually come from. Doyong's fury ignited. He was convinced his classmates treated the school and his hard-earned efforts like one massive, mocking joke. A sharp memory slams into me. Classmates whispering that Doyong had clinched the top academic rank in our cutthroat class. The bitter boy pictured Seonwoo Kim smiling for show, a friendly mask hiding a coiled, vicious laugh that mocked him. Back in the hallway, Leah rips into Doyong's tantrum, mocking every outburst, and Ji-won scoffs, demanding when their target ever acted two-faced. Pure malice burned in Doyong as he coldly proposed a savage solution, and Leah gaped at him, disbelief hitting her like a punch to the chest. A banner unfurled above Sampo High School, announcing a fierce new chapter. Tension thrummed through the halls as cliques jockeyed for power. Seonwoo Kim's gaze snaps to Dokyung, and the stunned boy's heart drops when he realizes his nemesis attends the very same high school. Seonwoo drops a low woo and greets him with casual ease, while Dokyung freezes, sweat beading on his brow, silent irritation coiling like a loaded spring. Shattered, he realizes Seonwoo has no memory of him and suddenly feels erased, invisible and painfully insignificant. As several jolts rattled the room, Ji-won ripped into Dokyung's logic while the boy insisted Seonwoo was deliberately snubbing and belittling him. Leah snaps, demanding Dokyung just own up to his hatred and stop hiding behind those paper-thin, laughable excuses he keeps spitting out. Ji-won rips into the hypocrisy, calling out that Doyong can't even remember the names of his former classmates. Leah watches as Ji-won rips off Dokyung's mask, exposing his desperate scramble to smear Seonwoo as a villain to justify his burning envy. Sobs ripping from him, Doyong rails that life is unfair as his rival seems to have everything. Ji-won lunges in, throwing out perspective to steady the moment, while Doyong digs in and roars that Sen-yu was born clutching every advantage. Do-kyung storms in front of the group and unloads blistering rage about the head start Sun-woo apparently had from the day he was born. Leah snaps, her words a razor, cutting off Doyong's hateful tirade and refusing to let him call for others' deaths to salve his wounded pride. Leah leaps to Sun-yu's defense, insisting his fears are raw and real, while Doyong scoffs, branding his rival's personality a cold, calculated audition for future fame. Ji-won fears the talisman has warped Doyong's mind. She feels his raw pain to the bone, but she rips apart his poisonous worldview. A somber flashback slams us into a young boy frozen as a happy family laughs, bitterness etching his face far too early, while he wonders if his life will ever turn around, and if the world will ever be fair. Ji-won warns that Doyong's obsession with Seon-woo will drag him into a vicious, endless loop of senseless, self-destructive behavior. Back then, Doyong lurked in the shadows as Sun-woo strode away, resentment roaring up inside him, unchecked. A sudden tremor shudders through the air. Doyong freezes, heart hammering. Will the talisman finally banish his rival from his life forever? A dark thrill surges through the boy as he clutches the cursed object, eyes alight with awe at the terrifying power it promises. A low, jittering, hi hums as Doyong imagines rumors shredding Sun-woo's life, while Leah finally severs every last tie. As muffled thuds roll through the air, the boy stares skyward and begs the heavens to wipe his rival away forever. Each heavy bedump thud reverberates as Doyong sits alone in his room, his heart hammering while he plots his next move, and with every thud he wonders if Seon-woo will truly vanish when the 49-hour deadline passes. A sudden clench snaps the silence. Doyong freezes for a heartbeat, then his resolve locks into a cold, lethal determination. A sharp squeeze cracked the silence as he shoved out a twisted justification for the curse, convincing himself Seon-woo's reputation was already beyond saving. An icy snap cut the air, and he slammed to a halt on the brink of action, as conscience clashed with the deep-seated malice inside him. Sen-yu's kind face keeps surfacing in his mind, clawing at Doyong and igniting a cold dread at the thought of his rival's return. Beneath a scatter of stars, panic claws at his chest. What answers will Seon-woo demand if the curse doesn't finish him? With a thunderous slam, Doyong pummels his bed in a fever of panic and regret, eyes wide as the horrifying truth hits him. The ritual actually worked. Pow! Cracked the silence as he lashed out in pure frustration, the digital clock staring back with a cold, ominous time. Doyong let out several jagged huffs, gasping for air as the terrifying reality of the supernatural forces he'd unleashed slammed into him. He stares into his isolation and realizes his own misery lit the fuse that hurled him into darkness. Shanu Kim's handsome face blazes behind his eyes, the living bullseye of all his suffering and every ounce of hatred he carries. Sitting in the dim light of his room, Doyong owns the truth. His choices carved the path to the looming catastrophe. Sobs rack the boy as he clutches the talisman, the weight of his deeds crushing his spirit and snapping his resolve. A soft sniffle cuts the air as Doyong buckles and crumples into a heavy slump in the hallway, and Leah's concern spikes, eyes glued to him. Tears carving tracks down his face, Doyong sobs and pleads with the group. How can they possibly stop the inevitable disaster he unleashed? After several frantic digs, Doyong rips at his clothes, searching himself, while Ji-won realizes in horror that the talisman does exactly what it promised. A grotesque, blood-dripping maw bristling with teeth rips into view, heralding the activation of a truly malevolent curse. Doyong's sobs echo down the corridor as a colossal, terrifying spirit with burning red eyes erupts into existence directly behind him. Leah snatched the boy as he pitched forward, screaming in alarm at the sudden, inexplicable change in him. Huisu and Ji-won scream, terror clawing at their throats, as a supernatural presence pours its power through the school's halls. Doyong explodes forward, sprinting and hurling himself through the school window, while a lone shoe spins off and tumbles toward the ground, as the group watches in stunned, silent horror. Tumbling upside down, Doyong choked out a confused gasp as the reality of his situation slammed into him. A razor-sharp swoosh rips the air as the school dissolves into a blur, and the terrified boy plummets toward the hard, unforgiving ground below. To the staccato thwacks of impact, Doyong thrashes through the air, his head spinning as he frantically asks why he's falling. A heavy clench rang out as Ji-won hurled herself through the window, seizing the boy's leg and yanking him to a dead stop. Terror rips through Doyong. He collapses into ragged sobs and pleads for his life as the near-death encounter obliterates every scrap of his resolve. Ji-won claws at the crushing squeeze, clinging for dear life as the hysterical boy keeps pleading for mercy. Teeth clenched, Ji-won heaves under the crushing weight as Huisu and Leah burst forward to anchor him. A sudden lurch slammed the room. Ji-won's stomach dropped as he feared the momentum would drag the entire group through the window and send them plummeting. The school hallway explodes into a desperate struggle as the group strains together to drag Doyong back inside, and a thunderous whoosh rips the air as a dark, malevolent aura coils around Ji-won's hands while he pulls. Sinister energy surges, pulsing a hungry black light as the group pours every last scrap of their supernatural might into the fight. A chaotic roar of tumbling bodies erupts as the group hurtles back into the hallway and lands, safely tangled together in a heap of limbs. Huisu sprints to Ji-won's side, concern crackling in his voice as he snaps, "You okay after that intense effort?" Gasping for air, Ji-won confesses he can't recall a single moment after he hurled himself to save the boy. A sharp yank snaps. Leah tears aside the boy's clothes and unearths the cursed object from the haunted antique store tucked beneath them. Doyong clutches his neck and howls in agony, screaming that the cursed item is scorching his skin like open flame. The air turns icy as a warped birthday song slithers into the room, and the group snaps frozen, bewilderment painted on every face. A heavy tackle thunders as Huisu rockets into the thrashing boy, pinning him down to stop him from hurting himself or anyone nearby. Huisu howls for Leah to hurry as Leah watches the scene unfold, tears of panic blurring her vision. A sharp grabbing sound rips the air as the two boys crash and grapple on the floor, Huisu clawing desperately to hold on to control. Thunderous whams rocked the room as Ji-won barked, "Burn the talisman, now!" Desperate to stop the chaos from swallowing everything. With a final thunderous tumble, Doyong collapses to the floor, his body going limp as his friends stand motionless, the room swallowed by stunned silence. Huisu throws herself over the unconscious boy, voice raw and urgent. Did our desperate plan actually shatter the malevolent curse? A slow wobble echoes as Doyong forces himself upright and clutches his head, every motion sluggish and his stare utterly vacant. Leah sobbed with relief as the boy apologized. Then in an instant his face snapped into a cold, alien grin. A dark smirk tugs at his lips, purple fire flaring in the boy's eyes as he drops the bomb. Doyong had actually died yesterday. Silence slams into the corridor as the possessed boy sits like a predator, a cold grin slicing the air while he taunts his horrified, speechless classmates. The malevolent spirit exploded into hysterical laughter, reveling in the group's failed scramble to save the boy. As a slow, swelling sound rose, the spirit heaved himself upright, his laughter ripping through the halls as the others stood frozen in terror. Huisu's voice split the air. Were they given the wrong talisman? Doyong snapped that he'd handed over the exact charm the ritual demanded. The spirit roared that no talisman could bind him now, his purple eyes blazing with unholy light. The entity yanked Huisu by the collar, its grin a jagged crescent of nightmare that welded the boy to the spot with bone-deep, pure terror. A sharp crumble echoed as the spirit snapped Huey's toy aside, and a purple clawed hand ripped into being in the air. Against the soft trickles whisper, Huisu sobs, terror squeezing his throat as the spirit sneers and taunts him to stop crying. A sudden, piercing cry shreds the silence as a spectral clawed hand lunges from the darkness for the helpless, sobbing boy. In the dim antique shop, the white-haired matron plants herself between Ji-won and the mysterious masked figure draped in purple. The masked man snarls, demanding where the shopkeeper thinks she's going as the air snaps with supernatural tension. A thunderous slam launches a crate into a shelf, dust and splinters exploding everywhere. The shopkeeper tumbles to the floor, screaming for her son as her belongings are trampled and shattered. Her eyes flare blood red, and consumed by fury, the old woman twists into a towering, terrifying spirit, shrieking at the intruder. Shadows wriggle and whoosh through the shop, swallowing light while the masked figure stands stone still. A roaring shockwave erupts, hurling artifacts and furniture into a violent supernatural whirlwind. Calligraphy brushes and jars clatter from the shelves as the place is thoroughly ransacked. The spirit woman and the masked man lock into a doom-laden standoff. She gapes, asking what kind of power dares invade her sanctuary. Ji-won watches in horror as a red, thread-like energy snakes from his chest and connects him to the mysterious ritual. At the writhing chorus of trapped whispers, the old woman reels as she realizes she's tangled in a massive horde of stolen human souls. The masked man lifts a glowing jar and coldly explains the crude 49-hour rite used to wrench a soul free, and the old woman erupts into a furious scream, demanding what the intruder actually wants, while the shopkeeper's eyes snap wide with dawning horror and Ji-won stands frozen as the terrifying supernatural clash unfolds. The masked man in purple clutches the jar with a captive soul pulsing inside, his true expression hidden behind a smiling face, and fierce determination lights Jiwon's eyes as a sinister purple energy coils around his shoulder and neck. Tension explodes as Jiwon stares down his possessed rival, the whole scene teetering into peril as a dark pickle unfurls. Ji-won rockets forward, clamps onto the possessed boy's wrist, yanking the summoning shut as a spectral clawed hand reaches into the hallway. Thrashing sounds erupt as Senu's body contorts, a wicked grin splitting his face, while the malevolent spirit lashes and strains against Ji-won's firm grip. The spirit sneered at Ji-won's confusion and dared them to finish their game and settle their scores once and for all. They slam down a life-or-death wager. The spirit swears it will abandon the boy's body if Ji-won snatches victory. The entity's grin goes feral as he unveils his murderous intent, snarling that Ji-won's very life belongs to him. A sharp RR sliced the air. The spirit snapped the group silent and demanded Yong Jin's life as Huisu watched. Huisu, Leah, and their classmate froze in the corridor, shock pinning them as an otherworldly threat surged wildly beyond their control. Ji-won roared a stern ultimatum, forcing the spirit to stay quiet and peaceful until their school day finally ends. Ji-won's resolve hardens into iron while the spirit's purple-eyed stare curls into a mocking sneer, and they face off in a deadly contrast. A sudden shove cracked the air. The spirit sneered, brushed Ji-won off with a cutting taunt, and left him alone to stare at the dangerous flicker of a possible death wish. Under a blazing sky, the school sits eerily silent. Inside its brick walls, a terrifying supernatural conflict rages. Deep inside the lab, Huisu's skin prickled as dread climbed. He realized they'd been herded straight into a meticulously rigged trap. Huisu rips the spirit's mask off and snarls that its promises of life are just a deadly game. Leah demands answers about the earlier chaos, voice snapping, while Huisu goes still, mind carving the scene into cold, surgical patterns. The swing sliced the air and Huisu's blood ran cold. She guessed Doyong's fate, terrified he'd already become a familiar. A sharp miss rings out. Leah snaps, striking out in fury as Huisu reveals the soul remains tethered elsewhere. A flashback explodes as the group feverishly debates the gambling spirit's dire warning about the dangerous, haunted antique store they must enter. Twisted memories erupt, casting the store as a shadowed lair that harvests human souls and fashions them into nightmarish supernatural familiars. Huisu rips open his digital spirit encyclopedia, fingers flying and heart hammering as he desperately scans for any way to strike back at the powerful ancient entity. Ji-won sits like a coiled spring, silence a vice as the spirit's threat looms, and his friend's safety bears down on him. They trade grim estimates about the looming clash, and the truth hits. Their chances are no better than a coin toss. Ji-won's memory snaps to the white bulldog spirit's old assurances, but doubt claws at him. Can his physical body truly escape the curse? A hazy flash of a past physical struggle surges up, zeroing in on the uncanny power pulsing in Ji-won's hand. A visionary surge pulses through a spectral hand, whispering that the adornment's true might lies far beyond what Ji-won can yet grasp. Leah zeroes in, firing questions about Ji-won's last fight with the shamanic spirit. He freezes, deep confusion crashing over him. Doubt rips through Ji-won. Did he truly vanquish the spirit, or was it Lord Ja who struck it down? Leah recounts the sickening instant a dagger pierced her mother, shoving Ji-won deeper into internal turmoil and doubt. Ji-won blurts that everything after the stabbing is a total blackout, sending Leah and Huisu reeling in stunned silence. Ji-won stares at his palm, breath hitching. Had he been unconsciously wielding supernatural power with only his left hand? A shattered vision hurls Ji-won before a towering shadow, heralding a destiny far bigger than he ever dreamed possible. Leah throws out a daring rescue plan, and an electric spark of hope lights up her weary, worried companions. Doubt coiled in Ji-won as she tore into the plan's logic, demanding to know if the dangerous course she'd proposed could ever be safe. They stand frozen, torn over a joint strike, each terrified it will wipe them out before they take a single step. The sky ignites in fierce pink, slamming the day shut and kicking off their trial. Heavy steps thunder as Ji-won strides toward his fate, Lord Ja hoisted on his shoulders and a sword gripped tight. A yawning, shadow-swallowed entrance gaped, beckoning Ji-won into a realm of unknown, bone-chilling supernatural horrors. Ji-won pins his stare on the shop, the white bulldog mirroring him, the boy's shadows spilling long against the gritty pavement. Lord Jaws bellows a desperate warning, begging Ji-won to flee as the store's malevolent energy erupts and lashes out violently. A wet, sickening squelch and wobbling thuds. Ji-won is swallowed by a grotesque, pulsating mass of flesh and pinned helplessly inside. A sharp, rising cry slices the air. Ji-won jolts, eyes wide, as the entity's inner walls begin to writhe. A A sudden hush slams down. Ji-won stops dead as realization hits. His left hand is the key to his survival. A doom-laden roar split the air and the ground buckled as thick crimson tendrils exploded from the shadows, lashing out to ensnare the terrified, helpless boy. A deafening swish split the air as the flesh-like walls lunged, poised to devour Ji-won and his tiny spirit companion. Against a hail of slicing sounds, the possessed boy exploded into view, purple fire crackling in his eyes as he tore through the attacking flesh. The spirit snaps at Ji-won for barging into the shop. A savage yank rips him away, hurling Ji-won and Lord Ja into a chaotic tumble through the air as the spirit bolts. Stomps thud and a booming ah-ha-ha tears through the air as the possessed boy cackles, hauling Ji-won across the rooftop. A feral thrash filled the air as the spirit raged about the boy's frantic movements, and Ji-won screamed that he'd saved his life. A deafening boom cracked the air as a violent explosion ripped through the rooftop, hurling construction debris and choking dust everywhere. Amid a chaotic clatter of tumbling debris, the possessed boy tore through the settling smoke, his face locked in an eerie, unshakable determination. A guttural cough rips from Ji-won as he lies face down, clawing at the air to pull himself back from the intense blast. The spirit looms over Ji-won as the title slams down. In this deadly game, the hand moves faster than the eye. A sharp swish rings out as the entity rattles a wooden gambling cup, readying a new supernatural wager. Clatter after clatter, dozens of identical cups slam to the ground, burying Ji-won beneath an impossible choice. Ji-won drops to his knees, stunned and swallowed by a sea of gambling cups, his mind racing as he wonders what kind of game he's stepped into. A sharp swish and clatter as the spirit snaps the die into view. The revealed roll proves the odds are stacked against the boy. Cups clacked and swished, whipping into a dizzy blur that scrambled the hidden die across the rooftop. The spirit sneers, daring Ji-won to gamble his life on the one cup that hides the key to surviving this duel. A sudden jolt cracks the air. Ji-won snaps back, shock searing through him as he realizes the spirit's deception blazes past with unmatched speed. A soft tilt rings out, and Ji-won's eyes snap wide with horror as he reveals the outcome of his desperate choice. The spirit boy's grin cuts like ice, challenging Ji-won's identity while the boy stares, unblinking, at the revealed die. The spirit cackles that the odds were 1 in 100, gloating over Ji-won's failed bid to snatch the win. A sharp clatter rings as the die tumbles. Fate seals itself again while Ji-won's desperate plea to stop the unfair cycle is swept aside. The die slams to rest on 6, as if bowing to the malicious spirit's intent. A sudden jolt reverberates. Ji-won stays rooted, intensity carved across his face as he steels himself for one last risky gambit. A sharp, rising sound rips the air as Ji-won questions the outcome, his hand lunging as if possessed. A jolt and the snap of a grab tore through the air as the spirit hurled questions at Ji-won, while the boy fought to rein in his left hand. A deafening clatter sends the die skittering across the stone, ricocheting and spinning wildly as tension teeters on the brink. With a thunderous wham and crack, Ji-won slams his fist into the die, jolting the spirit with his violent interference. Then a soft shh, and his hand stays planted atop the pulverized remains of the wooden gambling die. The spirit trembles with furious steam, roaring that Ji-won lost for shattering the die. Ji-won snaps back, insisting the roll still counts. Ji-won slams his fist down, yelling the rules never forbade breaking the die and roaring that he won the wager fair and square. The spirit spits a wicked ha and cackles demonically. Ji-won admits he seriously wants to punch the entity. A jagged crackle rips the air as dark energy erupts from the spirit's hand. He's poised to settle the score with brutal force. A flashback slams in. The masked man cuts a deal and coldly declares the boy doesn't have to come back unscathed. The spirit rockets forward, abandoning the game for a lethal straight-for-the-throat assault, purple eyes blazing as it dives to deliver a final, killing strike on Ji-won. And with a sharp slash, Ji-won yanks out his massive cleaver and meets the charge with a brutal counter-rotating swing. A bone-cracking thunk. Then the giant blade cleaved into the concrete, spewing sparks and chunks of stone into the air. A sudden leap cracks through the air. The spirit snaps aside and barely evades the lethal blade, shock and simmering irritation twisting his face. Ji-won plants his feet and hefts his heavy weapon, breath ragged as he braces for the next phase of combat. The spirit screams, rage exploding as it dares to ask if Ji-won could possibly be human after that brutal counter. At the sharp nod, Ji-won clamps his silence like armor, laser-focused, refusing to yield to the spirit's screeching onslaught. With a deafening whoosh, the spirit detonates into a searing purple aura and snarls that someone else spoke those earlier words. A sudden grabbing sound rips the air as Huisu explodes into view, urging them to stop and proposing they play another game with the die. The spirit sneers and snuffs the offer. He's done toying with his prey. G1 snarls for Doyong's return. Crowing, he won game 1 and staking claim to his friend's body. With each thunderous smack, the spirit cackled, promising to return the body only if G1 can survive his power. The spirit unleashes a wave of dark energy that slams toward G1, forcing him to dig in and brace. A deafening zoom rips the air as a massive purple explosion consumes the rooftop, and the battle escalates. A heavy dun-dun rang out as Huisu whipped out a specialized ghost hunting rig, primed to snare the rampaging entity. With a thunderous bang, the device spat a lightning-fast projectile straight at the unsuspecting spirit barreling forward. A chaotic clatter erupts as a prismatic talismanic net snaps shut around the spirit, snaring it and slamming it to the floor. A brutal crackle rips the air as the spirit howls in agony, the enchanted net scorching his essence away. Huisu snarls a warning. Even captured, the spirit remains a lethal force and will not spare G1's life. Leah screams for Yong Jin as Huisu keeps his weapon trained on the writhing, captured gambling spirit. G1 snaps, "How did you even find me?" While Huisu shrugs and casually tells him to straighten his crooked tie like the chaos never happened. Kisu jabbed his phone at G1, the map blazing on the screen. Apology raw in his voice as he admitted they couldn't bear to leave him alone. G1 leans in, hanging on every word, as Huisu confesses they couldn't let him face the coming supernatural onslaught alone. Brandishing a wooden sword, Huisu flashed a grin and shouted that his swordsmanship utterly eclipsed G1's, a cheeky challenge. Leah erupts, demanding Yong Jin unleash his hidden powers like before, and the boy freezes, confusion clouding his eyes. A thunderous whoosh ripped the air as the gambling spirit, crackling with purple energy, reached from the shadows and seized 2 massive wooden barrels, sending them spinning. The rooftop explodes with a thunderous thud as enormous jars slam into concrete, hurling debris and dust everywhere. Crackles snap as G1 braces and Yong Jin channels a surge of glowing energy to seize control of the jars. Yong Jin plants himself between the 2 colossal vessels, a cold shadow sliding over his face as he steels himself to push the deadly game into full-on carnage. A sharp rising note sliced the air, and the spirit's clawed hand flared with purple light, primed for a fiercer struggle. A shrill VR alarm screams as Yong Jin flicks his wrist and the barrels hurtle straight for the defensive G1. A sharp whip cracked. G1 sidestepped at the last heartbeat, barely evading the lightning-fast strike as his eyes flew wide in stunned disbelief. As several zooms screamed, the spirit catapulted barrel after barrel across the rooftop, each one hurtling to pin G1 beneath its crushing mass. A loud swish ripped the air as G1 catapulted upward, narrowly slipping between flying jars as they smashed into shards around him. A heavy doo-dun boomed as G1 stared down at the 3 jars, the horrifying truth of their contents slamming into G1. A razor slash snaps through the air as the spirit slices a wooden barrel clean in 2 with a focused, lethal blast of energy. G1 screams, "Huisu!" panic shredding his voice, desperate to know if his friend survived the spirit's brutal, targeted strike. Leah and Huisu are wrenched from the world, entombed in the barrel's supernatural, suffocating dark. Possessed Yong Jin's grin split into something vicious, demanding G1 pick one jar that would seal his friend's ultimate fate. He plunged into something soft. G1 throws his life onto the line to save his friends, but the malicious entity coldly snuffs out his desperate, noble plea. The spirit's eyes flare a terrifying purple as he bellows, "Give me one reason to spare my intended prey." Perched high on the rooftop, the spirit cackled that the whole gamble had been a twisted game he'd staged just for his amusement. Trapped inside, Leah and Huisu choke and claw for breath as the cursed jars ravenously siphon the oxygen away. Possessed, he clamps his hands around his throat, twisting his face into a grotesque, agonized mask as the battle inside him hits a fever pitch. With each heavy badump strike, G1's heart thundered with primal intensity as a hidden power clawed itself awake. The spirit muffles a snicker behind his hand, giddy, and counting down to the moment G1 finally collapses beneath the crushing psychological pressure. The entity taunts G1 from afar, looming above the rooftop where the boy clutches his massive, weighty blade. After several thunderous thuds, a crimson, predatory eye snapped open in the darkness, announcing the rise of an ancient power. Yong Jin's true self drifts in a void, eerily calm and utterly oblivious as a savage monster puppeteers his body. With each thunderous heartbeat, G1's pupils narrow to pinpricks as a sinister red energy devours his vision and seizes his intent. Then with a deafening lunge, he rockets forward at blinding speed, his sudden, violent transformation jolting the spirit into a stunned cry. G1 lashes out, his massive blade wreathed in a dark red aura as he drives a lethal strike straight at the spirit. The energy-infused blade slammed into the solid surface with a thunderous clang, spraying sparks and fragments into the air, and G1 ripped through the cursed barrels with a razor slash, shattering the supernatural prison that held his terrified friends. Lord Ja bellows that G1 wields a shaman's blade, a holy relic of cataclysmic power that leaves the innocent untouched. An ear-splitting whoosh tore the air as a massive fanged spirit burst up behind Yong Jin, shrieking in agony while the blade slammed into it. Leah and Huisu freeze in terror as G1's blade cleaves only the unholy essence, leaving their bodies utterly untouched. Another slash rang out as G1 finished his swing, cleaving the cursed wooden prisons and ripping his friends free. A thunderous thud. Huisu crashes to the ground, gasping for air, his brain screaming as he wonders if he actually died. The long-haired spirit sprawls defeated on the roof, its dark essence evaporating into a hazy, smoky cloud. A sick, wet splurt echoes as the spirit's face contorts into a final, agonizing scream. While its essence is ripped apart and snuffed out, Huisu snaps his glasses up, stunned, fingers already reaching for his camera to capture the legendary gambling spirit's shocking, historic defeat. G1 rips into Huisu for choosing photos over safety, as the phone screen dissolves into nothing but hissing static and crackling interference. G1 screams at Huisu to scoop up the limp Doyong and bolt off the rooftop before it's too late. A sudden jolt rips through the air. The spirit's purple eyes snap open. He's anything but defeated. A titanic shadowed claw curls over the rooftop, a monstrous power they've never dared to confront. G1 slings the dazed Huisu onto his back, barking at Leah to sprint as they bolt away. G1 turns his back on his friends and vows he'll catch up the moment he finishes his task. Leah explodes, begging G1 not to stay, and he refuses, insisting his presence would only drag them into even greater danger. Leah hauls the group away, certain that staying would only drag G1 down and doom the desperate struggle about to erupt. The gambling spirit slithered across the floor, razor-black claws scraping the boards as its purple eyes flared, and a sinister creak echoed. A thunderous crash rocks the place as Guan's colossal blade rips through the roof, and the spirit howls in agony. Huisu watches G1 hammer his blade into the floor again and again, insisting everything's under control as each strike answers with a heavy, bone-shaking thunk. A heavy dun slammed the air as the spirit glared at the giant blade, glowing purple eyes igniting and fangs bared. A thunderous whoosh ripped the air as G1's eyes shot wide, and dark red energy erupted, spiraling violently around his body. The spirit gnashes his teeth and hisses curses under his breath as the battle relentlessly turns against him. The spirit's purple eye slits as realization crashes in. Shock flames across his features. A sharp swish tears the air as a mysterious purple mark ignites, flaring and throbbing on the spirit's forehead. Several wriggling sounds slithered through the air as the spirit's clawed hand and its wooden bead necklace throbbed with ravenous black magic. A sharp wham cracks as the spirit slams into the concrete, and G1 jerks, eyes snapping to a lightning-fast blur. The spirit rips out a guttural, agonized grunt as blood drips from his mouth and his purple eyes blaze with searing malice. A masked figure in a purple robe looms in a relic-stuffed chamber, clutching a ceramic vessel that pulses with an eerie, living glow. The elderly woman with glasses and beads snaps that he should handle it himself, insisting they never had a choice, as the masked man stands mute in the shadows. A thunderous whoosh erupts, and he hurls a wave of dark energy from his palm at her. Then with a wet splat, a glowing talisman slams into her forehead and seals her power in a blinding flash. A sharp-toothed boy convulses, a raw scream ripping out as a matching glowing mark sears into his skin. Sparks crackle as a purple aura erupts from his hand, freezing the sharp-toothed boy in shock. A wicked grin tears across his face as his eyes flash purple and raw power surges through his veins. Then a thunderous crackle makes his purple gaze blaze as he senses a presence closing in. A sudden, electric shift in the air. Glowing red energy surges through the boy's arm as he clenches his fist, his strength swelling until it becomes visibly, dangerously explosive. The old woman's spirit detonates into a crimson spectral blaze behind the boy, screaming a bone-chilling wail. A masked man in a purple robe towers in a doorway flooded with light, arms crossed as he stares down. The shot snaps into a silent city alley at night, where ghostly blue wisps snake and shimmer through the air. A white-shirted man spins frantically in the alley, eyes hunting every shadow as he scrambles to find the target that just vanished. With a thunderous boom, the masked man materialized behind the startled boy, cornering him in the dark alley and offering cold, unwanted help. The boy spun, demanding his name, and, furious and confused, ripped into the stranger's nature and the source of his eerie powers, only for the masked figure to sneer. "You expect answers from someone of my lowly stature?" Then, at a sudden whispered wish, teleported away, leaving the boy gaping at empty air and screaming for him to wait. reminding him of the deal they'd struck. Bearing razor-sharp fangs, the boy urges them to keep the arrangement between themselves. But the masked man refuses. The masked man cackles, admitting he's having second thoughts about teaming up with such lowly spirits as he sneers at the boy's weakness. He snarls that he serves no one, swearing the contract was shoved on him against his will. In the alley, the masked man barks his demand. Bring Yong Jin back to him alive. A loud smack cracks as the boy pounds his chest and vows he'll fetch Yong Jin faster than the trapped old woman. He swore he'd finish his mission, jaw locked, sweat dripping and a furious mark burning at his neck. Then with a sharp flip, a glowing red talisman snapped onto his forehead, cutting his arrogant boast short. At a sharp psst, the talisman sears into the boy's skin, veins ballooning and pulsing as he crashes to his knees, screaming while dark shadows and purple energy erupt from his skull. He slumps unconscious as the masked man snarls a warning against greed, looming over him and declaring the boy's body far too small for such power. A thunderous swell booms as the boy slowly rises, every motion puppeted by the dark forces that now possess him. A voice inside him hisses, "Will the deal still grant my wish if I bring the target?" A savage purple aura rips around him, his eyes flare white, and the sigil on his brow ignites crimson. A whoosh tore through the air as the gambling spirit's purple eyes snapped wide and the red mark on its face exploded into a brilliant glow. A sharp flip snapped through the air as G1 stared. A shadowy, energy-charged figure lunged forward with blistering speed and raw, crushing power. A roaring vroom explodes as a spirit-infused attacker rockets through the air and blindsides G1. With sharp swooshes, the attacker vaults high while Jiwan twists aside to dodge a massive blade's lethal horizontal swing. A sharp tap cracked as the attacker dropped in with feline grace, and a dazed Jiwan coughed, scrambling to steady his footing. The gambling spirit reels backward, a chilling ha tearing from its throat. Despite the brutal physical toll the battle has taken, Jiwan plants his feet, coughing like he's swallowed smoke, his mind scrambling to count how many breaths his battered body can still buy in this fight. The purple-haired spirit sneered at G1's ragged breath, mocking his exhaustion, and snarling that the boy couldn't possibly survive another few minutes of the struggle. The gambling spirit flashes a predator's grin and coils like a spring, ready to unleash the full, dark force of its newly awakened power. Leah lunges to help Huisu hoist the limp, unconscious Doyong, panic gnawing at her as they scramble to escape and worry for their friend's spikes with every frantic step. Shock crashes over the group when they see Doyong isn't breathing. The moment explodes into a brutal race to keep him alive. Jiwan's eyes went wide with pure horror. He gripped his blade white-knuckled as his opponent contorted into a grotesque, brand-new nightmare. Perched on the rooftop, the gambling spirit sneers at Jiwan, shouting that his fleeing friends are hauling away something far more sinister. Huisu slams both hands into Doyong's motionless chest, pumping with frantic force and begging the silent alley for any sign of life. Looming above, the spirit leans in and spits. Has Doyong already lost his soul in this twisted game? The monster locked eyes with G1 and sneered, taunting that the group was nothing but desperate mourners scrambling for a proper funeral for their friend. At the sound of a thunderous crash, G1 spins and bolts, realizing he must reach the haunted antique store to find the answers. A sudden thwack rips the air as the gambling spirit rockets in to intercept G1, snarling it won't let him escape its grasp. A thunderous crash erupts as the spirit's strike slams into G1, hurling him backward through the air with devastating force. A heavy crumble echoed as the spirit stalked up to G1, sneering a fake apology for failing to rein in its overwhelming dark power. The monster's purple eyes bored into G1, taunting him to cling to life a little longer so it could savor the spectacle. The spirit towers over the fallen boy, voice like steel as it readies one last lethal command to end the struggle. The gambling spirit stops dead, its grin curdling into confusion as it senses a sudden jarring shift in the energy. A thunderous lunge shreds the silence as G1 barrels forward, his red eye blazing and his speed catching the spirit completely off guard. With a thunderous vault, the spirit rockets over G1's strike, barely dodging the blade's glowing red edge. A sudden whoosh rips the air as red energy spirals around G1's feet, and he braces to unleash his next lightning-fast maneuver. A sharp psh snaps through the air as a crackling blur of energy rips across the ground, the high-stakes battle surging into full fury. A sharp slash rings out. G1 cleaves through the spirit, blood spraying in a crimson arc as the shaman's blade sinks home. A heavy VR-sounding boom rips the air. The spirit grits its teeth and condenses a snarling knot of dark purple energy to slam back at the blow. Thunderous booms and thwams rock the air as the spirit erupts into a savage barrage of punches, each brutal strike hammering into G1. A thunderous, bone-cracking crick rips the air as the spirit's clawed hand slams into Jiwon's massive, glowing shaman's blade. A loud whoosh ripped through the air as the spirit slammed into Jiwon, hurling the boy backward and stealing his balance with crushing force. Jiwon barrels across the concrete in a thunderous tumble, his blade scraping the surface as he fights to pull himself upright. At a low, hissing rumble, the spirit crouched, its purple eyes blazing with feral hunger for one final victory. A sharp psh crackle of electric energy lashes around the spirit's injured arm, and its wounds start knitting themselves shut. The spirit leans in, voice crackling, demanding to know what the shadowy power coiling around Jiwon's left arm actually is as the boy stands. Jiwon pants, breath ragged, his red eye blazing with fierce determination as the spirit sneers at the secret power tucked up his sleeve. Back in the alley, a desperate thud echoes every heartbeat as Huisu fights like a man possessed to save Doyong. Doyong bolts upright, coughing and hacking, and snaps at his friends. "Were you trying to break my ribs with that CPR?" Leah and Huisu stare up, shock ripping through them, as a shadowed stranger in black shoes towers in the alley. A sudden whoosh rips the air and the gambling spirit and G1 slam into each other again, their silhouettes dancing a savage duet across the chaotic night. A sharp crack rips the air as G1 howls. The spirit's overwhelming force slams into him head-on. A razor crack split the air as Jiwon launched a desperate lightning lunge, his blade screaming past the spirit's throat. Jiwon staggers, coughing and gasping as cold dread claws him. His body could collapse and die before he defeats the gambling spirit. With every wobble and shake, Jiwon's legs quivered as the spirit crowed over the little brat's failing strength. The room erupted into a deafening roar as G1 launched one final savage swing, his face twisted with exhaustion and raw fury. A thunderous VR blast rips through the air as the spirit floods its fist with crackling purple energy, priming one final decisive strike. A sharp fwish slices the air. The spirit's clawed hand shoots out, and Jiwon watches, his face a mask of pure confusion. A thunderous thwom cracked as the spirit's crushing blow slammed Jiwon onto the ground, pinning the boy hard beneath its weight. The spirit grins wickedly, its suspicions about the boy's limits proven true, as purple energy surges in and overwhelms Jiwon. A deafening wham! The spirit's foot slams down onto G1's chest. A bone-shaking thud drives G1 into the cracked pavement as the gambling spirit asserts brutal dominance. The spirit sneered in mock agreement, snarling they should at least give G1 credit for putting up a brief fight. A sharp tap echoed as the spirit stamped its foot onto the fallen boy's arm, roaring with the thrill of total victory. Swishes and cracks split the air as the spirit rears back to slam a final crushing blow into the defenseless G1. A sharp snap cracks the air as dark red energy lashes through the boy's hand and he coils to strike. A sharp whoosh split the air as a projectile caught the purple-haired spirit off guard, screaming past and missing their head by inches. A thunderous clang tears through the air as the boy and the spirit slam into a lightning-fast duel among the steel bones of the construction site. Their faces close. The boy jolts as his hand betrays him, and the spirit stares him down with a cold, cutting glare. Clutching his massive shaman's blade, the boy locks his gaze ahead, ice-cold determination coiling to end the fight. A loud zing rips the air as the boy lashes out with a lightning-fast strike, cleaving the spirit's dark defenses. A massive wham roars, its force hurling the boy through the building's exposed skeletal frame. A low shh sliced the air as the spirit slammed into a concrete pillar, leaving the structure smoking and cracked. And high above the shipping containers a new, mysterious figure in a blue and white robe watched the battlefield. The girl with white and red hair draws her bow taut, her crimson eyes drilling into the distant target. A sharp swish rips the air as Yu stands poised with her bow, eyes steady and burning with divine intent. And standing on a ledge, a masked man in purple robes watches the scene unfold and lets an amused remark slip. A brown-haired man with golden eyes grins with fearless confidence, utterly unfazed as the night erupts into chaos. With a quick razor-edged rasp, the golden-eyed man barked at the startled, glasses-wearing Kwisut to step aside immediately. Out of nowhere, he lunges at Huisu. Huisu reels, eyes wide, and shouts, "What do you think you're doing?" A soft swish cuts the air as the masked man's hand flares, a mysterious blue orb spinning to life in his palm. A low crackle popped as the masked man locked onto the blue wisp, every emotion buried behind his silent mask. Amid a burst of crisp, slicing swishes, the masked man threw one last goodbye and melted into a glowing ribbon of blue energy. Huisu and the brown-haired man peer down, worry carved into their faces, at Doyong as he lies utterly motionless. A quiet trickle of tears snakes down Doyong's face as he lies motionless on the ink-dark ground. Leah and Huisu hurled Doyong's name into the air, voices raw with panic as dread clawed at their chests, while they hovered over their fallen friend. A sudden gasp and jolt catapult Doyong upright, his eyes snapping open as he claws his way back to composure. Doyong erupts into a wet, gurgling heave as Leah and Huisu watch, their horror snapping into stunned, relieved shock. Leah tears the vibrant talismans to ribbons. Huisu slips into a solemn Doyong, and the brown-haired man edges toward the door, ready to depart. The golden-eyed man waves them off, his voice slicing the air as he orders the group to race home before the night grows deadlier. Leah pleads with the golden-eyed man to watch over Doyong. He agrees without hesitation, and they split up, scattering for safety. Leah watches him go, silence coiling in her throat as she accepts that staying would drag her friends into even worse danger. We snap back to the construction site. Silent scaffolding looms beneath an enormous purple night sky. A sickening drip echoes as blood gushes from a deep wound when energy slams into the character. You, the Rooster deity of the 12 earthly branches, pierced the darkness with a single glowing red eye. Sweat stung his face as the dark-haired boy ripped a ragged gasp, chest burning, eyes locked on his divine opponent. A tense pole-like clang splits the air as Yu draws back her bowstring, her command to unleash power ringing out. A powerful whoosh rips the air as you unleash her poetry of clairvoyance, flooding the area with brilliant white light. With a sharp twing and a rushing whoosh, Yu's strike swallowed the boy in a blinding surge of energy. A sudden whiz. The boy hurtles through the air as the building collapses into a cascade of rubble around him. He gaped, eyes blown wide, disbelief nailing him as the deity's overwhelming power washed over him. An ear-splitting zoom split the air as a razor beam of concentrated light sliced through the construction site at devastating speed. A crushing wham rips through the air as the boy slams into a pillar, the impact shattering the concrete behind him. You drop in on a soft thud and dull slump, landing with graceful precision as the boy lies broken and bleeding at her feet. Yu looms over the fallen boy, her gaze snapping to his left arm, the exact source she'd heard whispers about. A sudden choked cry. Then the boy's hand snaps shut around the glowing blade of energy that has pierced him. With a sickening yank, the boy ripped the energy blade from his shoulder, blood erupting onto the cold floor. A sharp crack split the air as dark red energy throbbed in the boy's hand and he lunged for his weapon. With a series of clattering strikes, the boy's massive blade slammed into the ground and you watched him, concern nodding in your gut. A sharp, snapping flip split the air as the boy whipped his weapon with blinding speed, even with life-threatening wounds. A thunderous slash explodes as a massive crimson arc rips through the air, sending you stumbling into retreat. Her expression snaps to pure shock as the boy's desperate, thunderous counterattack almost pins her. Tumbles and swishes erupted as the blast's momentum catapulted you, spinning across the construction site. A heavy dun ripped through the air as the two stands squared off again amid the ruins of the building site. A chilling smirk curled his lips. The boy flashed a predatory grin, and his lone red eye flared with newfound malice. Yu's grin slices the air, eyes locking on Ji-won's left arm. It's the exact source of power she'd been hunting. A quiet suburban street held its breath beneath a purple, cloud-choked night sky as a fierce battle raged far away. White-haired and unmoving, the old woman perches in a somber room as a tiny white dog dangles, pinned and trembling against the wall. Tears stream down the old woman's face as she stares blankly, a tidal wave of loss swallowing her whole. A chilling vision explodes into life, a purple-eyed figure mercilessly pouncing on a student, that brutal image gnawing at the old woman's troubled thoughts. The loom's heavy thunder rolled as Shin, the golden-eyed man, sauntered into the room with a cigarette smoldering at his lips. Shin scoffs, hurling a dismissive barb as the old woman snaps upright and strides forward to confront the unexpected intruder. Crackling and writhing around her, the old woman convulsed and tore herself into a terrifying shadowy demon, her eyes erupting with a ghostly blazing glow. A sharp swish split the air as Shin flicked his hand with icy confidence, utterly unfazed by the monster's appearance. After several savage grabs and yanks, Shin clamps onto the beast's shadowy energy tendrils and crushes them with effortless, overwhelming force. A sharp, snapping squeeze rings out as the golden-eyed man crushes the spirit's dark energy in his ironclad grip. A deafening crrr shatters the air as a massive, grotesque tree-like spirit manifests, its body wrapped in thick, dark tentacles and towering over the cramped room, while Shin calmly takes a slow drag and scoffs at the creature's so-called best effort. A sharp, zooming shriek ripped from the monster as it exploded into rage, swearing to wring its opponent into a pile of racks. A thunderous kaboom ripped the air as a blinding maelstrom of light and energy erupted, consuming the demonic lair. A thunderous boom rocks the air as Shin strides out of the smoke, unscathed, and snaps at the spirit. "Are you finished?" Shin's smile snaps into a predator's snarl as he proclaims himself Sun Ogong, the legendary deity, the Monkey King. The Monkey King roars, summons his power, and his fist ignites into a searing golden inferno. Flares and swishes fill the air as Shin summons a colossal blazing polearm and rips into a whirlwind of strikes. A deafening whoosh rips the air as Shin drives a crushing downward strike that shreds the last shadows with one devastating blow. Shin winds up a devastating attack, eyes razor-sharp and a confident smirk playing on his lips as he bellows, "Blazing fireballs!" Shin swings his polearm. Several brilliant glowing orbs of fire flare into the air around him. Then with thunderous booms and deafening kabooms, the fireballs erupt in a massive chain reaction that levels the building. Boom after boom rattled the skyline as a city couple stared at distant blazing bursts, convinced they were just fireworks. Shin casually snaps a selfie amid the fiery ruins, unmasking himself as the monkey deity of the 12 earthly branches. Brilliant fireworks explode overhead as Chapter 36, Singularity, detonates across the devastated landscape. A staccato of clatters rang out as Shin's gaze snapped down to the tiny, shattered spirit huddled in the smoldering wreckage. Amid the sweep and grasp clatter, a gaunt specter scrapes forward, claws reaching for the shards of a broken porcelain jar. The spirit's sob detonates into a choking clatter, weeping as it mourns its failure to protect its dear children from the destruction. Agony rips across the spirit's face the instant realization strikes. Its mysterious mission has failed utterly. A sharp thunk rang out as Shin slammed his flaming weapon down, annihilating the weeping spirit. Shin looms, a black silhouette, leaning hard on his massive polearm as the fire's light bleeds away. Shin's eyes flare with a hellish glow as he glares, incredulous. How could this wretched spawn of pure hatred ever dare call itself human? A low push burst, and 2 small white doglegs shot out from beneath a fallen concrete beam. Shin's eyes dropped, utter bewilderment written across his face as he spotted an animal trapped and buried beneath a heavy mound of rubble. Under sharp rays of light and the crumble and bonk racket of collapsing rubble, Shin heaves the heavy debris aside and hauls the dazed white dog to safety. A heavy thunk reverberates as the scene snaps back to the construction site, where Ji-won and Yu slam into each other in a brutal clash. A sharp slash screamed as she whipped her bladed bow, slicing a wide arc through the dusty air. Amid a staccato of leaps and thunks, Ji-won plunges through the air as your strike shudders the ground beneath him. Yu's grin widened. Lord Ja had nailed the true nature of Ji-won's power. Yu lock eyes with the boy as the dark, chaotic pulse within him snaps into focus. The Black Dragon. At the sharp flip, Yu yanks her bowstring taut and commands her divine power to surge forth again. A loud zing cleaves the air as a concentrated energy beam rockets into Ji-won's arm, piercing it with blinding speed. A thunderous bang ripped the air as ghostly white chains burst into being and slammed around the startled Ji-won, binding him tight. A deafening rattle tore the air as divine chains snapped taut, pinning the boy hard against the concrete pillar. A chorus of clinks. New chains explode from the ground, snake around Ji-won and shackle it until it can't move. A heavy doo-doom thunders as Ji-won hangs chained and helpless, clawing at the links to rip free from Yu's trap. Clangs and swipes hammered the air as Yu surged forward, her blade poised to end the fight. As the loom thunders, the white-haired deity stands triumphant over the shaman she's pinned, her bow blazing with raw power. A soft fsh slices the air as you press her blade to Chawan's throat and he pleads with her, voice raw. Wait! Yu looms over Ji-won, poised to strike as a soft fsh hisses, and her energy blade snaps to life. A figure with eyes blazing crimson and a face splattered with blood erupts from the suffocating shadow of his own unleashed power. The frame slams into a tight close-up. Her eyes snap wide, blazing as she locks onto her immobilized, wounded opponent. Pain and iron resolve blazing in your eyes. You clamp down on her silver weapon, bracing yourself for the final, punishing stroke. Waddling into the chaos, the white dog unleashed a thunderous bark, ordering the deity to cease her attack this instant. A deafening clang ripped through the air as Ji-won's colossal blade slammed into the floor, divine chains snapping around him and pinning him helpless. The white dog vaults to the wounded boy, noses him over, and realizes his altered form isn't just strange. It's a dangerous, tangled truth. A haunting vision erupts, revealing 3 children. The boy now twisted into someone his former self wouldn't even recognize. You freeze, gaze snagged on the ornate rooster emblazoned across her blue robe as she turns her back to the group. A heavy step thundered as Shin cut off the execution, nonchalantly asking if Yu's lethal approach was overkill. Smirking with fierce confidence, Shin taunts, "Why would a god stoop to strike a fragile, defenseless human?" Yu's eyes go wide, disbelief slamming into her when she realizes the boy is only human. Shin sneers at Yu, taunting her that the higher-ups aren't here to witness her overkill. A sharp swish rips the air. You bolt back in a blur, your face draining of color and your body twisting with nausea from the sudden shock. At a soft rustle, Shin whips his head to the fallen boy as the dog barks, each yelp laced with concern. Shin watches with mild amusement as the gaunt, purple-eyed spirit scrabbles to crawl away from the debris. Shin laughs, voice sharp, noting the spirit still has unfinished business as Yu coils, ready to unleash one final, devastating strike. A sharp twang rips the air as the spirit screams for mercy, and you hurl her divine arrow skyward. With a sharp whiz, the arrow slammed into the spirit's forehead as it hurled a curse at the old hag writhing in agony. A thunderous whoosh tore the air as blinding white light devoured the spirit, its shape erupting into a storm of shards. A sharp crackle rips the air as the wretched spirit explodes into a roiling cloud of dark ash and divine energy. A tattered talisman sprawls on the ground as the spirit's final words hang in the air like a dying whisper, its presence slipping away. A razor swish tears the air as the broken seal's fragment flares with one final eerie pulse of energy. A thunderous swoosh ripped the dark energy away from the city street beneath the blazing full moon. From high above the ruined land, a cross-shaped blaze marks the spot where the deity's power slammed into the earth. Shin and Yu trade barbs about how the spirit clung like glue, and Shin grins, teasing that the spirit must have botched her job at first. Shin snarls that the spirit's restlessness screams the world is sick to its core. Wet slaps echo as the dog batters G1's face with frantic paws, each strike desperate to drag him awake. Yu and Shin stand shoulder to shoulder, eyes locked on the dog's desperate struggle as the battle's crackling tension at last unravels. The scene snaps to a hushed building at night as the group slips inside, presumably hunting for safety. Inside a somber room, Shin, Yu, and the white dog hovered like guardians over G1, bandaged and unconscious, refusing to leave his side. Bandaged and unconscious, Chi-wan lies motionless on a bed as the group brands his body a sentient shell, and the words, Chapter 37, Provisional Measures, blaze across the image of the heavily injured, resting boy. Trouble knots your brow as you confess she's baffled by how G1's body warped into this impossible form. A flashback rips open. When he broke the seal, G1's body snapped to life, moving under its own sentient will. The vision slams the boy into a ring of malevolent red hands, a ravenous tide of spirits that once swarmed to claim his body. He lay shattered in the rain as a vision ripped open, revealing his life force guttering and his vessel going limp. Under a full moon, the original master's spirit lunged to re-enter his body, only to find the vessel altered. Crimson energy pulsed around his hand as he channeled an ancient divine ritual to reclaim it. The body violently rejected the original master's return, its new sentence detonating into blinding white light that blasted him backward. Yu's breath catches as it clicks into place. The body soaked up the dog's power and forged a brand new, singular master. The white dog scowls like a thundercloud while you erupt in fury, railing about the fundamental laws that govern the natural order. Shin and Yu freeze, silence crushing them as the full weight of G1's condition slams into their bones. The dark-haired boy in the vision stares forward, hollow-eyed, as if every memory of his past life has been ripped away. You drop your gaze, face somber, and the cold truth hits. Everything's unfolding exactly as Lord Jia warned. Your eyes flare crimson as you loom over the boy, threatening him, while a hand in the foreground shoots up a mocking thumbs up. A black vision rips through his mind, screaming that if his power runs wild, the boy will be shredded and sealed away again. Shin reels in a cartoonish gasp as the white dog snaps at him, sending the questioning skidding to a halt. The group falls silent as the white dog steps forward and drops a single, specific demand. It needs Shin and Yu to carry it out. Shin stares up at the ceiling and scoffs. No Wi-Fi? What is this, the Stone Age? The white dog snarled that Shin's efforts were doomed, igniting a fierce, defiant roar from the deity. You replay the split paths your lives took, zeroing in on the exact second the boy was sealed away. Silence swallowed the room as the black-haired boy stood motionless, his yellow eyes searing the stark white with a haunting intensity. Billowing white clouds churn across the night sky while the city below slumbers, cradled in the stars' peaceful glow. Shin sneers that she's on the brink of death, panic cracking her voice as she screams at him to stop his reckless antics. Seeing the corruption snake through the boy's entire body, Yu's chest tightens as she pictures poison clawing through his organs and the catastrophic fate waiting to unfold. Yu staggers back, horror carved across her face as a grim vision of the boy claws at her mind, while Shin casually shrugs and deadpans. Don't be so dramatic. You howled about being hated by a human, and Shin snarled they should just kill Lord Jin to spare themselves any more trouble. To prove Grob's alarm, Yu lunges to hold Shin back as Shin, brimming with fierce confidence, declares he'll handle the rest himself. Deeply troubled, you force the question. If the boy's memories flood back, what will happen? and you're terrified of the true reach of his power. Tires screamed as a car skidded to a stop, and Shin and Yu finally relented, nodding to follow the dog's plan. Shin thrusts the task at you. Take this to Lord Zhao. And the white-haired deity freezes, slack-jawed and reeling from the sudden command. Shin bolts into the car, and you're left wondering if he ever meant to carry out the execution. Fuming and berating Shin for his dismissive attitude, Yu storms into the vehicle after him and demands a lift to her next destination. The scene snaps to the city's rooftops at night, buildings looming like silent sentinels beneath a vast, cloud-choked sky. Wrapped in bandages and trying to rest, Doyong snaps at the white dog to stop staring as he tosses and shifts, hunting for a scrap of comfort in his bed. A sudden swell of sound snaps Doyong upright. He grumbles the white dog's piercing gaze kept him from sleeping. The white dog snarls that his recent actions caused harm, and Doyong snaps back he was told the power would be a blessing. The white dog rips the truth wide open. The boy's left arm isn't his anymore, and Doyong reels. Gritty flashbacks slam into the present, replaying battle after battle where dark energy methodically hunted his limbs, eyes, and flesh, seizing and claiming each piece. The white dog, sorrow carved into its face, locked eyes with Doyong and asked, "Do you realize the corruption is slowly devouring your physical form?" The dog snaps that the parasitic arm is his property, and the bandaged boy drops his gaze, swallowed by silence. Doyong exploded, roaring that the dog was the true danger after the animal kept berating him for abusing divine power. Doyong staggers as dread rips through him. His deadliest threat had been standing right beside him all along, and the dog, voice trembling, finally fesses up to the early lies and the things it kept silent. Doyong slams the dog with an accusation. It's been hiding the truth, while the dog snaps back that no one ever gave it a chance to explain. A collage of past memories explodes across the screen, exposing the countless moments the white dog could have told Doyong about his transformation. Doyong's gaze snapped dark and suspicious. After those brazen lies, he doubts he'll ever trust the dog's advice again. A nightmarish, blood-red vision of weeping figures rips open the boy's buried trauma and the chaotic spirits still lingering in his consciousness. And through a window under the night sky, the title, Chapter 38, A Sleepless Night, blazes over the quiet room. Doyong plants himself on the bed, staking his claim to the house, while the white dog watches him with silent, worried eyes. Tension crackled as Doyong snarled, "Get out!" And the white dog froze, voice trembling. "Do you really mean that?" A loud swah rips through the air as a torrential downpour drenches the city streets beneath the crushing weight of ink-black clouds. A white dog hunkers on the doorstep, rain hammering down as he stares into the storm, cut off from his ward. Doyong gapes into the mirror as his wounds blink out, leaving him staring at a shockingly whole, healthy body. A sudden shove cracks the air. Doyong slams the dog aside and roars for it to stop whatever it's trying to do. Sunlight pours over the school as a student shouts that Doyong's been hustling non-stop since dawn. Students swarm the hallway, whispers snapping. Are Doyong's latest antics just acting practice? Or did he really cross the line and now owe everyone an apology? Classmates burst into laughter, treating the old slap like a punchline, while the boy hunched over his desk, swallowed by a cold silence. Leah and her friend tore into Doyong's reputation, whispering that he might just be faking a reformed bully act. A theatrical student bursts out that a villain from a parallel universe possessed Doyong, and the boy goes stone cold, jaw clenched, eyes burning with silent frustration. Grinning at his phone, the student scrolls his progress and pumps his fist when he sees only 2 people left to find. Students ripped into Doyong's sudden urge to apologize, jeering, while Leah snapped back, indignation burning as she insisted none of the past trouble was his fault. Leah lashes out, accusing Sanu of cursing Doyong purely out of spite after losing the middle school class president vote. With lunging thuds and whooshing zooms, Leah rockets after Doyong as her friend yells about that old white day chocolate misunderstanding. The bespectacled boy reveals Sunwoo's grudge ignited the moment Leah and Dohyang demolished the chocolates he'd hidden in her locker. Silence crushes the classroom as Doyong strides toward Sunwoo. Sunwoo visibly trembles, sweat streaming down his face, fear radiating off him. Doyong towers over a trembling Sunwoo, his forehead wrapped in a bandage and every muscle coiled for the next clash. Gasps ripple across the class as Doyong presses a gentle hand to Senyu's shoulder, seemingly offering a sincere, unexpected apology for his past. Doyong grins and reassures his classmates that everything's fine, leaving Leah frozen, eyes wide and stunned in utter disbelief. Doyong stood by the window, scanning the class roster with ice-cold focus, while Leah watched him, dread knotting in her chest at how drastically he'd changed. Apprehension claws at the girl with long black hair, She stares off camera, a single bead of sweat clinging to her cheek. In the school hallway, a boy's breath hitched as the black-haired girl glided away, convinced she was an angel in disguise. Worry carved into Yong Jin's face as he stared at his phone. A girl and a teacher-like figure hovering behind him with their eyes locked on the screen. A sharp "huh" yanked Yong Jin out of his phone. A girl with long black hair was standing right beside him. She leans in, breath hot at his ear, and whispers like a dagger that she knows Yong Jin was the one who rescued her and Doyong. She rockets off in a blur, leaving a stunned Yong Jin clutching a pistachio chocolate drink. Yong Jin's friends mock him mercilessly, clutching their faces in exasperation as they completely misread his relationship with the two prettiest girls. A soft memory unfurls. Huisu, radiant, waves with a bright smile and calls, "Good morning, Yong Jin," through a window. Cradling a cobalt blue soda, Doyong slides up to Yong Jin with a soft, knowing smile and asks, "How have you been holding up?" A ragged whisper, a loud, sounding, slashes the air. Then a dark vision explodes as Doyong lunges and savagely batters a figure whose eyes blaze blood red. Doyong rubs his neck sheepishly, confesses things are falling apart, and reveals he's already booked a therapy session. Yong Jin narrowed his eyes and demanded to know why he'd been called out. While Doyong snarled, he wouldn't answer a single question. Yong Jin pins Doyong with a steady, unblinking stare and declares he has something important to tell him. The two boys stood in a quiet parking lot, silence crushing the space between them as their private conversation hung heavy and wordless. Sitting on a bench, Yong Jin beams and declares Doyong's past actions flat-out cool, sending Doyong into a bright, flustered blush. They hoist a glowing blue spirit into the air. Tear-streaked eyes glint as a cold, mournful, otherworldly light pours from it. A hulking, shadow-cloaked figure in a traditional Haho mask fixes a merciless stare straight ahead, its red eyes blazing with malevolent fire. Yong Jin stares at the photo of the elderly woman, wondering if Doyong actually took her face for a mask. Over a chorus of chatter, Yong Jin stands at the far end of the hallway, glued to a cluster of girls swapping juicy gossip. Several beeps and a sharp clack split the air as the tablet sprang to life, flashing a history lecture titled, "History in Style." The white dog sprawls on the bed, eyes glued to the lecture, and the moment Yong Jin returns, it snaps to attention. His comeback is the cue to bolt. The history lecturer on the screen waves one last goodbye as the white dog tilts its head and pins Yong Jin with a curious, unblinking stare. The white dog begs to join Yong Jin, but the boy shakes his head and says it's a school retreat, so he can't. Irate, Yong Jin snaps at the dog to shut off the video so he can sleep, leaving the ancient hound utterly baffled. To test the tug's sound, Yong Jin yanks on a black hoodie as he prepares for his upcoming school trip. Yong Jin laces up his shoes as the white dog growls, demanding he grab the shaman's blade for protection. Beneath the blazing sun, students swarm the school buses as a classmate calls out to Yong Jin, "Did you and Huisu finally make up?" Yong Jin's friends needle him about his secret meetups, and he snaps, teeth bared, insisting she isn't his girlfriend. A shout rips through the air as Yong Jin bristles, defensive, when a friend suggests Huisu was wearing his borrowed clothes. Leah bursts in, radiant in a pink shirt, clutching a gift bag patterned with two adorable cartoon cats. Encircled by teasing friends, Leah presses the gift into the flustered Yong Jin's hands, heart pounding as she hopes he'll like it. Leah bolts, her footsteps a staccato drum, while the boys surge and shout, desperate to see what's inside the bag. After a chorus of sniffs, the boys tore into the gift and found a sweet note and treats tucked in the back. Shock pins Yong Jin's gaze to the side while his friends swarm around him, shouting. Doyong scratches his head with a nervous grin, suddenly miles calmer than in their earlier tension-soaked encounters. Munching a snack, a friend smirks and jabs, "Which girl, or which rival, will Yong Jin have to face next?" On the bus, Doyong blurts a nervous apology for sitting beside Yong Jin. Yong Jin beams and assures him it's perfectly fine. Doyong's warm smile unfurls as he confesses he only ever wanted to be friends with Yong Jin after all they'd been through. Engines sputter and roar as school buses thunder along a twisting mountain road under a clear, brilliant blue sky. Yong Jin locks his gaze on the forest racing past the bus window, while Doyong sleeps soundly, head heavy and warm on his shoulder. Yong Jin's eyes snap to the dark tree line, adrenaline surging. Something prowls within the thick woods, and he strains to see what could be hiding there. A sudden swish rips the silence as a long ribbon of white hair streaks through the dark forest and vanishes. A sharp jab cracked the silence. A panicked Yong Jin tore his friend awake, shouting that he'd just seen a white figure. A loud, mocking yawn ripples through the students as they dismiss Yong Jin's claim, scoffing that he saw a legendary tiger spirit. To nudge and turn the soundings, the bespectacled boy snapped his head up from his tablet, intrigue igniting at the mention of spirits. Glasses flashing, the boy dives into the Jongsan tiger legend, eyes blazing as he tells of a creature that imitates human voices. Yong Jin devours a traditional snack, Doyong erupts in laughter, and Leah sits nearby, eyes glued to her notebook, lost in thought. As the students sleep and play, the view rockets upward, unfolding endless, tranquil mountains beneath a brilliant blue sky. A roadside sign shouts that the National Youth Center sits just 250 meters ahead. A final swish echoed as a flash of long white hair vanished behind a tree in the deep woods. A shadow hunched behind a gnarled tree, yellow eyes burning like coals and long white hair streaming down its back. A brutal close-up slams onto the creature's face. Giant yellow eyes blaze as a red talisman throbs on its forehead. Sunlight blasted the National Youth Center building as an instructor's shout cut through the air, demanding everyone swap into their gym clothes. Students erupted into a chorus of grumbles over the current activity, as a man in a red cap barked orders, corralling the crowd. In the hallway, the instructor storms ahead, herding a line of students clad in matching black and green tracksuits. A student slammed a tray holding a corn dog and curry rice onto the table as a sudden, sharp clock cracked through the air. A sharp clatter snaps through the chaos as another student snatches their meal and weaves through the bustling school cafeteria. The bespectacled boy barrels up to Yong Jin with a booming, cheerful greeting. Then his smile drops when he sees the deep, dark circles under Jin's eyes. Total exhaustion. The boy with glasses clutches the program schedule, electric with excitement as he hypes the upcoming test of courage and the paranormal activity they're about to face. Glasses perched, the amped-up boy unleashes the legend of the Yongsan tiger, a mountain spirit that rips through the trees at lightning speed. Yong Jin devours his food as the boy with glasses says, "Huisu's been crushed ever since that gambling spirit incident." The bespectacled boy brags about his superior swordsmanship, slashing the air with his hands in lightning-fast arcs. Huisu jolts as her friend yanks her toward the convenience store, wrenching her out of a private daydream. Night cloaks them as the boy with glasses shoots Yong Jin a grateful thanks for coming. Yong Jin nods and declares his blade locked. With every crunch underfoot, the two boys crept through the dark woods, hearts hammering as they feared the teachers would catch them. The boy with glasses pushes his frames up and warns that the Jongsan tiger isn't just a beast. It's a shapeshifter that slips into its prey and reads their memories like an open book. Yong Jin slices the dark forest with his flashlight as his friend keeps whispering bone-chilling details about the spirit. Yong Jin cracks a grin, joking that he's the tiger itself. His friend scoffs, swearing by his handheld spirit detector. A loud, pause-sounding blast booms as the detector screen floods with red static, sending the boys into a panicked scramble. A sudden jolt rips the silence and a voice roars at the boys, demanding to know why they aren't back. The two boys bolt for the building's distant light as a mysterious voice beckons, and Yong Jin skids to a stop, sweat pouring, eyes locked on the black tree line as a cold dread twists in his gut. A ragged yawn rips from Yong Jin as he stands at the lodge doors, deciding it's finally time to stagger inside and crash into bed. The spectacled boy clings to Yong Jin, pleading for help to retrieve his dropped equipment, terror painted on his face at the thought of going alone. Deep in the mountain woods, Yong Jin snarled, "How much further do we have to go to find the missing gear?" Yong Jin's eyes snap to a danger sign teetering on the cliff's lip, and shock slams into him as the jagged drop snarls alarmingly close. Yong Jin yanked his friend's sleeve with a sharp, cracking pull, roaring at him for ignoring the warning sign. He whips around, his glasses flashing as his eyes flare a hungry yellow and a sinister grin splits his face while he whispers, "Yong Jin." Back in class, Huisu's friend fires off, "Do you have a crush?" And Huisu blurts a quick panicked, "No!" with her cheeks flaming. Sprawled on her bed, the friend smirks and ribs Huisu about something brewing with that certain boy from class. Her friend practically shoved a tarot deck into Huisu's hands, swearing her predictions never missed. A laugh bursts from the friend as she leans in while Huisu fans cards across the floor to read her fortune. Horror floods Huisu as she gapes at the tarot spread, mind racing to pin down who the cards could be describing. Both girls choke out a terrified gasp, eyes pinned to the freshly flipped card as its chill crawls into their bones. The death card lies face up, the skeletal knight astride a white horse staring like a promise of doom, a cold, grave omen. Deep in the woods, the creature mirrors the boy with glasses, its inhuman eyes locking onto Yong Jin and flooding him with bone-deep terror. Rattling filled the air as a boot slammed the warning sign aside, chains clinking at the treacherous ledge. Yong Jin plummets backward off the cliff while a creature wearing his friend's face watches from above. Half of Jin's face peels away to reveal long white hair and the tiger's monstrous features, and as the beast snaps into its full, terrifying hybrid form, the chapter titled "Jokdu, Shaman's Blade" slashes across the page, while a shadowy figure with yellow eyes leans over the rim and demands the boy be brought back. Through the static and smoke, a traditional mask slices into view, its frozen smile masking a cold, malevolent intent. The tiger spirit snarls, fangs gleaming, every fiber primed to rip, yet a silent command claws at its mind, forcing it to hold back from harming its prey. Branches ripped and dry leaves cracked as Yong Jin tumbled through thick brush, crashing down the ravine and slamming into black water with a deafening splash, flailing in the dark, while the full moon punched through the canopy and bathed everything in cold silver. Then he exploded into a frantic sprint through the shadowed forest, desperate to outrun whatever hunted him. Mist coils through the mountain forest, snaking between dark trunks and squeezing the air into an eerie, suffocating hush. High above, the dense tree line thrusts like desperate hands into the night, the moon smothered behind a shroud of clouds. Huisu barrels into the woods, snatches Yong Jin and warns breathlessly that her tarot reading screamed he's teetering on the brink of death. A white-sleeved hand clamps onto Yong Jin with a crisp snap, and he gapes, frozen in bewildered shock. In the woods, Huisu seizes Yong Jin's hand and strides ahead while he stammers, blindsided by her sudden boldness. A cold, unsettling smile splits Huisu's face as her eyes sink into a hollow, haunting gray beside the sweating boy. Cheeks burning, Yong Jin spins away and pleads they wait until they're back at the lodge to link arms. Not the time for a date, buddy. A sudden snap cracked through the air, the creature's face warped, yellow eyes flaring and razor teeth bared, as it mocked Yong Jin's recent phone call. Yong Jin staggers back, terror searing through him, as a sharp swoosh rips the darkness and something streaks past. A whip crack shatters the air as massive black hair tendrils coil around Yong Jin's ankle and rip him skyward, leaving him dangling upside down and helpless while the monster sways him with its hair above the ground. Yellow eyes burned as the creature loomed over the boy, snarling that the girl had picked the worst possible moment to call. The spirit cocks its head, malice searing from its eyes as it sneers at how uncannily it resembles the girl from his memories. Beneath the moon, the spirit looms and sneers, gloating as it wears garments woven from the boy's very thoughts. The creature leans in close, its hypnotic yellow eyes drilling into Yong Jin as it coldly commands him to go to sleep. A painful squeezing sound rips the silence as the hair cinches around Yong Jin's neck, and he chokes for breath in the dark woods. In a flashback, Yong Jin remembers scoffing and slamming the idea of bringing the shaman's blade aside, calling it laughably absurd. A mystical fwish slices the air as Yong Jin conjures scarlet energy into his palm, regret clawing at him for leaving his protection behind. Crimson energy snapped and coalesced into the handle of a spiritual weapon, slamming into the boy's desperate grip. Yong Jin clamps his fingers around the blade's wrapped handle as glowing embers swirl through the air around him. A thunderous boom echoed as a massive crimson arc of energy blasted from the blade, blindsiding the spirit, and the savage slash sliced through the boy's thick strands of hair, ripping him free from the creature's suffocating grip. A heavy fsh tears the air as a cloud of dust and spiritual energy settles, and Yong Jin scrambles to his feet. Smoke tore open, and the creature loomed in the distance, its long white hair whipping as yellow eyes blazed. The shaman's heavy blade juts from the earth, oozing dark ichor as black smoke coils around it. Yong Jin squares up for battle, his gargantuan cleaver pulsing a venomous black aura as he locks a deathly stare onto his foe. Yong Jin's left eye flared demon red as he gaped at the blade, frozen, terror and confusion flooding him. A low whoosh hisses as the weapon throbs with dark, shadowy energy that writhes like it's alive. Staring at his own reflection in the steel, Yong Jin's chest tightens and a savage question blazes. What has happened to the blade and to his own body? A sharp crackle tore the air as spiritual power surged into Yong Jin's leg, hurling him into a sudden explosive burst of motion. A thunderous swoon erupted as Yong Jin rocketed forward with supernatural speed, his blade slicing the air itself. The white-haired spirit senses the strike and lets out a blood-curdling scream, urging the boy to cling on and halt his attack. Staggering and leaping through the chaos, Yong Jin drives his relentless pursuit onward, every movement seized and steered by the weapon's dark will. Thunderous thuds roll through the trees as the battle shakes them, and Yong Jin drives a crushing swing. A desperate cry rips from Yong Jin as he launches a lunging strike, eyes blown wide with the sick shock that he can't stop himself. Breath torn, Yong Jin claws at the air as horror seizes him. His limbs obey a will not his own, moving on their own again. In a heartbeat, a razor-sharp movement tears through the fray, as a blurred silhouette streaks across the scene amid the chaotic struggle. Yong Jin's blade slammed into the massive trunk with a deafening wham, splinters erupting and raining into the dark. Yong Jin crashes to his knees, claws at his skull as a ragged groan rips from him, and the spiritual possession finally loosens its grip. Through the choking tangle of trees, the boy's eyes lock on the Jengson tiger, and a fierce resolve ignites. He must defeat it before it devours everything. A white skirt flutters like a startled bird, grazing the tree's gnarled roots as someone edges closer. She stands in the moonlight, dark hair flowing like spilled ink, a white dress haloed in silver, her face swallowed by shadow. With thunderous steps, Yong Jin charges forward, blade hoisted, and refusing to be deceived by any more illusions. He prepares to strike as a deafening roar rises with the heavy steel lifted high above his head. The woman pleads for him to stop, desperation raw in her voice as the boy continues his deadly assault. A brutal slash of crimson rips across the screen, jolting a tender, comforting hug from his past into Yong Jin's mind. Yong Jin's strike hurls the woman in the white dress backward. She sprawls, blood streaming from the terrible wound he just carved. A fractured memory explodes into two figures in a car, their faces swallowed by a searing, blinding light, their mouths snapped open in a wordless, gut-wrenching scream as a tidal wave of grief slammed into them. A blood-red hand lashes through the haze toward a blurry white figure as the air crackles with static and drowns in sorrow. Tears streak down the old woman's face as she thrusts a trembling, accusing finger and unleashes a raw, furious scream. A resonant clang split the air as the shaman's blade crashed into the grass and Yong Jin's strength finally snapped. Yong Jin doubles over and lets out a raw, animal scream, tears streaking down his face as he crumples to the forest floor. A sharp whoosh split the air as the white-haired spirit's hair burst outward, billowing wildly while it hovered over the fallen boy. A thunderous boom shattered the air as a savage shockwave ripped through the forest floor, carving deep gouges into the dirt. A sudden whoosh rips the air as a spiraling vortex of crackling energy envelops the fallen boy, shielding him from the creature's whipping hair. The shaman boy unleashes the flowing mirror technique, forging a shimmering defensive barrier as a sharp zing pierces the air. Glowing yellow eyes slice through a curtain of matted black hair. The monster loomed in suffocating darkness. Sharp cracks erupt as the crystalline barrier splinters under the spirit's crushing assault. A sudden shatter cracks the air as the barrier explodes into jagged shards, and a monstrous spirit rises snarling from the smoke. The spirit's face explodes into a terrifying close-up. Yellow eyes blown wide, teeth bared in a wordless snarl. At a soft, fluttering sound, the shaman boy in his ceremonial robes stands ready, his gaze locked and razor-focused as he barks at his friend to pull it together, while Yong Jin stays slumped on the ground, dazed. A thunderous boom cracked as the spirit convulsed and exploded into a hulking, shaggy beast, its yellow eyes blazing. With a sharp staccato flap, the shaman boy snaps open his fan and calls forth a powerful spirit. A massive whoosh rips the air as the shaman boy summons winds of frost, ensnaring the beast in a spiraling, freezing vortex. A sharp slash ripped the air as Yong Jin hurled his dark blade through the swirling winds, cleaving straight for his target. A heavy thud hammered the air as Yong Jin's eyes flared a predatory yellow, and a sinister grin split across his face. A lunge snaps. The shaman boy explodes forward, eyes narrowed to slits as he reads every twitch of Yong Jin's chaotic onslaught. A resonant clang exploded as the shaman boy slammed his fan up, parrying Yong Jin's powerful overhead blade strike. A sharp snap cleaves the silence as the shaman boy wrestles the blade's dark energy, every muscle screaming while his resolve stays ironclad. A high-pitched sizzle screams as sparks explode, and the shaman boy's breath catches when he feels the overwhelming spiritual pressure behind the boy's attack. Crackles erupted as Yong Jin's yellow gaze flared manic, and he shattered the shaman's defense. Thunder shatters the air as Yong Jin lunges with his broken blade, driving the shaman boy into a desperate retreat. Yong Jin sneered at the shaman boy, roaring that his power steamrolls any clumsy pretender daring to call itself divine. A sharp flap sliced the air as a dark frost attack slammed into the shaman boy, hurling him backward. A massive whoosh split the air as a swirling vortex of dark energy and whipping debris erupted, shredding the forest landscape. A sudden whirling scream split the air as the shaman boy slammed Yong Jin to the ground, desperate to restrain the possession tearing through the boy. Dust settled like a dying storm as the shaman boy stared, pulse hammering. Did that creature just channel the god's ancient power? Yong Jin's face contorts into a malevolent mask of joy and madness, as a chilling laugh rips from his throat. The chapter title, Jongsun Tiger III, blazes onto the page as the shaman boy and his possessed friends steel themselves for another savage clash. The shaman boy's two faces flicker into view, one contorted with cruel, calculating intent, the other wide-eyed and frozen in shock. A sharp flap split the air as the possessed boy mirrored the winds of frost technique, his yellow eyes blazing. A sharp flap sliced the air as the shaman boy snapped his fan, scattering the incoming frost attack with surgical precision. A thunderous crack rips the air as the shaman boy smashes the spirit's counterfeit of his flowing mirror technique. The shaman boy sneered, labeling his opponent a wretched fool as he scorned the spirit's feeble mimicry of his sacred techniques. The shaman boy's fierce gaze pinned the spirit as he snarled. You really thought your imitation could stand a chance? The golden tiger symbol on the shaman boy's fan flares into a blinding blaze as he invokes the power of the earthly branch. A whip crack rips the air as the shaman boy snaps his fan shut and coils to unleash a decisive blow. A thunderous slam shatters the air as the shaman boy smashes the ground, and a pillar of brilliant golden spiritual energy rockets into the sky. The shaman boy roars the mountain of might into being, tiger stripes erupting across his face as his eyes ignite into molten gold. With a thunderous rumble, a titanic avalanche of rock and spiritual power barrels down onto the battlefield, swallowing the spirit beneath jagged stones and a suffocating, crushing mass of earth. A thunderous kaboom erupts as the spirit rockets away, just as the shaman's power utterly obliterates the terrain. Close up, a sturdy black boot slams into the churned earth as a new combatant bursts onto the field. A masked figure in black tactical gear rocketed toward the white-haired spirit, every motion blindingly swift and surgically precise. A sharp snap cracks as the masked figure's hand darts for their weapon, the blank mask pinning a cold, unblinking stare on the beast. A sudden fling of sound explodes, and the masked warrior spins through the air, their blade ripping a jagged path through the darkness. A resonant clang split the air as the shaman boy parried another strike, every fiber of him locked onto the chaotic battle raging around him. A razor-quick zoom rips the air as the masked fighter detonates into a spinning assault, their weapon a dizzying blur of lethal motion. The shaman boy jerks back, a gasp ripping out of him as the fight flips into a sudden jaw-dropping twist that leaves him utterly blindsided. With a thunderous lunge, the masked figure slammed into place to shield the trembling Yong Jin, who watched with wide, shocked eyes. A thunderous billow rips through the air as a choking cloud of smoke bursts out, and the masked figure retreats, clutching the limp boy. A titanic whooshing blast of spiritual energy rips through the air, slamming Yong Jin and the shaman boy backward. A swishing gust rips through the dark forest as a blade spins and hurtles straight for the monster in the moonlight. The masked fighter squared up before the white-haired spirit and snapped, "What are you waiting for, beast?" The white-haired spirit snarls, yellow eyes flaring as its maw bristles with jagged predatory teeth. A dart screamed. The masked warrior blasted across the dark battlefield, a living blur. A blazing full moon hangs over the forest, hurling deep, hungry shadows through the gnarled canopy. Yong Jin freezes, terror ripping through him as his friend crumples into a heap with a bone-jarring thud and a puff of smoke. Yong Jin lunges forward, anchoring the shaman boy and bracing him upright as he hacks up blood from the brutal attack. Bleeding and gasping, the shaman boy clamps onto his friend and rasps, "They're coming! They'll pursue us!" The shaman boy snapped his gaze to his watch and barked at Yong Jin. "Survive until 11 o'clock. A jarring stagger ripped the air. The shaman boy snapped into a battle-ready stance as a new threat surged in, and Yong Jin gaped, confusion plain on her face. Bellowing, the spirit lunges and channels a torrent of power into the red seal blazing on its forehead. The shaman boy thrusts his palms and scatters the currents, while the monster's eyes erupt with a blinding pulsing power. A massive swoosh tore the air as a dark vortex of energy burst from the shaman boy's defensive stance. A quick flop echoed as the shaman boy sneered and brushed off the spirit's clumsy mimicry of his sacred techniques. The shaman boy roars a summon as his fan erupts in a blazing swell of golden energy. A sharp zing slices the air as the shaman boy slams out rippling sheets of frost that sweep across the forest floor. Deafening crackles tore the air as jagged pillars of ice blasted skyward, locking the beast inside a merciless frozen prison. A sudden flush of sound. The ice snapped into place, hardening into a colossal protective shell around the voice. A sharp whiz split the air as several throne blades hurtled down, punching clean through the ice and catching the shaman off guard. At the spring's sudden snap, the shaman boy launched skyward, evading the incoming volley of projectiles. A sharp shink cracks as the blade rips into the shaman boy's shoulder, hurling blood into the air. Yong Jin screamed, panic shredding his voice as he watched his friend take a brutal, bloody hit. Then a sudden jarring snap of sound cut through the chaos, warning him to stop relying on the Black Dragon's dark power. Blood streaming, the shaman boy gritted his teeth through the agony and barked at Yong Jin. "Just run!" A resonant thwack cracks as the masked fighter's kick rockets the shaman boy backward. A thunderous crash shatters the night as the fight's force obliterates trees in the dark forest. The split screen slams the masked warrior's eerily calm stare against Yong Jin's face, twisted and wide-eyed with pure terror. A sudden piercing beep blasts out. The white-haired spirit's scream rips free as the shaman's ice clamps around it. A low beep pulsed. The masked fighter snapped into position, long blade poised. Yong Jin watched. As a sharp flap cracked the air, the shaman boy clenched his fan until his knuckles whitened, coiling to launch one final gambit. A massive whoosh tears through the night as the shaman boy calls down a heavenly decree under the bright moonlight. A whispering flutter riveted the masked figure and the spirit to the shaman boy's surging aura. Then a thunderous kaboom shattered the air as a colossal shockwave of spiritual energy ripped across the battlefield. A razor snap slash rings out, blood geysers into the air as a sudden explosion swallows the masked fighter. A deafening screech rips the air as a blinding pillar of light swallows the white-haired spirit. A sudden whoosh ripped the air as blinding light devoured the monster, leaving only swirling smoke and scattered debris. A sharp swish cracks as the shaman boy bellows the hour of Jaw is his domain. A massive whoosh swallows the sky and he stands triumphant as the spiritual winds begin to settle. Yong Jin froze, eyes wide and brain scrambling as his mind screamed, "What just happened?" The shaman boy whips his head around, eyes blazing. Who is that mysterious masked fighter? Yong Jin screams, frozen by shock, as the spirit's severed head rolls toward him, wheezing and coughing. A low push cracked the air as the spirit's remains unraveled, unspooling into a curling shadow-black smoke. The masked fighter levels his blade at the boys and snarls, "Do you still dare to fight?" In a heartbeat, the masked warrior lunged, exploding forward with razor-sharp moves and cold, lethal precision. Launching into a lightning leap, the shaman boy snaps to parry a strike as black ink sprays. A whip crack slices the air as the masked fighter unsheathes a second blade and lunges into a relentless dual-wield assault. A resonant clang explodes as the shaman boy slams his fan up, blocking a powerful sword strike. A sudden sharp flap cracked the air. The shaman boy snapped aside, narrowly evading the masked figure's lethal slash. A soft puff split the silence. Then the shaman boy's hand shot out and snatched the masked warrior off guard. With a massive slam, the blue-robed boy pulverizes the ground, rock and dust exploding everywhere. Pinning a masked intruder beneath him, the black-haired boy in blue snarls and demands to know the intruder's true motives for appearing. A sharp crack split the air as the boy slammed his hand onto the white mask, squeezing it and roaring, "Who sent him?" A thunderous boom tore the air as a towering pillar of swirling black energy shot skyward, threatening to engulf the young shaman in ravenous shadow. Gripping a vivid, patterned fan, the boy summons a thunderous heavenly decree as colossal spiritual winds whip the air around him. A soft rustle. Hooves part the tall grass as a shadowy, unknown creature prowls closer out of the darkness. A sudden hush snapped through the trees. The boy's hand clenched on his fan as he felt the mystical forest's energy shift. With a massive whoosh, a tusked water deer bursts from the mystical smoke, eyes locked on the boy with single-minded intent. A sharp snap splits the silence as the boy locks eyes with the deer, suspicion flaring while he sizes up this strange new forest visitor. Glancing over his shoulder, the blue-robed boy exuded stoic composure as the battle took a bizarre turn. The shaman snaps his fan shut and hurls a command into the air. Spiritual currents explode outward, ripping the thick, dark mist from the area. A sudden poof. Yong Jin erupts from a cloud of smoke, staggering, dazed and eyes wide with shock. Side by side in the moonlit forest, the shaman snaps his head to Yong Jin as the mystical winds finally fall silent. His stare like a blade, the shaman urges the spirit to leave Yong Jin's body before his patient fades. The spirit-possessed boy explodes into a maniacal laugh, crimson eyes flaring as he jeers at the shaman's dwindling divine power. Smoke churns around the spirit as it sneers at the shaman's hollow threats, savoring the weakness the ceiling left him. The malevolent spirit snarls a warning. Purge him, and the human host will perish with him. A wicked grin splits the creature's face as it snarls that it's the sole thing forcing breath back into the boy's once-dead body. The spirit snarls at Ja, deity of the earthly branches, spitting a challenge. Do you truly dare claim this human's life? A thunderous smack rings out as Jaws slams his fan into the possessed boy, snuffing out the spirit's taunts. With a swish and a thud, the spirit's grip snaps and Yong Jin slumps to the forest floor, alive and unhurt. His steps drop into a steady drumbeat. Jaw turns away and snaps at the boy to fall in behind him toward the lodge. Under the full moon, Zhao pins the boy with a hard stare and hisses the name Yang Jin, freezing his frantic, confused stammer. Yong Jin stands in a black hoodie, shoulders slumped and breath ragged, staring up at his enigmatic, power-wreathed savior. A flashback explodes to life as Yong Jin snarls at a looming, grim destiny, refusing it while a kind, long-haired girl gently cradles him in the courtyard. Another memory flashes, Yong Jin moving through his life with a friend at his side, both caught in a quiet, ordinary moment. Zhao stares into the horizon and admits, despite every brutal hardship, Yong Jin carved a life that truly mattered. Perched high above, Zhao bellows a warning about the brutal trials and soul-crushing despair Yong Jin will one day have to shoulder alone. Then he turns, locks eyes with the boy, and vows to shield him, Yong Jin will never face that fate by himself. Ja proclaims Yong Jin deserves every scrap of the world's splendor, his face softening into a fierce, protective vow to shield him. Yong Jin crumples into tears, relief crashing through him, when Ja tells him he doesn't have to be alone anymore. The vast, silent forest glowed under starlight as the raw weight of their words sank between them, turning the night into a heavy, breathless hush. Soft steps hush the night as Yong Jin glides along a glowing, enchanted path, guided by his shaman friend's pulsing spirit light. Ja rips the cursed black blade from Yong Jin's hands and snarls that it will only drag him into deeper trouble here. A sharp flap cracks the air as Ja snaps his fan open and begins calling spirits to shepherd them safely home. Ja swears she'll unleash spirit children as escorts, while a bewildered Yong Jin scrambles to decode the shaman's cryptic words. A massive whoosh ripped through the air as Ja fanned himself in annoyance and snapped that they'd meet again on Sunday afternoon. A sharp swish split the air as glowing blue spiritual wisps sprang up, beckoning the bewildered Yong Jin through the dark woods. His resonant step shook the air as Yong Jin sprinted after the glowing trail, finally tearing himself free from the forest's haunted depths. The title Stronger Together erupts onto the screen as Yong Jin slips into the youth center, safe beneath a sky bruising into dusk. Seeing Huisu sprinting toward him, Yong Jin freezes, heart pounding. After that nightmarish ordeal, he can't tell if she's truly the real Huisu or just another cruel hallucination. With a heavy thud, Yong Jin collapses into Huisu's arms as she screams his name, panic ripping through her voice. Sitting together on the pavement, Yong Jin confessed he hadn't wanted to drag her into a situation she couldn't fix. Memories of that old burden slam into Yong Jin. He drops his gaze in sorrow as the cheerful, bespectacled boy's smiling face bursts into his mind. Yong Jin confesses, voice raw. If Huisu hadn't called at the last second, he probably wouldn't even be standing here now. Raking a hand through his hair, Yong Jin confessed he was hopelessly lost after his GPS died deep in the woods. Sheepish, the boy flinches, forces a hopeful grin, and confesses he stayed silent to spare her worry, desperately hoping that clears everything. Huisu beams at him, and Yong Jin bows, pouring out a heartfelt thanks for her help and unshakable support. Huisu's smile exploded as she laughed, calling Yong Jin sweet, while her eyes crinkled at his honest explanation. Yong Jin snaps back, insisting he wasn't being nice. He was just laying out the cold, unvarnished facts. Yong Jin freezes, eyes wide with shock, as a familiar voice slices through the distance and calls his name. A sudden dash cracked the air as a bespectacled boy and his friend barreled toward Yong Jin, a bright flashlight stabbing the way. Hollow-eyed and drained, the boys choked out their worry when Yong Jin never showed up for the school trip roll call. The bespectacled boy's gaze snapped to Yong Jin's injuries, curiosity flaring. What trouble had he stumbled into? In a hushed memory, the deity Ja appears at Yong Jin's side and insists with iron calm. The boy is no longer alone. Yong Jin flashed a sheepish grin and told his friends he'd come face to face with the legendary Jongsan tiger and nearly lost his life. The bespectacled boy gapes in cartoonish disbelief, terror clawing at his throat as he snaps for every hair-raising detail of the supernatural incident. A low crackle shivers through the air as a mysterious wooden seal on the wall pulses with fierce spiritual energy. A massive whoosh tore the air as a blinding light exploded from the carving, announcing the return of a powerful deity. A sudden whoosh, and Ja bursts into view in vibrant blue robes, battle-weary and drained from the recent fight. A soft swish fills the air as the exhausted deity crumples against the table, his spiritual energy drained dry by the fight. Boxen and the other spirit children barreled toward Ja, panic clawing at them as they thrust cool water to their weakened master's lips. A malevolent, glitching figure looms from the dark, one lone glowing red eye slicing the black as oppressive energy pulses off it. The shadowy spirit, twin blades flashing, sneered that it was already beginning to merge with its human host, and Ja ground his teeth, panic and fury coiling. They must move now, before the black dragon regains its memories. The spirit-possessed boy lashes a venomous taunt at the deity of the earthly branches, Ja, with a terrifying, wicked grin. Ja's fist curled tight as he went stone silent, the spirit's taunts lashing at him while the crushing weight of the moment settled on his shoulders. Under a bright sky, the youth center students erupt into cheers as they finally pack up and head back home. As the scene shifts, Jaws turns his back and snarls at Yong Jin. Don't trust your dark powers blindly. A shadowy, wolf-like spirit erupts from the darkness and snarls that it is Yong Jin's forefather, the very wellspring of the boy's cursed strength. Ja thundered the name Jin, sharpening his grave warning and ordering them to beware the forefather's corrupt, malevolent grip. Yong Jin freezes at his apartment door, coming home alone while the secret of his double life sits like an iron weight crushing his chest. Yong Jin barrels in and stops dead, Confusion spikes as an eerie song drifts out, crooning about a man with unkempt hair. A tablet pumps a trot music video while a tiny white dog spirit fixates, utterly laser-focused on every beat. The white dog spirit rips into the trot's lyrics, belting them out loud and completely ignoring Yong Jin's silent presence. A sudden leap crescendos into a womb-deep thud as the energetic dog spirit snaps into a dramatic pose across the bed. The white dog spirit flops back, oozing cool, gives Yong Jin a lazy nod and drawls, "Welcome back to your room." Yong Jin gapes at the tablet as its chaotic video feed erupts into a wild mashup of trot tunes and glossy romance dramas, confusion knotting in his chest. At a nearby desk, a brown-haired man howls with laughter at the bizarre search history Jin left on the computer. A low VR tone rumbles as the phone on the desk shudders with an incoming call from a contact named Rat, while moonlight floods the modern hillside residence, a brief respite from the spiritual conflict. A white-haired girl with red streaks bellows the password at the door as her companion waits nearby, every nerve coiled. At the sharp toll of the clock, the brown-haired man erupted into frantic monkey calls, tripping the home's electronic lock. Boxin and the other spirit children erupted into jubilant cheers, throwing open the door and ushering their guests into the house. The children erupt across the yard, their laughter like battle cries as they team up to hunt down a make-believe centipede fiend. The shot slams into a close-up on a cryptic black ink sigil sketched across a time-worn spiritual parchment. Green-clad Joff drives the final brushstroke across the sigil as the white-haired girl and the brown-haired man watch. Ja slams the mark down and snaps at his companions. "Do you recognize this?" He's convinced it ties straight back to the supernatural foes who've been hunting them. The white-haired girl slammed her palm down as the memory of that exact brand, seared into a spirit's forehead, exploded back into her mind. The brown-haired man snaps confirmation, his memory slamming straight to that powerful bearded spirit in goggles, branded and unmistakable. Jaw growls. Any spirit branded with that mark wields power that shatters the limits of a normal entity. Frustration crackled as the white-haired girl confessed she couldn't vanquish the branded spirit, not even at full strength. A tense split screen slashes to the companions' shocked faces, eyes wide as realization crashes in. The endgame has begun. To a soft squeak, Yong Jin scrubs dishes at home, desperate to steal a sliver of peace from the mundane chore. The white dog spirit fixed Yong Jin with an icy stare and demanded to know if anything important happened while the boy was away. A flashback explodes to life. A branded fiend and a masked warrior fight side by side, their moves synchronized and brutally lethal. The brown-haired man snarls that the power flooding these fiends is pushing them straight toward godhood. A towering masked man with a long beard and eyes glowing like embers suddenly loomed right behind the startled group. Spotting the intruder's wooden mask, the white-haired girl whirls as terror rips across her face. A sharp snap and clang split the air as the brown-haired man slammed his blade against the masked assassins, stopping the strike cold. A sharp crick rips the silence as the blonde-haired man with headphones grins, effortlessly turning the masked assassin's strike aside. As the resonant clock boomed, the assassin's wooden mask exploded into splinters, exposing the warrior's startled face beneath it. The blonde-haired man bursts into view as O, the horse deity of the 12 earthly branches, smirking behind a massive blade. O bursts into the living room, boisterous and impossible to ignore, and the companions reel. Some stagger back, some gape, some go stone still. The brown-haired man gapes, disbelief burning in his eyes as he demands to know why O is clutching Lord Jin's legendary shamanic blade in his hand. O shrugged, admitting he'd found the weapon outside with the spirit children, its handle warped and stamped with fresh, strange modifications. A thunderous slam rocked the room as O leaned over the table and swore he'd return the blade to Jin's grandson. The white-haired girl and Ja dart between the squabbling pair to hush them, while the young shaman's patience snaps and irritation flares across his face. Jaws slammed his red fan down on the table with a sharp crack, dragging the room into absolute silence and seizing everyone's attention. He clutched his throbbing head after Jaws' cutting rebuke as the young shaman squared his shoulders to speak of far graver spiritual dangers. A vision erupts, the black dragon's blood-red eyes locking onto Yong Jin, as Ja snarls that every other spirit now cowers before the boy's body. A loud glug ripped the air as O greedily chugged his glass, the white-haired girl staring at him with a bewildered expression. He slammed the glass down, the clack slicing the air, then dropped the bomb. Mysterious entities with power to rival the gods. O smirks, that cocky grin announcing his enemies are fueled by a tangled web of motives, while a tiny chicken spirit lets out a baffled chirp. The scene glides over a tranquil, moonlit forest, a single fleeting hush before the darkness sweeps back in. Deep in the woods, a purple-robed menace slides up behind the subordinate, their white masks speckled with red cutting through the dark. With a savage yank, The purple-robed master hauls his subordinate close, rage exploding as he glares at the man who returned empty-handed and mortally wounded. The master let out a sharp, scornful scoff, mocking the masked warrior's failure and shrugging the bleeding grave wound off as nothing but a scratch. A sharp thwirp slices the night as the frustrated masked warrior rips his katana through the air in the dark, silent woods. A low, swishing sound trailed him as the purple-robed master strode off, sneering that they'd sent him nothing but a weak, useless mutt. A horrific vision explodes into view. A traditional room splattered with blood and thick with smoke. The aftermath of a brutal massacre. A long-haired figure stands amid burning wreckage and scattered bodies, a silent witness to absolute carnage, and Yong Jin stands in the center of the ruins, eyes wide with horror as he wonders who caused this destruction. A terrifying red-eyed shadow lunges from the dark, its massive clawed hand looming over the trembling boy. With a brutal, sudden grab, the monstrous spirit pins Yong Jin to a pillar, clamps its claws around his throat, and a crushing squeeze steals his breath as he chokes in the nightmare, powerless to break the suffocating hold. Yong Jin snaps awake, gasping for air as his white dog spirit sprawls across his face, pinning him under its heavy, warm weight. Yong Jin snaps awake, shaking and drenched in sweat, realizing it was only a dream. Terror still claws at his mind. Dawn ripped the sky open over the city, sunlight slashing in and banishing the night's dark visions. The white dog spirit locks its gaze on Yong Jin as he prepares to leave, snapping, "Where are you headed so early in the day?" Hollow-eyed and drained, Yong Jin steps into the night, determined to drown his nightmares by throwing himself into every odd job he can find. A montage explodes through Yong Jin's day. He snatches roaches, scrubs towering stacks of dishes, and heaves crushing moving boxes for cash. Ja's grin flashed as he reminded Yong Jin the spirit children would escort him to their next talk. Ja's voice exploded in Yong Jin's mind, roaring approval as the boy tore up his ordained destiny and chose to live for himself. Yong Jin strides through the neighborhood, yanking out his phone to hunt down the meaning of the natural order Ja had mentioned. A sudden flash detonates behind Yong Jin, a brilliant light ripping the air as a familiar, cheerful voice rings out his name. A soft swish split the air as spirit children poured from a glowing portal, their excited cheers washing over the startled, confused boy. A sudden chill. A red-eyed shadow sears into view, a haunting reminder that a dark power lurks inside Yong Jin. Back at the lodge, Yong Jin's voice cut like steel as he cornered the young shaman Ja and demanded the true meaning of the natural order. Ja thunders that the natural order is the world's iron law. Every life must blaze into bloom, then wither. The young shaman presses on, voice fierce, saying spirits slipping into human bodies are just nature running its inevitable course. Yong Jin sits in silence, the quiet crushing him as a single burning question gnaws at his mind. Why is his very existence seen as something that should never have been allowed? Ja locked eyes with the boy and thundered that even a god's body is nothing more than a vessel for a higher power. An ancient illustration roars as the gods of the earthly branches plummet from the heavens to execute a divine celestial decree. The stylized artwork erupts as the deities manifest their incredible might, casually bending roaring fire and surging water to their will. Against the vast curve of earth, tiny black silhouettes drop to their knees, trembling with terror and awed reverence as they stared up at that godlike power. Ancient people unleashed fevered worship toward the heavens, pleading for the gods' grace to carry them through crushing hardship. A solitary grasshopper clings to a bare stone altar, a tiny, defiant herald of the divine's humble first stirring on earth. As the seasons faded, the altar throbbed with raw power, heralding the birth of a new physical form. A shadow ripped free from the hallowed altar, birthing the god's very first physical body. An ancient illustration bursts to life. Humans kneel before a looming divine silhouette, offering their bodies as sacred vessels to the gods. The narrator slams down the truth. These mortal vessels lived and died like ordinary humans, even as they held the earthly gods. A figure sinks into meditation as a vision snaps. Every time a vessel dies, the altar births another to replace it. A full moon glares through stylized clouds as the narrator proclaims this, the fateful day in the Blue Dragon's year. A cataclysm rips the divine altars into smoking ruins, smashing the ancient cycle that let the heavens manifest on earth. When the dust settled, a lone figure strode across the blasted plain, a grim epitaph announcing the gods' meddling in mortal life was over. And I whisper, somber, that the sacred altars would never again birth living bodies to serve as godly vessels. Power ripped from them, the gods stood shackled in withering mortal flesh, every heartbeat a ticking clock until death could ferry them back to heaven. The narration flips the world into a new era. godly bodies now erupt straight from human parents. The shift hurled the gods into the mortal world, and they embraced that binding as their ordained destiny. At the vision's climax, hands hoist a divine infant into the light, christening them the child without tears. In the present, young Shaman Ja locks eyes with Yong Jin, and voice low and heavy, lays bare the terrible price for ripping apart the natural order. Ja leans in, eyes boring into Yong Jin, daring him. Will you bow to fate or fight its crushing weight? Defiance sparks in Yong Jin's grin as he chooses, and at last his life feels worth living. Panels slam open on Yong Jin's past. Cheery birthday messages ringing hollow against a life crushed by isolation and a weight that never let him breathe. Haunting memories slam his lonely past against the fierce warmth of his new companions. And Yong Jin finally feels his existence matters. Yong Jin sank onto the couch, convinced Jia's solemn vow to protect him had chained the shaman to his side until old age. Absorbing the boy's iron resolve, Ja smirked and swore he'd guard Yong Jin until the last beat of his mortal heart. Ja locked eyes with Yong Jin, voice like iron. This path will demand ruthless discipline of mind and body if he hopes to stand unshaken against the darkness. The spirit children barreled in, faces alight with excitement, hoisting a huge wooden box and shoving it at a stunned, curious Yong Jin. I yanked the lid off the box and found a traditional religious robe, black as midnight, the collar set ablaze with vibrant, colorful trim. Clad in flowing robes, Yong Jin freezes, jaw dropping, as the spirit children erupt into cheers and shower him with praise for his striking new shamanic look. In a low, rising voice, Zhao barked for Yong Jin to stand, ordering him to draw on his own inner strength. He crossed his arms, jaw clenched, the ache stabbing the boy with a brutal reminder of how spiritual possession chews up his human body. Gasping and wobbling, flashbacks slam us into Yong Jin's exhaustion as the dragon strains his frame to heave the blade. Ja rips into Yong Jin with a brutal reality check, sneering that his spindly, untrained frame couldn't possibly withstand that weight. Yong Jin snaps, jabbing a finger at the buzzing spirit children, suspicion flaring. Are they secretly training to build that incredible strength? Ja slams it down. Yong Jin may be a god's vessel, but he's sealed away the very divinity that would let him command shamanic weapons with ease. A sharp jab cracks the air as Jop pokes the boy's feeble frame, sneering and grilling him about his lack of physical exercise and conditioning. A soft swish cut the air as his jaw unleashed a swirling orb of elemental energies, proving the razor-sharp focus needed to manifest it. Zhao barks at the focused Yong Jin to shut his eyes and summon the blade in his mind with knife-sharp clarity. A soft swish and vivid elemental energies spiraled around Yong Jin's open palm as Zhao gaped, surprise exploding across his face. The air ripped open with a thunderous whoosh as young children erupt into a thunderous cheer. Joyful wows braided with stunned woes. While Zhao freezes, disbelief etched across his face as the manifestation comes to life. John runs his hand over the blade's crude, primeval handle, disbelief exploding as he realizes a boy could even wield it. Ja's gaze tightens in thought as Yong Jin turns the weapon in his hands, and Ja can't hide the realization. The boy's raw, startling talent is real, even with no training. Steam curls from a rich bowl of stew as a spread of side dishes is laid out, offering a warm, welcome pause to rest and be nourished. Over dinner, Ja vows he'll rip open a portal home the instant Yong Jin swallows the last bite of his first home-cooked meal in years. Yong Jin picks at his food, a soft melancholy etched across his face as the truth sinks in. It's been ages since he felt warmth like this. As he eats, a hazy, bright memory of her smile and that comforting hug suddenly flashes through Yong Jin's mind. A dark, grainy vision of hands clawing out from the shadows slams into Yong Jin, hauling every tragedy he's witnessed back to the surface. A sharp, squeeze-like squeak rips the air as Yong Jin clamps his spoon tight, and Ja urges him to voice any lingering questions. Yong Jin's jaw hits the floor when Ja drops the bomb. His body is 28, even though he still looks like a child. A sharp flap split the air as Ja snapped his colorful fan open and ripped into a brutal, no-holds-barred account of how premature divine manifestation tears the body apart. Ja presses on, warning that if power is seized before its destined moment, spiritual bodies writhe in agony. Ja cut the discussion off, promising he'd spill all the answers once the black dragon fell, and snapped at the boy to finish his meal. A shrill, urgent beep slices the air as the camera snaps to a modern apartment building glowing beneath a huge, soft pink evening sky. Back in his room, a bone-weary Yong Jin staggers in, only for the white dog spirit to materialize, eyes flaring as it snaps. "Where have you been?" Flashback slams in. Jaws leans close and presses Yong Jin to push Jin into joining the hunt for the other dragons. Yong Jin nods, breath ragged, confirming he tore through a day hunting spirits and stands wiped out after his first brutal steps into the life he chose. The white dog spirit sneered at Yong Jin, crowing that it could tear through this trivial problem even in its weakened form. A sudden, sharp jump sound rips the silence. The dog explodes into insistent barks, demanding to join the next outing while the boy stares at his phone. The sun plunges behind the quiet neighborhood, setting the sky ablaze in vivid streaks of pink and molten orange. Lost in the replay of recent events, Yong Jin watches a bead of sweat snake down his cheek in the hush. The dog snarls, hunting for the truth about the recent struggle, while the boy, chest heaving, admits he survived only because the young shaman stepped in. A solemn child in ancient ceremonial robes steps into view, as the narrator booms that divine vessels are born into chosen bloodlines. The dog snarled, eyes aflame, demanding, "Does Yong Jin remember his past? And why was his bloodline supposedly ruined and sealed?" Eyes blazing, the dog steels itself to make a brazen claim as the boy leans in, worry carved across his face. The white dog spirit threw back its head and thundered. It was the mightiest of all branch deities to grace the earth. The dog slammed into a dramatic pose and howled about its sealed fate, while Yong Jin's jaw clenched, refusing to believe it had destroyed his family. The dog confesses its weakness was born from a power transfer, and the boy, blunt and merciless, sneers that the spirit is weak. Again, Yong Jin sprang to his feet, sneering, "Where are these spirits' supposed great powers hiding?" The dog spirit roars an order to hunt another dragon now, sure the boy's itching to throw himself into the chase. A sudden poof rips the air as a yellow-eyed man materializes from a coiling cloud of smoke, and the unsuspecting boy jolts back, heart hammering. The yellow-eyed man smirks and taunts, "Scared?" as Yong Jin stares back, frozen and wide-eyed with raw shock. Landing in a soft crouch, the man slips into this form now and then to snap the boy's attitude back in line. With a dazzling, chime-like glint, the yellow-eyed man thrust a glowing white orb forward, setting the boy's curiosity ablaze. The shaman snapped, "Place your left hand on the chintamani," and Yong Jin froze, confusion flickering across his face. A blinding, thunderous flash rips the air. Yong Jin clamps the orb as it erupts into a brilliant, overwhelming light. A thunderous whoosh ripped the air as a colossal beam of light tore across the room, freezing the boy in stunned silence. As several sharp tones blared, the man declared, "Distance, 500, and Yong Jin checked his phone in disbelief. The digital map locks onto the target's location, and the shaman snaps, "Move, now!" A fishy poof rang out, and the boy proposed a 3-hour bus ride. His suggestion jolted the spirit, snapping it back into a plume of smoke. With a tired flop echoing, Yong Jin pushes the trip to tomorrow, and the dog spirit finally relents, agreeing to wait. Beneath a sky of glittering stars, a voice slices the silence, warning the boy not to let the quest steal his studies. At noon, Yong Jin checks his phone and makes a brutal call. Skip school. Survival over education. A heavy loom boomed, and a figure materialized to cut the boy off as he walked down the street. A girl with an eye patch slams down a crushing stomp so violent the pavement shatters beneath her. Yong Jin's jaw snapped shut. Panic surged as he forced his eyes skyward, and met the yellow-eyed girl's cold, unblinking stare. A thunderous thud split the earth, carving a massive crater and hurling the boy and his dog spirit backward. A sharp shh slices the air. Yong Jin crumples to the ground, cowering as the girl's shadow stretches ominously over him. Revealed as Sol, deity of the earthly branches, he thunders, "Has the black dragon lost control?" Sol pins Yong Jin with a glowing yellow eye. Yong Jin gasps as her murderous stare sears him. Reclaiming its place as the boy's soul, the deity zeroed in on the black dragon coiled inside the trembling boy. Sol screamed, "Die!" and launched herself at the boy, her weapon arcing to land a fatal strike. A razor-sharp slash and a savage shove ripped through the air as the dog spirit charged to intervene while Sol mistook the boy for Jin. Her blade slams into the ground with thunderous force, missing the terrified, screaming boy by inches. Yong Jin bolts, skidding across the pavement as panic claws at him, desperate to know why he's suddenly being attacked in the street. Sol launched on a razor-fast leap, hurtling after her target as her blades whipped through the air with relentless speed. She hurtles from the sky, twin massive cleavers leveled, aiming straight at the screaming boy bolting away. A sudden whoosh tears the air as a dark, shadowy energy erupts from Yong Jin's hand, while he snaps into an instinctive defense. A thunderous clang exploded as Yong Jin met the lethal strike with a flawless parry, his spirit blade slamming into Sol's twin weapons. A heavy thump slams the air. The boy plants himself, unyielding. Sol realizes he's finally dropped the act. Sol's grin twists wicked as he rears to rip the boy's head away. the boy trembling behind his raised defensive blade. The dog spirit tore through the air, howling and pleading with Sul to end her madness, shouting that the boy is human. Surrounded by swirling black energy, Yong Jin roars, "I am Jin," as he stands his ground in the street. Metal screamed as the two warriors launched into a fierce duel, clang after clang ringing out while sparks flew from every brutal clash. A sharp slash split the air as the dog sank its teeth into Yong Jin's arm, and he howled at the spirit to let go. A roaring zoom rips through the air. Yong Jin whirls and bolts for his life as the girl with the eye patch closes in. Sol crosses her massive blades and unleashes her true power, a lone yellow eye igniting with lethal intent. A loud crackle rips the air as the girl with the eye patch lunges forward with her spiritual blade, her eyes blazing. With a thunderous thunk, her colossal weapon slammed into the pavement, skimming inches from a stunned, wide-eyed Yong Jin, while high above a white-haired man and a brown-haired man hurtled down on a radiant spectral horse. A sudden thud cracks the silence as the white-haired man touches down with uncanny grace and proclaims himself the deity of the horse. A thunderous kaboom ripped the air as a massive cavalry of spectral, blue-flamed soldiers surged down the street on glowing steeds. A heavy, droning boom rattles the air as ghostly archers in traditional armor knock and draw, poised to unleash a storm of arrows on the soul. A sudden leap shatters the silence. Soul recoils, vaulting backward as the divine cavalry floods the area. A sudden hunch rings out. The eye patch girl slams into a defensive landing as spectral arrows pummel the ground all around her. At the sharp, rising sound, the white-haired man hoisted his golden sword and roared for his men to shield the boy. A steady clip-clop thundered as armored spectral soldiers on glowing horses surged in, encircling the group in a tight, unyielding ring. A deafening clang rings out as Yong Jin throws himself behind crossed spectral spears, the dog spirit clinging to his back. A doom-laden thunder of cavalry crashed in, massive riders forming a wall that towered over the bewildered boy and his spirit companion. A soft swish fills the air as spectral horses materialize and lock into a living barrier, while the group gathers in the middle of the street. When a sudden, high-pitched chime cracked the air, the brown-haired man slammed his phone down before the white-haired deity, playing the footage he'd filmed of the dramatic entrance. Crushed and dwarfed, Sol stands mute as a miniature horsehead icon sneers down from above. Rage tore from her as she screamed, spitting that the white-haired deity was a hay-brained freak for crashing in with flashy theatrics. Sol narrows his eyes and snaps, "Are those two working for Jin?" While the white-haired man, a sweat bead popping at his temple, blurts a desperate denial. A sharp shing rang out as Sol ripped her blade free again, and the brown-haired man slammed a hand up demanding she calm down. A sudden swish rips the air as the white-haired deity materializes before Yong Jin and thunders that the boy is human. Sol reels from the revelation, stunned into silence, while Yong Jin exhales inwardly, aching to go home and collapse. A sharp slap cracks the air as a monkey icon snaps at Sol to clear her nose, and she stubbornly insists the boy smells like a dragon. The eye patch girl jabbed a finger, snarling that the boy still reeked of dragon, faint but unmistakable. The white-haired man sneered at her earlier bloodlust, laughing as he barked, "What were you screaming before the cavalry rode in?" A heavy flop echoed as the deity tumbled to the ground, rolling and roaring with laughter while the brown-haired man clutched the dog spirit. The white-haired man explodes into hysterical laughter at the mighty spirit, reduced to a tiny, grumpy French bulldog. They jabbed fingers and howled. Sol leapt into the mockery, crowing that the once mighty spirit had finally fallen. With a soft squish, Sul jabbed the dog spirit's forehead to rile him. The spirit snapped, roaring, "Shut up!" Yong Jin stares deadpan as the white-haired deity erupts in laughter over the Heavenly Father's sense of humor. Sol lunges forward, barking, "Why didn't you speak up?" But Yong Jin only returns a blank, bone-deep, utterly exhausted stare. Cheeks flaming, the eye patch girl snaps that he kicked off this whole mess the moment he appeared in Jin's form. Sol roars he could have corrected her. The boy snaps back deadpan that he'd already tried. Yong Jin exhales sharply at the blushing girl, stunned. Does God actually think apologizing to a human is beneath the divine? Thunderous thuds boom as Sol storms off, seething, launching himself across the neighborhood rooftops while Yong Jin watches. The white-haired man steps forward, apologizing for Sol's behavior, and revealing her anger boils from a tangled web of personal wounds. The white-haired man plants his sword at his feet, lifts his chin and thunders, "I am a deity, the Lord of the Heavens." The deity bellows that among humans he's called Juno, then realizes the boy bears the name Yong Jin in honor of his forefather. Juno boasts of their dragon hunt, while the white dog spirit pins him with a razor-sharp skeptical stare. A sudden gasp ripped the air as the dog spirit snarled, vowing to sink its teeth into Juno's nose the moment his original powers return. Yong Jin says he has to drop his massive spiritual blade at home, but the others insist he just keep it. A whip crack slices the air as the brown-haired man snatches the heavy blade and hefts its massive weight with a single, unshakable hand. A deafening crackle split the air as vibrant white energy screamed from his fingertips just as he began to manipulate the weapon. A sharp clamp rang out as he funneled his spiritual power into the giant blade, squeezing it down into a compact, handheld form. A soft swish, smoke and blinding light blast from his fist as the spiritual weapon snaps into its final form. With a sudden whoosh, the man whipped out a small, easily handled dagger, and Yong Jin froze, mouth agape and eyes blown wide. A sharp, ringing toss sent the small blade spinning into the boy's hands as the man barked, "Use it wisely." A soft poof popped. Juno scoffed and laughed at the boy's glaring lack of divinity, then flashed a grateful smile at Lord Shin and thanked him for the help. The brown-haired man bows sharply and proclaims, "I'm Shin, the monkey deity of the legendary Chinese zodiac." Shin snapped, "We leave, now!" And Yong Jin grinned, falling in beside him, curiosity blazing that the deities were up to something. The grumpy white dog spirit plants his paws, narrows his eyes, and snaps at Juno. "Why are you so eager to follow us?" Juno flashes an innocent smile at the dog, then slams the question at Yong Jin. "Do you really plan to ride a bus 500 miles? Juno stares down a towering, blazing spectral steed branded Pegasus, and vows they can reach any destination in minutes. A sharp snap cracks the air as the white-haired deity offers, "Take my Pegasus Toxie. It'll speed us through this urgent journey." The camera snaps to a breathtaking, tranquil mountain vista. Slopes cloaked in dense emerald forest beneath a flawless blue sky. Deep in the wood's blackest shadows, a terrifying muscular figure with glowing red eyes pins the area with an unblinking, hungry stare. A sudden, roaring zoom split the sky as a brilliant streak of light tore through the clouds high above the vast green forest. A deafening whoosh rips the air as Yong Jin and the dog spirit scream in terror, clutching for their lives to a lightning-fast spectral horse. The glowing spectral horse barreled into the dense forest with a bone-rattling thud, ripping up dust and debris that exploded in every direction. With a soft, high chirp, Juno cheerily declares they've arrived while his passengers lie exhausted, draped across the horse's back. Juno spun back, casual gaze skimming the scene, and scoffed, "An adventure's supposed to be far more thrilling than this." A sudden crash rips the air. Yong Jin and the dog spirit are thrown flat to the ground as Juno suggests they walk. Grinning like he owns the sky, Juno drops a bomb. Among humans he's considered unemployed, despite his godlike power. Their steady footsteps hammered through the woods as Juno shot a nickname at the boy. Juno's face crumples into stunned confusion, as Yong Jin, cold as stone, flatly rejects the generous future he just offered. Cutting through the trees, Juno spins to the boy and declares, "Move in with me. We've even got a private room waiting." Juno drops the bomb. The house belongs to Shin, the monkey deity. And there he is, grinning as he flaunts massive bundles of human cash. Drained and drenched in sweat, Yong Jin recoiled and flat-out refused the offer. He wanted nothing to do with the deity's living quarters. Juno roars for an explanation of the rejection, while a gasping, dying Yong Jin pleads for the exhausting conversation to end. Panting raggedly, the tiny white dog spirit claws to keep up, drool streaming from its mouth from the brutal, breath-stealing exertion. A sudden reach rings out, and Yong Jin lunges, his hand snapping forward to steady the spirit, while Juno sneers at their failing stamina. A soft swoosh fills the air as Yong Jin clamps around a metallic orb and a mysterious armored hand slides in to guide him. The boy gasps as a searing, blinding light detonates from the mysterious orb, and Juno stands transfixed, eyes wide in awe. A blinding white lance cleaves the forest, screaming that their path still stretches much farther ahead. With each thunderous pant, the dog spirit mourned his stubby, leaden limbs as Yong Jin watched, worry blazing in his eyes. Juno explodes into hysterical laughter, sneering that the spirit's gluttony robbed him of strength. He's so weak he can't even lift his blade. Juno hoists a massive backpack holding the dog spirit, and strides ahead while Yong Jin follows, voice trembling as he offers a heartfelt apology. As several soft chirps sound, the group reaches the base of a towering, jagged rock formation in the woods. A sudden leap echoes. Juno snaps their head, scans the route, and wonders if they'll have to smash the massive boulder to push onward. With a string of soft sniffs, the white dog spirit nosed the ground, reveling in every wild pulse of his canine body and instincts. A sudden leap tore the silence as a mysterious tail melted into the brush, and Juno's breath hitched. Have they arrived? With a quick peek, the two men craned through the dense foliage, straining to see which guardian lies ahead of them. A soft rustle rips through the underbrush, Then they spot a black-furred spirit streaked with electric blue, curled up in a shallow crater in the woods. Perched on the crater's rim, the white dog spirit stays eerily calm and declares the creature a fellow spirit of the forest. The black wolf spirit drops into a low, reverent bow, greeting the newcomers and proclaiming them the great lords of the heavens. The white dog spirit locks onto the guardian's hunched posture and realizes this protector is painfully weak. The wolf spirit's gaze cut to them, demanding their purpose. While Juno declared they were hunting for one specific thing buried in the heart of the ancient forest, the blue-eyed wolf spirit fixes a polite, steady gaze on the deities, and swears to unleash every ounce of his strength to aid them in any way. The white dog spirit's eyes flare as it snaps at the resident guardian. "Have you ever crossed paths with the legendary white dragon we're hunting?" A soft swish whispers as the wolf spirit confesses he knows little of the dragon, yet offers a place to guide. The wolf spirit beckons them onward, and Juno nudges Yong Jin with a grin, declaring the trip wasn't a total bust. A heavy, looming rumble rolls through the air as a massive, weathered boulder broods alone in a clearing bathed in bright sunlight. Yong Jin plants himself before the hulking boulder, eyes narrowing, and snaps, "This plain rock is the white dragon we're chasing?" A sharp snap slices the air as Juno coolly angles her phone for a selfie with the boulder, flashing a peace sign at the camera. The wolf spirit thundered the boulder's ancient history, and Juno, grin electric, leaned in and asked the boy if he'd follow his Instagram. The resident guardian warns that once the sun sinks, the sacred boulder erupts in an eerie white light every night. A deafening crackle ripped the air. Yong Jin clutched the orb as vibrant white energy spiraled around his outstretched hands. A soft poof snuffed the light into a wisp of smoke, the orb going cold and dead in the boy's hands. A heavy silence slammed the room. Yong Jin froze at Jin's side, baffled and staring as the orb stubbornly refused to flare to life. A flock explodes from the treetops in frantic caws and flutters. Yong Jin and Juno snap their heads up as leaves rain down, a sign something massive and dangerous is bearing down. Then a metallic swish tears the air as iron chains whip out and clamp around Yong Jin, binding him tight and leaving him stunned. A masked figure in black bursts from the forest shadows, yanking a heavy iron chain taut. Yong Jin's eyes snapped wide as terror ripped through him. His captor was a mysterious masked assailant. With a brutal yank, the masked figure jerked the heavy chains and dragged the struggling, bound boy along. A sudden snap splits the air as the blue-eyed black wolf spirit rockets from the brush and clamps its jaws around the metal links. A thunderous snap rips through the air as the wolf spirit tears the chain apart, yanking a stunned Yong Jin free from his masked captor. At the sharp snap of a grab, Juno lunges, seizes the masked figure, and praises Dochan for the wolf spirit's perfectly timed rescue. A strangled gasp rips from Yong Jin as a hulking armored gauntlet shoots down and hoists him by the chains snaking across his torso. Confusion rips through Juno as he glares down at the tiny masked captive he just seized, a cold knot in his gut screaming that something's wrong. The black wolf spirit and the white dog spirit explode into frantic barks, their cries shredding the air as they beg for Yong Jin's safety while he's snatched away. Several thick drops of saliva plopped softly from the jagged, monstrous fangs of a crimson-faced beast looming in the dark. A hulking, muscle-bound terror wearing a wolf's mask and eyes aflame with crimson pins, Yong Jin, bound and helpless, against its ribs, looming over the trees as its thunderous breaths turn the woods into a suffocating nightmare. Realization slams into Juno like a punch as the white dog spirit explodes, ripping him apart with furious scorn for letting his grandchild be snatched away. A sharp crack shatters the air. The hulking, muscle-bound beast whirls and retreats into the dense forest, hauling the struggling boy with it. A brutal shove cracks the air. Juno hurls his captive aside and bolts after the massive kidnapper ripping away. Razor swishes tore through the air as more masked figures in black leapt forward, swords flashing to block Juno's path. Juno roared his power awake and slammed his blade down with a thunderous thunk, shattering the rocky ground beneath him. White hair streaming and eyes alight with iron resolve, the deity unleashes his true power and stands revealed as the chosen lord of the heavens. To the clip-clop of ghostly hooves, Juno conjures a massive army of glowing blue spectral knights that thunder into the enemy ranks. The spectral rearguard slams into defensive positions, raising a ghostly shield around the group, while the rest of the army surges forward under Juno's command. Juno thrusts his sword forward, commands his spectral vanguard to fall in behind him, and rockets after the monstrous red-eyed kidnapper. With a sudden, thunderous bound, a spectral knight on a glowing horse rockets through the air to intercept the fleeing beast. Masked enemies shriek, bellowing at their comrades to seize him, frantic to halt the white-haired deity's relentless divine charge. To let a thunderous doom roar, Glowing spectral soldiers barreled into masked attackers, igniting a violent clash in the chaotic forest. A soft rustle splits the air. The scene explodes into a whirlwind of green leaves as the high-speed chase barrels through the trees. With a thunderous burst, the hulking beast tore through the foliage at breakneck speed, clutching a terrified Yong Jin. A frantic, wriggling sound bursts out as Yong Jin battles the beast's arm, clawing and wrenching to break free from the creature's crushing vice grip. Yong Jin let out a raw grunt, a sharp, gritty rasp, as the monster's hulking muscles slammed into him with crushing, overwhelming force. A distant shout of his name cuts the air. Yong Jin's eye snaps wide as hope flares and help barrels in. A deafening zoom rips the air as Juno rockets forward on his radiant spectral steed, closing the gap to the beast in seconds. A cocky, mischievous grin splits the white-haired deity's face as he snaps at the boy to freeze. The rescue is on its way. The muscle-bound kidnapper rockets forward, desperate to outrace the deity's glowing spectral mount bearing down on him. A razor-sharp whoosh rips the air as Juno funnels his spirit into the blade and commands the unleashed power to scatter the enemy. The air explodes with a sharp slash. Juno detonates his azure flame technique and shears the beast's arm clean off mid-stride. A sickening slip echoed as Yong Jin tore free from the monster's severed grasp, screaming as he plummeted toward the ground. The black wolf spirit lunges like a bullet, its powerful jaws snapping shut as it plucks the falling boy from mid-air. With a thunderous thud, the wolf spirit landed safely beside Yong Jin as the defeated beast crumpled nearby. A sudden crackle rips through the air as the wounded beast falters, and its glowing red eyes gutter and dim beneath the deity's power. A deafening crash rips the air as the hulking, muscle-bound figure slams onto the rutted earth, collapsing flat and utterly defeated. The spectral army encircles the fallen creature, holding a cold vigil as Juno narrows her eyes, suspicion coiling in her chest. Was the monster really dead? Juno lets out a ragged sigh, regret flaring. He missed his one chance to question his foe as he stares down at the shattered body of the red-masked beast. At the sudden sound of a grab, the beast's massive hand convulsed and shot forward, freezing everyone as a stubborn pulse of life flared in its fingers. A sudden, staggering crash split the air as the heavily wounded beast hurled itself to its feet, snarling and refusing to yield to the deity. A terrifying roar shreds the air as the monster flings its maw wide and sinks its teeth into its own severed arm. A sudden crunch ripped through the silence. Juno froze in pure horror as the beast began tearing into its own flesh in a grotesque, cannibalistic frenzy. To a chorus of crunches and munches, the muscular figure relentlessly gnaws at its own limb against an ominous, blood-red backdrop. A sudden, wet squelch. An arm gruesomely burst from the bloody stump, regenerating before her eyes and leaving Juno frozen, utterly speechless. Bearing a savage grin, the beast rears up, fully restored, deadlier than ever, and ravenous to plunge back into the bloody fray. Juno's nervous smile snaps as they realize they've got a cheeky freak on their hands while the monster's power surges. And with a sudden thunderous dash, the black wolf spirit scoops Yong Jin and the dog spirit, rocketing them away from the looming carnage. As a sudden piercing sound peals through the air, a masked assassin watches from the shadows, his gloved hand shooting forward. A blade hissed and boots slammed. Yong Jin and the spirits ripped sideways, dodging the masked group's synchronized strike. Shock slammed into the black-haired boy as a masked assailant suddenly materialized at his side in the forest. The masked figures sneered that they knew every crag and shadow of the mountain encircling the boy and his two spirit companions. The masked leader's voice slashed the air, barking a demand for surrender while they deliberately reined in their fury, keeping their prey alive, for now. A thunderous rumble and crackling sparks split the air as giant spectral knights on towering steeds ripped into being behind the boy and the wolf. A sudden grip and a harsh huff slam into him. Juno steels himself as the hulking, muscle-bound beast readies for a brutal showdown. A sudden bone-rattling lunge. The massive red-masked beast explodes forward, charging as it swings a brutal, heavy, spiked iron mace. At the whip's sharp crack, spectral archers snap their bows to full draw, ready to unleash a blazing volley of glowing arrows. Amid a chorus of whizzes, the beast slips through a storm of arcane bolts and rockets onward in an unstoppable full-tilt charge. With a sudden leap and a thunderous thwom, Juno's spectral mount slams down a crushing blow that cracks the rocky ground beneath. A sharp swish slices the air as the beast strikes back, its mace whipping in a brutal, lightning-fast arc that catches Juno off guard. A thunderous wham cracks as the beast's massive mace lands a direct hit, hurling the white-haired deity off his feet and sending him reeling. A gut-punching thud. Juno slams into the dirt, a pained cry ripping free as dust explodes into the air. A sudden grinding screech rips the air as the beast rakes a blood-slick blade across the dirt, closing in on its fallen opponent. Juno drags a bloody hand across his face, a cocky smirk blazing as he spits about the beast's sneaky, whip-like weapon that keeps lunging out. A deafening clank shatters the air as the hulking beast heaves its mace skyward, poised to deliver a crushing finishing blow. A sudden swing echoed, and the monster's eyes flared with raw terror. A deafening boom cracked the silence as a frantic flutter of wings sent birds bursting out of the forest. A razor swish cleaves the air, and the masked underlings stagger, eyes wide, as the tide of battle in the woods suddenly turns. At the sound of another sharp swish, the wolf and dog spirits lock their gazes on the battlefield, eyes burning with fierce, focused intent. A sudden swish split the air. The masked figures froze, bafflement flaring as chaos ripped through the scene around them. The masked leader sneers, taunting their efforts and crowing that their ace seems to be down for the count. A sudden rattle shreds the air as the assassin snaps his chains into place and snarls, "Time to proceed with the kidnapping." A sudden crackle splits the air as Yong Jin clutches a small, glowing orb, while the white dog spirit tilts its head, eyes burning with curiosity. A heavy doo-doom booms as Yong Jin yanks his massive blade free, eyes narrowing into razor focus. Clad in red and black robes, the black-haired boy plants his feet and braces to face the masked enemies alone. The masked assassins circled like vultures, sneering at his defiant stance and taunting that he wouldn't last a moment in a real fight. They roared, brushing the boy's threat aside like a joke, dead certain their superior numbers and skill would steamroll him. The masked leader sneers, unleashing arrogant taunts that even the grime beneath a horse's hoof would put up a fiercer fight. Sneering behind his mask, he jeers that he'd have more fun arguing with a wall than trading blows with them. Yong Jin hangs on every word, his face a grim mask, as the leader demands a peaceful surrender to protect his spirit friends. The boy lashes out, demanding why they kidnapped him, and the masked figure answers flatly that they're only obeying their captain's orders. The masked assassin snarls that if the boy refuses to comply and surrender, he'll pick off the spirits one by one. A sudden swish rips the air as the masked figure lashes his massive chain forward, trying to wrench the weapon from the defiant black-haired boy. A deafening clang exploded as Yong Jin slammed the flat of his massive blade into the heavy metal attack and parried it. A sudden rattle tore the silence. The masked underlings seethed as the boy's stubborn, shockingly effective resistance held them at bay. A shadowed figure snarls a warning, "Push too hard and you'll accidentally summon the legendary Black Dragon's power." Yong Jin's pulse spikes. He can't shake the thought that this fight might finally unveil the Black Dragon's true power. The scene snaps up to the tranquil forest canopy, leaves drifting like slow dancers across a brilliant cloudless sky. The beast's massive mace juts from a gouged crater, the scorched earth spiderwebbed with cracks as clouds of dust billow into the sky. A sudden flap cracked the air as the hulking, muscle-bound monster planted its feet, refusing to budge even with spectral arrows jutting from its back. A sharp swish split the air as the beast's hulking frame repelled the glowing projectiles, sending them tumbling harmlessly to the ground. Blood poured from a head wound as Juno felt the link to the spectral soldiers finally snap. Kneeling on the battlefield, the white-haired deity grits his teeth, summons his last strength, and vows to end this quickly despite the bleeding wounds carved into him. The red-masked beast roars a final warning, blind to the storm of true power his opponent is about to unleash. Juno grinned, confessing he'd been holding back the whole time to guarantee his spectral troops survive the battle. A sudden shing cleaves the air as the deity unsheathes his second blade, poised to unleash every ounce of his unbridled might. A sudden roar rips the air. Juno snaps his twin swords free and snarls that the beast still hasn't seen his full potential. A sudden crackle ripped the air as the ground beneath the deity's foot shattered, launching a raw wave of energy outward. Juno's eyes ignite with raw spiritual fire as a blinding white radiance surges around him, swallowing him whole amid the forest battle's white-hot fury. A sudden slash rips the air as the deity's blade screams, cleaving into the muscular beast with lethal precision. The monster's head rockets free, and Juno snaps that without a head it can't eat to mend its shattered body. With a razor shing and a thunderous thump, the deity slides his blade home as the headless creature crumples behind him. A sharp clack cracks the silence as Juno seizes his blade, coiling to unleash the blue flame's devastating power. A thunderous crackle split the air as blue flames engulf the fallen beast's neck, consuming it down to harmless white ashes. Juno flashes a confident smirk, admits he'd love to stay, then bolts to check on Yong Jin and the others immediately. The headless creature's massive ebony-clawed hands spasm to life, a savage signal that the battle is only just beginning. A sharp slash cracks through the air as the beast contorts in a grotesque twist, and dark energy whips around its severed neck. From the stump, slimy crimson flesh burst and squelched in a sick rhythm, writhing as it clawed itself together to remake the monster's missing head. A thunderous whoosh ripped the air as the beast's wolf-like mask and nightmarish head snapped back into being, fully regenerated despite the deity's earlier strike. June. O's breath freezes. This red-eyed beast is no ordinary fiend. It pins him with a renewed ice-cold bloodlust in its stare. Juno's hand snapped shut with a hard, echoing squeeze. He braced for a fight that would stretch far longer than he'd ever guessed. A thunderous clang rips the air as a different battle erupts in the woods, steel smashing into steel with savage force. Amid frantic trembling sounds, terrified Yong Jin battles to hold his ground against a skilled, black-clad masked assailant. With another deafening clang, the masked figure sent the boy sprawling with brutal ease, sneering that he was pathetic and weak in combat. A whip crack split the air as the enemy's blade whistled past Yong Jin's face. His eyes snapped wide, raw fear and desperate panic flooding him. The masked woman leans in, voice like a razor, and orders Yong Jin to summon the black dragon now, if he wants to keep his life and the limbs he has left. Close by, two masked captors loom over the bound spirits, eyes cold as they plot to bolt before Juno's spectral horse thunders back into the area. Shackled in heavy iron chains, the white dog spirit thrashes in helpless fury, desperate to know if he can finally intervene. To the staccato clatter of swinging steel, Yong Jin lashes out in a desperate flurry, his strikes wild and clumsy, each one easily dodged. A thunderous flash rips the air as the white dog spirit flares to life, roaring at the wolf to run with the boy. The black wolf spirit snarled that unleashing power in this canine form is a reckless gamble that might fray the deity's spirit. Blindsided by the wolf's razor-sharp insight, the white dog spirit reels, heart pounding, and whispers. How was his true divine identity laid bare so effortlessly? A heavy thwack erupts as the masked enemy lunges at Yong Jin again, jeering that the boy's true form must still be hidden. Beaten and exhausted, Yong Jin sprawls face first on the ground, fingers white-knuckled around the hilt of his heavy black blade. The boy clamps his hand around the blade, a sharp squeeze ringing out as he refuses to give up the fight. A sudden cough rips from Yong Jin. He gasps for air as his captor sneers, proclaiming his body transcends mere mortals. Yong Jin glares at his weapon, doubt roaring in his chest. Can he bring down these monsters without the black dragon's legendary strength? With a heavy, clenched thud, he slams his fist into the dirt, his resolve erupting into a boiling, unstoppable fury. A thunderous whoosh ripped the air. A massive red eye blazed open behind Yang Jian as a dark draconic power roared awake. Yang Jin's head crashes into the earth with a brutal slam, and the blow only stokes a raging inferno inside him. Blood trickling from his forehead, the boy looks up with a feral grin and roars that the one being attacked is a grandchild. A sudden ringing glow explodes as the white dog's spirit roars along his back, power surging while he braces to shatter his iron bonds. A massive, weathered boulder crouches in the clearing like a forgotten relic, overlooked in the forest's savage battle. Then a thunderous rumble explodes as the giant rock cracks and flares, ancient spiritual energy snapping to life. Blood snakes down his face as Yong Jin mouths a silent mantra, refusing to let his inner light or resolve waver. Yong Jin stands like a mountain, massive sword in hand, staring down three masked enemies alone, utterly unshaken as the unfair odds press in. The boy's grin splits his face as he proclaims he now has the upper hand, leaving his masked, armed captors reeling in stunned confusion. Yang Jin snaps that their mission is to capture him alive, a rule that hands him a razor-sharp tactical edge. Grinning roguishly, Yong Jin declares his sole mission: to bolt as if his life depends on it. A masked enemy rockets forward, diving at the boy's legs to snap them and cut off his escape. A thunderous clang split the air as Yong Jin parried the blow with blinding speed, his movements snapping into a fluid, power-filled blur. Several sharp crackles split the air as Yong Jin's sword exploded in a blinding white burst, conjuring an impenetrable spiritual shield. Pained ows burst from the masked figures as the boy's new power blasts them backward, shattering the ground beneath them. A deafening whoosh erupts as a crescent of radiant white energy rips through the air, hurling every nearby enemy back. A thunderous vrush explodes as Yong Jin detonates the White Dragon Whirlwind technique, the roaring vortex ripping open to reveal a spectral warrior at its heart. A deafening crack splits the air as the masked enemy's eyes snap open. Too late. There's no escaping the deity's wrath. A sharp clamp rang out as massive iron chains erupted from the energy storm, lashing and snapping tight around the shocked, masked attackers. A bone-rattling yank cracks through the air as chains jerk the masked figures skyward, instantly tearing their pursuit of Yong Jin apart. A deafening crackle split the air as a gargantuan spectral white dragon ripped into being, its aura blazing with absolute divine power. Black-haired Jin pins everything with glowing yellow eyes, his presence razor-sharp and as imposing as the dragon looming behind him. A sudden cough rips through the air, and Juno doubles over, his body trembling under the crushing exhaustion of the brutal fight. Juno eyes the blood-soaked earth and huffs, frustration coiling as he stares down his foe's ruthless cruelty and iron resilience. Amid a staccato of huffs, the red-masked beast glares with glowing eyes as Juno zeroes in on its unsettling, smug grin. A sharp, piercing cry slices the air. Juno clamps his fingers around the hilt. Sure, every monster hides a fatal weak point. Wreathed in a churning black aura, the hulking red-masked beast rears up, ready to hurl itself back into the blood-soaked chaos. Juno pins the beast with a razor stare and realizes its desperate ferocity betrays that its regeneration isn't truly infinite. Juno's gaze snaps to his blood-soaked sleeve and a cold, sharp horror cuts through him. This creature is tearing off its own limbs to guard its core. An electric crackle roars as Juno rockets forward, a defiant grin on his face while blue spiritual energy surges into the strike he's about to deliver. The air tore with a sudden, twisting cry as the deity's blade slammed into the beast's guard, sending sparks and a violent shockwave of raw power roaring outward. A close-up slams in, Juno's attack roaring with brutal force as blue flames begin to sear through the beast's muscular arm. With a sudden explosive leap, Juno rockets into the sky as the massive monster's fist shatters the earth beneath. A thunderous lunge sent the white-haired deity forward, his blade a deadly arc aimed straight at the monster's navel. Juno lunges straight through the beast's core, hell-bent on ending the battle with a single devastating strike. A sharp falter tore through the silence as a black-haired woman in a red dress materialized and wrapped her arms around Juno. Blindsided, Juno stands frozen, gaping in stunned silence as the woman's audacious, unexpected entrance rips his focus apart. A sharp slash ripped from Juno's blade as he swung to carve out distance, but the mysterious woman slipped out of the strike as if it never touched her. As a rhythmic flutter sounded, she sashayed away in red heels, her dress swaying as she left the clearing. Her fingers whispered against the beast's red mask, caressing it as she cooed, "Sweetheart," with a teasing smile. Standing beside the towering beast, the black-haired woman snaps at him for igniting a fight when the whole plan was supposed to be a simple kidnapping. Perspiration slicks Juno's brow as the woman, utterly unfazed, waves the beast off and coolly announces they're running late. She flings a cheeky farewell, draping her long black hair over her face and scoffing at the deity's humiliating predicament. A sudden fish-like gurgle ripped through the air. A razor swish cut the air as the enemies unraveled into a whirlwind of pink energy, leaving a streak of blood in their wake. Juno releases a long, ragged breath, finally snatching a fragile piece as the wild, surreal struggle at last falls silent. A sudden swoosh rips the air. Yong Jin jolts as the black-robed spirit Jin storms into being on a gust of wind. Jin towers over Yang Jin, grinning as he ribs him for never letting a grudge go, and the boy looks up, utterly awestruck. Jin, the black-haired spirit, curls a sly, knowing smirk and hails Yong Jin's hard-fought victory. With a sharp clack, Jin snaps his long blade into its scabbard, and the bewildered Yong Jin's jaw drops as the dragon actually speaks. Eyes on the forest, Jin shuts the exhausted, curious boy down, cryptically refusing to reveal his true identity. Steady, rhythmic clops announce the spectral horse's return, its glowing hooves ripping the dark and flooding the forest floor with ghostly radiance. Astride his majestic mount, Juno whooped, hollering congratulations to Yong Jin for igniting his hidden powers mid-fight. Jin fixes Juno with a stern, laser-focused stare, a cold warning that he's in no shape for playful banter. Juno conceded the opponent was no real threat, blood streaking down his face and his body bruised and battered. Juno throws back their head in a booming laugh and admits they let things slide. Peace had blanketed the world for far too long. Rhythmic turns thudded around him as Yang Jin readied to leave the battlefield, pain lancing through his arm and ripping a wince from his face. Juno spots the guardian spirit gone, and the white dog spirit snarls that they must sprint home to sate its ravenous hunger. Yang Jin paused, shot the mountain a sharp nod of respect, then launched into the journey back. The sky explodes in vivid pink and purple as the sun slides behind the city's quiet suburban buildings. In a shadowed alley, Juno flashes a grateful grin, thanks Yong Jin for the lift, then pivots and steps away, ready to part ways for the evening. Juno flashes a warm, friendly grin, waves everyone off, and vows he'll return to visit once he's back on his feet. A deafening whoosh ripped the air as the white-haired deity and his radiant horse erupted into a blinding burst of spectral light and vanished. A sudden scurry rings out, and the white dog spirit bolts for the door, tail flicking as it practically drools at the prospect of a steaming dinner. Yong Jin sinks to his knees as the black wolf spirit compresses into a pocket-sized form and tucks itself into his dark backpack. A tiny, fluffy black wolf spirit stares up with innocent blue eyes, hiding a coiled, explosive true power. In his room, Yong Jin's jaw dropped as the spirit shrank before his eyes, tiny enough to curl into his palm, and their new life together began. Staring into the dying sunset, Yong Jin snaps, "Why isn't the spirit standing guard over its mountain home on Mount Songni?" The wolf spirit snarled it wasn't needed here. The mountain already thrummed with the white dragon's divine blessing. The tiny wolf spirit pins Yong Jin with a searing stare, and admits it's burning with curiosity about the boy's unique bond with Jin. Unleashing a rhythmic roll of low growls, the black wolf spirit declares to Yong Jin it will claim the nearby mountain as its lair. As the creek chattered like an alarm, the white dog spirit snarls at Yong Jin, warning there isn't enough food to share with the guests. The white dog spirit froze, fur bristling and eyes wide, when Yong Jin thrust a strip of jerky at his new companion as a welcome snack. The tiny wolf spirit tilts its head and asks, "What's your name?" Yong Jin leans over, stares into its eyes, and declares, "Yong Jin." With a series of rhythmic swooshes, the black wolf spirit rockets skyward and explodes into a vivid, pulsing energy transformation. A deafening poof, and the spirit morphed into a boy wearing a light blue handbook, eyes wide and utterly bewildered. The blue-clawed boy eyes his new human body, sizes it up, and settles on it. Good enough for their current situation. Yong Jin thrusts a steaming cup of instant noodles toward the mountain spirit, and the boy declares it a feast fit for royalty. Steam hissed out in steady rhythmic bursts as a scalding bowl of ramen, crowned with a glossy egg, landed beside a mound of fresh, crunchy kimchi. With one eager slurp, the mountain spirit's eyes flared. The modern meat noodles tasted absolutely exquisite as they dined together. The boy slurped so loudly he drained his bowl, and Yong Jin exhaled in relief. His meal had been enjoyed. A thunderous whoosh rips through the air. Yong Jin freezes mid-bite as a sudden surge of spectral energy floods the cramped apartment. The towering spirit Jin materializes and demands a share of the meal, sending Yong Jin into a loud, furious outburst. With several rhythmic, wonder-sounding trills, the mountain spirit brushes off Yong Jin's concerns about the gastrointestinal risks of human food. Night drapes the quiet city buildings in shadow as the deity Jin thunders an order for the mountain spirit to finally take its leave. With a thunderous flop, Yong Jin demands the weary mountain spirit stay the night. No traveling this late. Yong Jin corners the boy, firing off relentless questions about his original form, while the white dog spirit lounges nearby, watching the whole exchange with bored, half-lidded eyes. Yong Jin planted himself dead center in the room and glared at the spirit. Its grime screamed for a ruthless, thorough bath. Yong Jin's thumb races across his phone in bed, while the white dog spirit sprawls on a pillow, casually swiping its tablet. Yong Jin lay staring at the ceiling, heart hammering as he wrestled with the brutal challenge of absorbing the white dragon's power into his own body. In a flashback, a young forefather hatches a daring scheme to topple the fearsome black dragon and enthrone a new power. The young forefather snaps into command and unveils a daring plan to purge the destructive black dragon and steady Yong Jin's fraying spiritual energy. Younger Yong Jin goes stone still, dread coiling in his gut as the forefather unveils the herald of death and destruction, barreling straight toward them. Back in the present, Yong Jin stares at his phone, pulse racing, and pins his choice on the white dragon. The safest path. Lying in the dark, Yong Jin bellows to the forefather and throws down a bold offer to trade the dragons he now holds. The spirit's voice boomed a flat, unyielding refusal, yanking a startled Yong Jin upright in the darkness. Channeling his voice through the dog, the deity Jin snarled that he cannot inhabit a mortal vessel that lacks sufficient divinity. The spirit roared at Yong Jin, ordering him to keep the black dragon chained, and vowing it would step in to stop that power the moment it ran wild. Yong Jin gapes, confusion etched across his face, as the spirit rattles off the requirements to exchange his draconic powers. The white dog spirit snapped, demanding to know the origin of the new handle attached to the massive shaman's blade in the corner. A deafening vrush rips through the room as a radiant, strangely familiar garment blazes into being on the bed, stunning the young man. The dog spirit's memory snaps back to when mighty Lord Job himself donned that exact garment in a bygone age. Yong Jin bristled, admitting the man had given him everything, then snarled at the dog spirit as if its gaze were an accusation. The spirit leans in, its voice a calm anchor telling Yong Jin he doesn't have to keep secrets. But the boy still trembles, wide-eyed and visibly shaken. A mountain spirit barges into the room, cheeks flushing and voice cracking as it apologizes for accidentally draining the family's entire water supply. Yong Jin gapes, horror knotting his stomach, half convinced the spirit had just washed his head in the toilet bowl. Clutching his head, despair roaring through him, Yong Jin recoils as the sickening truth crashes in. The mountain spirit's morning routine is grotesquely bizarre and disgustingly unhygienic. A hand snapped the ancient text's pages with a sharp flip, ravenous for answers to a divine problem. The young forefather reads on, unmoved as nearby ow after ow pulses through the air. The steady sounds of physical pain. A deafening whoosh rips the air as Juno lies on a mat while tiny spirits funnel crackling energy into his battered body, healing him. The young forefather snaps upright, roaring for an answer about Juno's condition as the spirits hover, pouring a luminous, healing glow over her. Gasping and hollow-eyed, Juno pleads to be spared the lecture, his pride already shattered. The forefather's face hardened with disappointment as he snapped that Juno had returned empty-handed, utterly clueless where the white dragon now hid. A sudden whoosh, a spirit smacks Juno's head, and the injured deity roars that she's being abused. Blades whipped in a savage, steady rhythm, and the forefather's gaze snapped to Yong Jin. Only he could explain what happened. The forefather pins Juno with a steady stare and asks for the boy's contact info, and the white-haired man's jaw drops in stunned confusion and surprise. A loud whoosh explodes as Juno stares at his trembling hand, while spirits pour healing light into his chest. Juno's body falters. He wonders if this wobble is the price of losing his bond with the sacred altar. The forefather roars that Juno's divinity is unraveling. His body and spirit are out of sync. A thunderous swish tears the air as spiritual energy spirals around the forefather, and Juno stares, stunned by the boy's relentless page-devouring reading. Juno lies battered on the floor as a foot in a white sock hammers a brutal kick into him. Brown-haired man, facial piercings flashing, smirked at the defeated Juno and taunted him for his sudden loss of strength. A sudden hop cracks the air as the brown-haired man vaults over Juno while the deity fires a stinging insult. The brown-haired man jabbed at Lord Jin's new dragon, breath tight with hope, wondering if the spirit could finally burst free and reclaim his true form. Looking weary, the dark-haired forefather rasps that the white dragon grants no renewal, throwing Jin's chance of full recovery into doubt. A sudden flip ripped the quiet as the forefather turned the page and proclaimed their current path was chosen for peace. A woman in a colorful hanbok bellows for jaw as the forefather and the brown-haired man stand nearby. The forefather and the brown-haired man strode out of the library, their short, crackling exchange snapping shut between them. To a few swinging beats, a healed Juno rips into a triumphant flex and loudly praises the spirit children's medical skills. Snapping his jacket on, Juno admits a mysterious guest barged in, while the brown-haired man scoffs and calls it a pathetic excuse. Juno leans in, a knowing smirk carving his face, and challenges his companion to guess who just appeared, that smirk promising this would be a significant encounter. A grainy memory snaps into focus. A long, dark-haired woman with a sinister smile. Juno knows her instantly as Maigu. Snapped to a sprawling traditional estate perched on the cliffs, the sea roaring below as the sun plunges toward the horizon. A sudden swish rips the air as a white-sneakered foot slams onto the floor amid a swirl of blue energy. To unleash a thunderous boom, the forefather towers inside a pillar of blinding light as the gathering erupts. A short-haired woman with a gentle expression glides into view, revealed as Chuk, the cow deity of the 12 earthly branches. A woman with long white hair and striking red eyes bursts into view, revealed as Mayo, the rabbit deity. I'm sprawled on the floor, my light messy hair a tangled halo, and I declare, I am the sheep deity. A lavender-haired man wearing glasses and a black shirt strides into view, proclaimed Hey, the pig deity. The gathered deities surged to the table, drawing Lord Ja in and greeting him with warm, roaring cheers after they'd been apart so long. The forefather stared at the wooden pieces on the table and demanded an explanation of the traditional game. As the meeting ends, Hai grins and tosses out a challenge to play a wild round of Ute Nori, and the rabbit deity bursts into thrilled squeals. Her hair streaked red, she pressed the brown-haired man for the whereabouts of the deity Sarah. The red-haired woman checks her phone and snaps, Lord Sa's swamped with fortune readings right now. He can't attend. The forefather hangs on every syllable as the deities parcel out their duties. Then they agree to brief the absentees later. Mayo asks the eye-patched girl about Lord In, and she explodes, roaring, Where is that old man? I ripped through the chit-chat and demanded they skip the small talk and get straight to the point, reminding everyone their time is precious. The brown-haired man and Juno needle me, gloating about his effortless travel methods, and the sheep deity bristles with obvious irritation. The forefather hoists a tattered parchment aloft and asks the gathered deities, Does anyone recognize this strange mark? Me and Mio lock eyes on the symbol, curiosity and confusion nodding in our chests as the meeting snaps into razor-sharp seriousness. Hay snatched the paper and instantly knew he'd seen that mark before, on the spirit that killed a human. The gods froze when that symbol surfaced on Jeju Island. The mystery just tightened its grip. Haver recalls coming face-to-face with that symbol 10 years ago, remorse burning in his voice as he admits he couldn't stop the tragedy back then. Hay says the mark surfaced when he woke, and the forefather snaps to attention, instantly grasping how crucial that timing is. Hay studies the scene, brow knitting, then snaps at the others. Do any of you know figures who wear those traditional masked disguises? The forefather reveals the marked spirits, and the masked figures move as one. Worry etches Miles' face as the forefathers reveal a powerful mastermind is pulling the strings from the shadows. The forefather roars at the gathered deities. Don't you realize Jin's body now harbors a human soul? The deities reel, stunned. We sneer, insisting the presence trapped inside the vessel is nothing more than a malevolent spirit. The forefather fixed me with a stone-cold stare, barked for me to heed his words, and hammered home that the soul is human. The eye-patch-clad girl leans in, muscles coiled, as the conversation snaps to the human vessel harboring the black dragon. I unveil the plan to purge the black dragon from a human host. A ruthless, death-defying gambit. We turned to the forefather and begged him to lend his power so we could tear the dragon from the human. I wrestle with whether we should simply follow the natural order, as the rabbit deity sits silent, absorbed in thought. The eye-patched girl snaps, eyes blazing, that with Jin's memories gone, he must be the spirit they once knew. A deafening slam rocked the room as the red-haired woman crashed her palm onto the table and scoffed, tossing the earlier arguments aside as laughable nonsense. Mayo spits. You expect us to forgive Jin after the countless lives he slaughtered? Mai lowers her gaze and snarls that the black dragon was the true cause of the mass destruction and the deaths. Standing with his arms crossed, Hay snarls the truth. The black dragon isn't a stranger. It's forged from Jin's own power. The brown-haired man urges they kill Jin while he's trapped as a dog, and others shout warnings about the consequences. Mayo's pulse spikes. How can a human body harbor the black dragon and not be devoured from the inside? Mai snarled that the dragon would have reduced any mere mortal vessel to ash by now. I scoffed and offered to put the boy through drills if they needed a hand with the problem. Hayes stands stone silent while Lord Me struts his arrogance at the meeting table, rage coiling in his voice. Lord Jaw snapped for anyone not here to help to leave, now! Mai flips them the bird with a smirk, refuses to lift a finger and snaps, "Open the door!" A sudden swish rips the air as I teleport away, and the others howl with derision, jeering at my cowardly exit. Chuck snapped that who the boy really was didn't matter. Their higher mission and purpose came first. Lord Jaws slams down his verdict, final, and the other deities fall silent, seeing no spark to challenge his word. Mayo zeroed in, hunting the invisible presence that had ripped through Jin's seal. The group shudders, suspecting the true puppeteer is taking orders straight from Jin. Hayes' gaze sharpened. He knew Jin, above all, would crave his own human vessel. Mayo's jaw dropped and the red-haired woman slammed a hand to her mouth, both frozen in horrified disbelief when someone even mentioned using torture. Chuck snorted, slapped down any talk of using force, declaring it utterly unnecessary for their plan. I smirk, confidence flashing, but my presence at the table crackles with tense, confrontational energy. The brown-haired man keeps that mocking grin nailed to his face as the meeting around us stays razor serious. Lord O, the girl with the eye patch, watches, confusion flashing across her face and uncertainty coiling in her eyes. Juno's eyes flare. She recognizes the foe she faced before as one of Jang's notorious fox-speed spirits. Grainy memories slam into them, a monstrous spirit, its head torn off, still raging through their brutal encounter. The memory explodes. Masked figures with swords flank the regenerative monster as they tore across the battlefield. Lord O staggers as news hits him like lightning. The elusive Magu has resurfaced after so many years. Rage coils in Lord Ja as he demands why Juno kept silent, and the blonde man just laughs, shrugging off the long delay. At the quick reach sounding, Lord Ja rockets forward and snatches the wooden sticks, determined to settle their matters with Yutnori. The sun plunges below the horizon, flooding the sky with molten purple as the wheel of fate snaps into a new turn. Darkness engulfs a modern estate tucked into the coastal mountain's shadow. Petals glide down, kissing the steaming bath and setting off soft splishes that ripple across the surface. A man in a traditional haho mask leans in, voice low and dangerous, and asks, "Will these events finally force someone's hand?" Yong, the nine-tailed fox god, sneered and taunted the masked man for showing up in the dead of night. Yong soaks in the bath, steam wrapping him like a cloak, as a masked messenger lurks in the shadows, standing stone still and utterly silent. The white-haired goddess wails as every attempt to tame the ancient dragons crumbles to dust. A wicked grin splits Heavenly Stem Jang's face, her eyes erupting crimson as she unleashes her true nature. Yong blasts a thick pink mist at the intruder, daring him to prove his resolve and sharpen his focus. A sudden stumbling clatter rips the air as the masked man topples, seductive energy crashing in to drown his senses. Steam coils upward as Yong towers, her divine form blazing light over the guest kneeling before her. Yong yanked the man's chin up, forcing him to meet his eyes. The nine-tailed fox goddess bears a feral grin, reveling in the absolute control she wields over him. A thunderous snatch. The masked man yanks her wrist with brutal, jaw-dropping force. A sharp tug and a pained squeeze ripped through the air. Young flinched at his iron grip. The intruder loosens his grip and lets her go, declaring he hopes their affairs stay in capable hands. A thunderous swish tore the air as a roiling cloud of black smoke swallowed the masked figure. Peace floods the morning as birds trill beneath a bright, clear blue sky. The shot slams onto Sampo High's brick facade as the school day explodes to life. G1, messy-haired and wearing glasses, clenches a wooden sword and charges into the lesson. Yong Jin stands wide-eyed and bewildered as G1 drills him in the strict old-school rituals of kendo. G1 snaps his glosses up the bridge of his nose and vows to demo the exact technique before training even begins. With a deafening slash, the wooden sword tore through the air, slicing with terrifying speed and surgical precision. A crisp sliding sound marks G1's finish. He locks eyes with Yong Jin and fires the question. Be honest, what do you think? Sunlight paints the school rooftop bright, but the silence trembles under the weight of a masked executioner's dark memory. Yong Jin tears his gaze away, sorrow coiling through him as he wonders if Ji-won's intervention could have stopped those past tragedies. Ji-won demands Yong Jin drop the act and fight with his natural style so he can gauge his true skill and fundamentals. The gray-haired boy in glasses smirked and beckoned Yong Jin to mirror the clumsy sword swings he'd just showcased. Grinning ear to ear, the gray-haired boy leans in to expose the secret behind his unorthodox self-taught training. Yong Jin's eyes lock onto the wooden sword, disbelief roaring in his chest, as his friend finally confesses the techniques were never real. He grins and declares his slick moves were forged from fictional heroes, crafted for a day like this. A sudden crack snaps through the air. Yong Jin shrugs off the absurdity and locks into a razor-focused stance, hefting the heavy wooden sword. Yong Jin calls out his friend's hammy, over-the-top speeches as they barrel on with their bizarre schoolyard training. With a sudden flop, the gray-haired boy plops down and asks Yong Jin to choose an elemental force to wield. He roars that choosing a natural energy is the single most crucial step to mastering their unique inner power. A cryptic memory surges. Someone murmured about forging every force of creation into divinity, but it's shoved aside as unrelated. Yong Jin seizes fire for its raw strength and his friend smirks, branding him a classic, predictable firebender. His friend tightens his grip as three classmates stride over, curiosity flaring at their strange antics on the school court. A sudden clatter shattered the air. The gray-haired boy crumpled into a heap while desperately clinging to a cool, nonchalant act. He plastered on a grin and bragged that Yong Jin begged him for pointers, leaving the black-haired boy frozen, sweat beading on his brow as silent rage churned. Yong Jin blows off the after-school training invite, citing mysterious plans that send his enthusiastic, bespectacled friend reeling. Whispers ignite among the students. Could Huisu be woven into Yong Jin's scheme? The black-haired girl stands there, utterly clueless. The group reels at Yong Jin's flat refusal, and he snaps, incredulous that his own schedule has everyone gasping like it's breaking news. The bell exploded. Bring, bring, its peal rolling across the sunlit campus beneath a crisp, clear afternoon sky. A sudden murmur ripped through the crowd as students swarmed the gate, every head snapping toward a stunning, mysterious newcomer. She stands by the wall like a dark statue, towering with long black hair spilling down her back and red eyes burning, her confidence radiating a dangerous electric aura. A pack of male students explode into cheers, shouting crude comments about her looks, utterly blind to the danger she likely conceals. A sudden noise cuts the chaos as the red-eyed woman whips her head around, her piercing stare snapping the rowdy boys into terrified gasps. Her frosty glare froze them in their tracks. The bullies scrambled backward, plastering on nervous laughs to hide their hollow bravado. From the gate she stands, silent and tense, as Yong Jin and his friends surge out of the school and start to leave the grounds for the day. The gray-haired boy scrolls his phone while Yong Jin murmurs cryptic lines about waiting for a mysterious door to open. Yong Jin grins and says they'll train tomorrow instead. Then a piercing, high-pitched shout of his name rips through the air and freezes them mid-step on their walk home. At the sudden sound of a skip, the long-haired woman shot toward Yong Jin, giddy and beaming as hearts floated around her joyful face. She burst out how much she'd missed him, and Huisu and the gray-haired boy froze, mouths hanging open in stunned disbelief. Yong Jin is swallowed by a suffocating hug, panic clawing at his throat as his friends' faces go pale. They realize these are the mysterious plans he'd mentioned earlier. Convinced it's a romantic rendezvous, the friends bolt, leaving Yong Jin alone with the relentless, hopelessly smitten woman. Yong Jin clawed at her embrace, frantically yelling that it was all a misunderstanding as his classmates bolted away. A sudden venomous smirk split her face. The red-eyed woman shrugged off his protests as a nearby voice barked, "Who are you really?" A sudden wish-like sound slices the air as Yong Jin's eyes snap wide with terror while crackling. Static energy blooms and coils around them. A sudden whoosh shreds the air as a savage gale barrels through the area, and she plants her feet, every muscle coiling for the confrontation. A sudden swish cracked through the air. Huisu spun back, sensing the wind surge and a dangerous twist rippling through the atmosphere. A sudden turn sliced the air. His sneaker pivoted on the pavement as she sensed Yong Jin might be in trouble. Panic explodes in Huisu as she bolts toward the school gate, bellowing, "Yong Jin!" until her voice cracks. She bursts in and finds the mysterious woman still latched onto a clearly distressed, overwhelmed Yong Jin. The red-eyed woman presses a green talisman to Yong Jin's face, her stare slicing into him and promising something far more sinister. A sudden, sickening slump. Yong Jin crumples to the floor, unconscious, as a second woman steps in, apologizing for the blunt interruption. Sa, the newcomer and snake deity, insisted her hand had slipped as she fumbled a glowing green talisman. Huisu and the gray-haired boy reeled in horror, questions burning on their tongues as the scene before them erupted into chaotic, crackling magic. A sudden murmur swept the room. Students stared as Sa and the long-haired woman locked into a tense, crackling supernatural standoff. The red-eyed woman locks onto the swelling crowd, fixes Sa with a hard stare and snaps, "Are you really going to start a fight here?" Sa curled an ice-cold, mocking smirk, completely unfazed as a public, violent magical clash threatened to erupt. A sudden crackle split the air as Sa pressed her fingertip to the talisman, igniting it and unleashing swirling flames that danced around her. With a sudden whoosh, Sa rips a massive flaming spear into being, vengeance burning in her veins as she aims to settle a long-standing score with her rival. A sudden murmur rippled through the students. Everyone froze, terror pinning them to the spot, as Sa brazenly unleashed a godlike surge of power. The long-haired woman sneers at Sa's fiery defiance as the snake deity coils, poised to lunge with her lethal weapon. Red-rimmed and blazing, she swallowed a warning about discretion, and because of what they once were, chose mercy today. A sudden froosh rings out. She snaps ambrosial reverie to life and unleashes a colossal wave of pink energy. A sudden, staggering crash rends the air as an eerie, swirling pink energy lunges out and engulfs Yong Jin and his friends. A sudden, sickening thud rings out as the black-haired girl crumples, and her friend lunges with a desperate, outstretched hand. Yong Jin bellows his friends' names, panic twisting his face as a mysterious energy devours the court. A scarlet assassin hurtles from the sky, stunned to find the boy still conscious amid the raging chaos. A massive blade slams into the earth with a sudden, bone-jarring thunk, gouging a crater. The deadly new foe has arrived. Acting on a sudden hunch, a woman in a school uniform rockets into motion and barely sidesteps the attacker's devastating strike. They trade venomous taunts as the red-clad woman smirks, sneering that she'll spare her opponent's pretty face. A sudden slash ripped the air as the two women collided in a blur, their blades spitting sparks. The green-eyed assassin intones a command, her glowing palm pulsing as a terrifying technique coils into being, poised to be unleashed. She summons scorching serpent scales and unleashes a lethal hail of red diamond shards hurtling straight for her target. A sudden whoosh tore the air as a column of white fire blasted from the girl, reshaping every inch of her being. A sudden crackle rips the air as pink flames burst and coil, and the girl's true form tears itself into being. A sudden whoosh rips the air as she bursts into view, white-haired and goddess-like, snapping that her school clothes are ruined. Amid the crumbling ruins, the white-haired entity looms, voice thunderous as she demands Yong Jin tell her what he knows about his strength. She drops the bomb. A shadowy stranger demanded her identity stay secret, and the battlefield falls under a cold, creeping shadow. Sa, the red-clad assassin, snarled that if the white-haired woman stayed silent, he'd unleash brutal violence. The two powerful women lock icy glares, scorn dripping from each as they size up the other's haughty, snapping temper. She stands silent, white hair like a ghostly mantle, her crimson eyes burning with an ancient iron resolve. A sudden razor swish cut the air as several massive foxtails snapped open and she shouted that she was leaving. Sa called her power again, and her arm exploded into a red-scaled claw ringed in searing flame. A sudden saw-like scream rips out and launches a ferocious assault at the departing fox matriarch. She erupts into a serpent-scale storm, encircling the white-haired woman with a spiraling hail of razor-sharp projectiles. A sudden swish tears the air as a massive cross-shaped energy blast rips across the sky, bathing the battlefield in blinding light as the battle hits its peak. A sudden crackle ripped through the air as Sa stood amid the fading flames, her face a mask of cold, calculated calm. A sudden click-clack rips the air. Yong Jin scrambles to his feet, his whole body quivering under the onslaught of spiritual pressure. He spotted kneels before the boy, instantly identifying him as the divine vessel Lord Ja had mentioned. Her voice cracked with disbelief. Yong Jin shook off her illusion spell despite her having no innate divinity. Yong Jin shot to her side, crouching to check the long-haired girl sprawled dazed and utterly spent on the ground. A sudden shuffling ripped through the room and snapped everyone awake. Groggy and wide-eyed, they stared at the familiar classroom, hearts pounding as they wondered how they'd ended up back at school. Glasses crooked, the boy rakes his hands through his hair, frustration flaring as the chaotic events he just lived blur from his memory. Saw leans in, voice low. "Let's slip somewhere private. We can't afford any more unwanted attention." Smash cut to a luxury apartment complex looming over the city, its windows flickering awake as evening creeps in. A Saw's sudden trickle ripped the silence as she brewed coffee and nonchalantly announced she was a high-ranking celestial lord. The classroom snaps silent as the students realize they're performing for a real, breathing zodiac animal. Saw tosses them a sly smile over her freshly brewed cup of coffee and dares them to call her whatever they please. They're buzzing about the mysterious lady they met, clueless about the Fox matriarch's true, terrifying power. Sa drops a bombshell. Young, the white-haired woman, is one of the 10 legendary heavenly stems. The boys stagger back, horror seizing them as they learn the heavenly emperors utterly overshadow and outrank the lords. Sa punctuated each sentence with a cool sip of coffee as she methodically mapped the strict hierarchy of celestial and earthly deities. She steps forward and proclaims the white-haired woman the Fox matriarch, a cosmic force whose very existence reverberates through the stars. Saw's jaw clenches as a single burning question rips through him. Why would emperors of such towering rank descend into the mortal realm for one human boy? Silence slammed down onto the table as the students froze, the full, terrifying weight of their situation settling over them. Sa hesitates, asking if the truth should be revealed in front of Yongjin's friends. Yongjin snaps, insisting it all be laid bare. The bespectacled boy smirks and admits they already know spirits are warring over Yongjin's divine vessel. Sa ripped the dark secret wide open. Yongjin was never meant to exist. Someone else claimed his body. Yongjin stared down at the table, his chest turning to stone as he realized his friends didn't know the full truth. The sun plunges behind the mountain villa, and a fresh wave of mysteries waits to pounce on the group. Inside the villa, 2 masked guards jolted, heads snapping toward an unexpected presence, or a sudden notification that ripped through the hush. A whirl of pink energy wraps around bare feet the instant they plant on a patterned rug. A sudden huff rips the air, and the fox-masked beast recoils, jolted as a lethal presence looms nearby. Still huffing, the beast fixed a feral stare on the white-haired woman, muscles coiled for one final, brutal lunge. With a single slicing crack, Zhang lands a devastating blow that rockets the monster's head off in a spray of blood. Wiping blood from her face, Jung's gaze turns ice-cold. She curses herself for not killing the snake when she had the chance. Shuffling feet echo as guards fling a cloak over Jiang, and the black-haired Saw barrels toward her, concern burning across his face. Saw stared at the white-haired matriarch, adoration burning in his eyes as her magnificent power and regal glory mesmerized him. Saw clings to an exasperated Young, drenching her in frantic affection, even as the brutal execution's grim aftermath hangs over them. Jung's red eyes narrowed to slits, suspicion igniting as the memory of the human boy who had withstood her power twisted through her gut. She still sees Yongjin's terrified face. He clung to consciousness as swirling pink energy tore through and felled his friends. Sa devours her food with loud munches and wet squeezes as Young watches, stunned that gods topple like paper while that boy barely flinches. Sa yelped a sharp kya, and jerked back as Ji Young's face snapped into a terrifying intensity, eyes boring into the boy while she demanded to know what he really was. Back at the apartment, the group sat frozen as Sasa pressed on, peeling back the layers of the celestial hierarchy. Young Jin swigs his drink as Sa locks eyes and snaps. "Did you feel like a hollow, ownerless shell in all that chaos?" Sa leans back, a smirk spreading as he drawls that an uninhabited body inevitably draws in ravenous spiritual fiends. Nabi fires off a blunt question. "Does Yang Jin's body belong to his forefather?" Sa snorts. The title, Lord Jin, strikes her as laughably pretentious. Sob explodes into raucous laughter, roaring at the student's clueless misreading of the ancient bloodlines. Saw lifts her cup, sips, then drops a revelation. The hands that built those ancient altars are the ancestors of every noble bloodline alive today. Suffixed young Jin with a cold stare and snarled, he'd better be a true Jin if he wanted to survive what's coming. A sudden whoosh ripped through the luxury apartment. The student flinched as a brutal, unseen wind lashed the room. With a sudden, snapping lunge, Saw clamps a hand around Yongjin's throat, snarling and demanding to know what he truly is. Choking the boy stared at the notes, fascination crackling through him. They proved he hasn't just accepted the Black Dragon, he coexists with it. Saw admits doubt still gnaws at her about him. Lord Ja swears he's nothing more than a mortal. Sa's grip slammed with a bone-crushing squeeze as he vowed to banish Yong Jin to the afterlife and drag his true spiritual essence into the open. She leaned in close, breath cold on his skin, and whispered to the terrified boy, "Aren't you burning to know if you're even human?" Nabi tore forward, seized Saw's arm and pulled with everything he had, trying to pry the celestial lord off her friend. Nabi screams, "Yong Jin is human!" as Sa spins back, mild curiosity flickering across his face. A sudden wave-like crash pounds the air, and Huan whips out his spiritual detectors, swearing they'd have blared if Yong Jin were evil. Yong Jin tore his gaze away, confusion burning in his eyes, and choked out that he knew nothing about the mysterious altar or the terrifying Black Dragon. A sharp, decisive crack split the air as Jiwan ripped free a wooden training sword and planted himself between his friend and the Celestial, blade leveled to protect. With a sudden whoosh and the clatter of a stumble, Sa effortlessly sidesteps Jiwan, sending the boy tumbling across the floor. A sudden tremor tore through the air. Jihuan recoiled as Sa sneered at his feeble attempt to challenge a zodiac lord. Sa erupts in a laugh, waves them off, and declares she was only joking about hurting them. She won't actually get involved. A sudden jolt rips the air. Yong Jin recoils as Sa lauds his gutsy friends and locks onto his crimson robes. A sudden rush and blinding flash slammed the room. Yong Jin snatched his phone to his ear and answered, just as a brilliant blue portal ripped open. The young Lord Ja stormed through the shimmering gate, his face a stone mask as he snapped the call with Yong Jin shut. Lord Ja thunders for an explanation about the boy's disappearance, and Sa snaps back that she rescued him from would-be kidnappers. Lord Ja listened, skepticism etched across his brow, as the student stared, transfixed by two mighty beings locked in a silent electric standoff. A sudden flinging crack split the air as Lord Ja hurled Yong Jin back into the portal, deaf to the boy's startled cries of protest. Lord Ja tenses and prepares to follow, barking that they have urgent matters to settle, while Sa waves him off and lazily scrolls her phone. Lord Ja's eyes lock on Nabi and he declares her the shaman's daughter. The girls stagger, stunned that he knows her family's hidden lineage. Nabi NG1 lunges forward, voice raw with desperation as he implores if there's any way they can help the boy during this crisis. Nabi snaps her hands together and vows with burning resolve. This time she'll protect Yong Jin, even if it costs her everything. A sudden hush snaps Nabi silent as Lord Ja icily asks, "How do mere humans intend to protect anyone?" He looms over them, eyes cold as a scalpel, and reminds them they're nothing more than fragile mortals. Lord Ja barked that if they truly cared about the young Jin's safety and future well-being, they must toss aside their stubborn resolve. He explains that their feeble presence and misplaced loyalty could become shackles, dragging Yong Jin away from his true potential. A sudden crackle ripped through the air as Saw shouted after the departing Lord Ja, imploring him not to be so harsh while he plunged into the portal. The sun plunges into the skyline, splashing bruised pink and molten gold across the city, as a chaotic day finally collapses into night. Jiwan cuts through the shopping district, pulse thundering, stunned that their real life has flipped into an action anime. Dark-haired, she fixates on wormholes, and suddenly a fierce, curious itch seizes her. She wants to step through one herself. Silence wraps the room as the short-haired woman leans in and snaps, "How would Yong Jin feel if his friend were endangered?" G1 and the long-haired girl lock eyes, worry snapping between them as familiar threats tighten their circle. From the shadows behind them, a man barks a grim warning. The danger at their position is spiraling wildly out of control. Outside the school, G1 hunched over his specialized hunter logbook, meticulously logging his recent supernatural encounters. G1 erupts into rousing praise for Yong Jin's defiance of destiny, his face alight with fierce, genuine admiration for his brave friend. The long-haired girl snapped, "Yong Jin's been shouldering every burden alone, even as the crisis closes in on us all." The setting sun blazed in her eyes, dread tightening her face as she pictured Yong Jin's uncertain future. Standing in the courtyard, the dark-haired girl clutches her chest and sobs that she has been nothing but a burden to Yang Zhen. She feels the cruel truth. Staying will drag him deeper into danger, even as every part of her aches to help. Ji-won pushed his glasses up, voice blazing as he declared, humans have a vital role to play, shoulder to shoulder with the powerful divine beings. He fires her up, declaring they can lift Yong Jin with their own unique, meaningful human gifts. Lord Sa's warning slams into her. Return to your daily lives and stop meddling in godly matters. A warm memory surges back. The trio strode side by side, their laughter ringing through the air in those simpler days. Bathed in golden light, Ji-won straightens to full height, thrusts out his hand, and steels himself to meet the challenges barreling in. Yong Jin devours a hearty meal, confidence surging with every bite as a fierce certainty rises that he'll prevail. A grainy memory snaps to a shadowed swordsman, planted in the eye of a roaring vortex of ancient, untamed energy. Rapid, staccato scratches hammered the glass door as the small black creature locked eyes and called out to the white dog on the other side. Inside the room, the black creature zeroes in on the white dog's trembling form and snaps, "Are you hurt?" The white dog glared, demanding to know what made the other realize his body wasn't his own. A dark memory explodes, ripping open the black-haired man's savage fight to seize the vessel that was rightfully his. A roar split the air as the boy in blue traditional robes lunged and struck Yong Jin for his reckless dragon swapping. A sharp slam rang out and a wet cough rasped. Lord Sot roared, "Water now for the injured youth!" Lord Sa coldly maps out the purge of the black dragon while Yong Jin swallows every word, pain carving deep lines across his face. Downing his drink in one long draw, the young deity tore into Yong Jin for failing to report his search for the white dragon. Lord Sa roared that the black dragon is a mortal danger and ripped into Yong Jin for failing to see it coming. A heavy, matured rumble shakes the sky as the young deity wonders if the dragon's ruthless struggle for power is inevitable. A sudden, painful smack shatters the garden's calm as Yong Jin cries out, protesting the unexpected blow. Clutching a massive lump on his head, Yong Jin snarls that the dragons still haven't actually been switched. Lord Sa's mind raced over the white dragon's motives. Must they hunt down yet another ancient beast? Yong Jin shrugs off his recent run-ins, swearing they were trivial and that nothing important actually happened. Perched high above, Yong Jin's memory snaps to his forefather's command, "Drink deep of Lord Sa's wisdom." Lord Sa sneered, branding his claims nonsense before pivoting the conversation to the shadowy, lethal deity Jung. A soft melody drifted through the air as the Lord caught sight of the garden's shimmering waters, while Yong Jin trailed him along the stone path. Yong Jin lunges to name the elemental forces, then falters as the dizzying complexity of divinity washes over him. A single droplet clings to a vibrant leaf as Lord Sa thunders forth the fundamental forces that govern existence. A radiant yin-yang blazes, splitting primordial forces and spawning the heavenly stems, as intricate traditional brushwork unveils the ancient beasts the Heavenly Father summoned to govern all things. Yong Jin's eyes snapped wide in shock as the true scale of the power they described crashed into him. Lord Sa thundered the stem's absolute supremacy, and Yong Jin shot back. "So they're simply invincible?" A blinding collision of energy erupts, screaming the raw, primal strength of ancient forces slamming into one another. Lord Sa averted his gaze, shoulders sagging under the crushing weight of centuries and the cold burden of his divine heritage. A lone silhouette erupts into sight, revealing the razor-perfect balance you must wield to command the unbound heavenly stem's overwhelming powers. A soft, murmured chant. Hands braid the five elements into a flawless, roaring wheel of supreme godly control. Yong Jin smirks and spins the age-old folktale of how the rat deity outsmarted everyone and snatched first place in the ancient zodiac race. Conversation snaps to tales that paint the rat as a conniving schemer, and the actual deity bristles with cold disdain. Lord Sa barreled on with his lecture, declaring that the heavenly stems slice through the chaos and make everything crystal clear. They stride shoulder to shoulder into the sinking sun, convinced the stems are the true masterminds pulling every string. Walking through blooming daisies, Lord Sa vows to restore the disrupted flow of the natural order. Yong Jin pleads for a clear future, and Lord Sa fires back cryptic riddles and mixed signals, leaving him stranded between hope and doubt. Yong Jin's brow knots as he frantically races the mighty heavenly stems through his mind, bewilderment sparking with every name. In a mythic age, a deity seized a radiant orb and quelled the warring heavenly stems. A humble pot of noodles sparks the chat, yanking everyone's focus to the imminent arrival of an earthly branch deity. Heavenly Stem Mu, the god of dragons, towers in traditional black robes, twin swords gleaming at his hips. Mu storms up to a mysterious figure swallowed by churning purple mist, his hand balled into a white-knuckled fist of silent tension. Heavenly Stem Yule, the god of Keelans, cracks a smug grin that blazes out from the heart of his radiant, swirling, gaseous aura. Mu and Yule lock eyes, their clashing divine auras slamming together and choking the space with raw, mutual disdain. Mu's voice snapped like thunder, his golden eyes burning with suspicion as he demanded to know why Yule had dared breach the mortal realm. Yule smirks, and insists he only swung by to toss a casual, friendly greeting. Mu's not buying it. His eyes narrow into slits as he demands Yule answer one serious question. Yule flashes a cold, dismissive smile and clamps his mouth shut, guarding every sensitive detail of his true motives in this world. Mu blasted Yule's billowy, mist-like clothing, demanding to know why he'd choose such laughably impractical garb. "You bristle," voice sharp with offended disbelief. Mu judging fashion? Please. Mo stands like royalty, unmoved, as Yule scoffs that his traditional black ensemble is hopelessly out of style today. A sudden, sharp clack ripped through the air. Moose's hand snapped tight around the hilt of his sheathed sword. A piercing shing rips the air as Moose snaps his blade free and strikes with the speed of a dragon. Yule flashes a mischievous grin as Muzz's sword edge hovers a hair's breadth from his neck. Mew's fierce yellow eyes locked onto Yule, silently confirming Yule looks as healthy as ever. Yule kept a playful grin and vowed to Moo they'd meet again very soon. A thunderous swish rips the air as Yule dissolves into a billowing cloud of white mist, right before Moo's eyes. Yong Jin froze, dread coiling in his gut as he realized Moo now fought alongside the very enemies who once hunted him. Yong Jin suspects the heavenly stems themselves cracked open the seal and unleashed the Forefather. Lord Sa reveals the Forefather's divine powers are trapped inside the tiny body of a dog. A grainy memory crackles to life. Moo towers, regal, while Yang Jin snarls, demanding to know what cages the deity. Yong Jin's chest tightened. Could the ancient 16-year rule for deities even contain something as colossal as the Forefather? Yong Jin gaped, stunned by Moo's post-battle stamina. After that brutal clash, the deity stood unscathed and eerily composed. Standing by the fence, Lord Sa thundered that divine power probably spared the Forefather's vessel from utter collapse. Terror grips Yang Jin as he stares down the devastation the dragon's overwhelming power is about to unleash. Tiny ants scuttle through the dirt as Lord Saul's voice cleaves the silence, warning the natural order is about to be torn apart. Grim-faced, the young deity locked eyes with Yong Jin and demanded what fate he expected to face in this war. Lord Sa bellows that seizing the dragon's power isn't a choice anymore. It's an absolute necessity. Lord Sa snaps. Yong Jin, seize the earthly branch deity Jin and bend its power into your trump card. Yong Jin stares ahead, determination like iron and pain etched across his face, as he shoulders the crushing weight of his new mission. Yong Jin bursts into the kitchen, corners the snow-white dog with a blazing glare, and snaps, "How many secrets are you hiding?" Visions of the 12 gods and primordial creation myths crash into Yang Jin as he fights the gnawing doubt that any divine spark lives in him. With a heavy flop, Yong Jin crumples in frustration while the white dog watches, smirking. The white dog locked eyes with Yong Jin and vowed to drag the others to heel and snuff out this foolishness. The white dog grinned and casually dropped that Yule had just stopped by, its smile crackling with the promise of chaos about to erupt. Yong Jin narrows his eyes, skeptical as the dog pleads for trust, wondering what more must be done to convince him. Yang Jin chewed on Lord Ja's grim warnings, daring to wonder if the Forefather was really as dangerous as everyone claimed. A white dog storms in and demands to be hailed as Dear Forefather, and Yong Jin scoffs. He's not buying that the creature is actually dangerous. Grainy flashes of savage battles and sudden life-saving rescues slam into Yong Jin as he grapples with the true nature of his Forefather. Moo stands with his back to the crowd, patience shredded by the stem's relentless interference. Lord Sa's warning about Jin sears into Yang Jin's mind as he obsessively turns the recent secret meeting over in his head. The white dog shrugs off the meeting with Yule as mere pleasantries, deliberately turning away from the electric tension crackling beneath. Yong Jin freezes, painfully awkward, as the white dog studies its divine robes and starts doubting they're even fashionable. Night crashes over the quiet neighborhood, stars blazing like pinpricks against a deep blue sky. Rumors of a mysterious new student in Class 3 tore through the halls of Sampo High School. Yong Jin cut through the school hallway, thoughts consumed by the unfolding mystery of the heavenly stem's arrival. Lord O, the girl with the eye patch, locks a razor-sharp stare and steels herself to dive headfirst into the school day. A sudden, startled yell rips the air. Yang Jin's feet betray him, and he careens backward in a frantic, chaotic stumble. A heavy, angry stomp thundered, as Yong Jin ground his teeth in frustration, clutching the sting of his sudden fall. She loomed over him, the girl with the discordant eye patch twisting a razor grin as the ground answered with a dark, vibrating roar. Whispers exploded down the hallway as students buzzed about the formidable new transfer towering over the crumpled underclassmen. The girl with the eye patch flaunts a terrifying smile as rumors of her arrival reverberate through the crowded school hallway. A buzz of whispers rips through the classroom as classmates stare, desperate to know who the strange girl confronting Yang Jin is and what she wants. She flashes a surprisingly cheerful smile and asks if Yong Jin is all right, but he stiffens, suspicion coiling and annoyance burning at her presence. Classmates gaped, whispers buzzing. Had Yang Jin gone and tangled himself with yet another mysterious, dangerous girl? A sharp, dismissive brush snapped through the air as they parted, and Yong Jin clenched his jaw, fighting to hold on to his dignity after the confrontation. Tension crackled as new student Orang Kang fired a razor-sharp glance over her shoulder at her unsuspecting schoolmates. In the classroom, Doyong parades the wrong Kang in front of everyone and orders the group to give the transfer student a warm welcome. Whispers crash through the halls. Students spread a rumor that the new girl was forced to transfer after a violent fight tore through her old school. Doyong storms to the front of the class, voice like a gavel, trying to silence the poisonous whispers tarnishing Arang's past and reputation. Doyong whips to his friend and hurls the question about the rumors, but Yong Jin shuts down, brooding and utterly unmoved by the gossip. A sudden sharp gasp rips the air. Arang reels in stunned silence as Yong Jin flatly confirms the rumors of her brutal past. A heavy slam rattled the air as someone snapped, insisting Yong Jin's earlier fall was entirely his own clumsy fault. Classmates whisper that their bitter rivalry is morphing into romance, and that gossip only sets the classroom's chaos blazing. With a mocking pfft, students sneered at Orang's eye patch, joking it concealed some hidden power. Looking solemn, she dropped the truth. She was blind in that eye, and the group's insensitive, playful teasing died on the spot. The school day hums on when a shout rips from outside, a voice beyond the gates forcing every head clustered around Yong Jin to snap toward it. The command lands like a slap. The student snaps his head up as Orang looms over him, every inch of them radiating demanding ironclad authority. A sharp, rattling slide cut through the air, and the student bolted from his seat, instantly obeying Orang's blunt order to hand it over to her. Orang and Yong Jin's eyes lock, silence crackling as they stare down each other's resolve across the hushed classroom. They erupt into a ruthless standoff, trading blunt commands like punches, neither willing to back down. A quick, sharp tap snaps through the air as Orang slides into her new seat, and Yong Jin buries his face in his hands. A memory bursts back. Lord Sa, voice like a blade, insisting they keep Jin's vessel under constant watch as the heavenly stems prime their next move. A heavy, furious stomp shook the room as Arang ripped into the transfer order, seething at being saddled with babysitting duty. Lord Sa bulldozed Arang into the mission, dredging up their earlier encounter and the debt she still owed the black-haired youth. Dreading Lord Sa would drag Lord O into this, Arang snapped a reluctant, "Fine," and shouted her agreement to the school's transformation. Back in the present, Arang locks onto Yong Jin while he buries himself in his work, the classroom crackling with tension. Arang jabs at Yong Jin, calling him a stalker with a mischievous chuckle. But that sunny grin hides the grave truth of her divine mission. A low, menacing growl cuts through the air, warning Yong Jin that using the Black Dragon's power again will mean certain death. Watching from the sidelines, a student suspects the two are locked in a tsundere relationship, as Arang keeps erupting with her furious outbursts. She appears at the classroom door like a lightning strike, jet black hair stealing every glance as the room erupts into whispers calling her the textbook wifey. Tension crackles as the two girls finally face off, their charged showdown riveting every curious classmate. Outside, the black-haired girl gasps, jaw dropping, when she learns the new student is a terrifyingly powerful divine lord. Rage boiled in Yong Jin. How could she, with spirit sight sharpened by clashes with ancient beings, fail to sense that divine presence herself? She revealed Forefather Mu stood crystal clear, while Lord Sa and the other deities were twisted into stranger guises, their true forms masked by the vessels that held them. The black-haired girl snaps, declaring the deity's aura is warped. He's trapped inside someone else's body right now. Arang yanks the conversation to a halt. Perched high in a tree, she shouts that the deity's power is leaking. Orang storms forward, pins the black-haired girl with a fierce glare, and barks that she must pull away from the dangerous Yong Jin. Now, a sudden, heavy thump boomed as a woman slammed to the ground and locked a fierce, unblinking stare on the confused Yong Jin. Arang snaps, demanding they stop pretending it's a date, igniting a furious argument over her intrusive behavior. Arang brands Yong Jin a ticking bomb, shouting that the black dragon inside him is uncontrollable, and Yong Jin reels back, eyes wide with stunned confusion. A sharp, rhythmic swish splits the air as the black-haired girl defends Yong Jin, insisting he's no threat despite the alarming warnings. Arang lays it bare. Yong Jin's power could level the entire school, but Yong Jin insists his earlier strikes were nothing more than self-defense. The black-haired girl staggers in horror when she learns someone tried to kill Yong Jin, and Yong Jin just smirks, casually confirming she was the one who struck first. Panic rips through her as she watches the girl misread her intentions, and her fearsome, hard-edged reputation turns the moment into a ticking landmine. Cheeks burning and shoulders braced, Arang hisses under her breath that no one apologized, and others are unfairly pinning the blame on her. Standing firm between them, the black-haired girl roared that the wrong one was the real danger here, shutting the debate down. Perched above, Classmates hold their breath as Orang and the black-haired girl stride into the school courtyard to confront Yong Jin. Seeing Yong Jin swarmed by girls, jealous classmates pressed against the school window, hurling envious stares and aching to steal his luck. Orang snaps back, shouting that Yong Jin's unhurt. The whole thing was nothing more than a clumsy, harmless trip. The black-haired girl snaps, demanding an apology. But Orang plants her feet and flatly refuses to admit she caused the sudden fall. Orang jabbed an accusing finger and snarled that the black dragon's power would have snapped those minor injuries shut in a heartbeat, effortlessly. A sudden realization slams into Orang, yanking the words from her mouth and freezing her aggressive tirade for a brief, stunned beat. At the thunder of a heavy, firm step, Yongjin's stoic agreement with Orang's harsh assessment jolts the black-haired girl. Yongjin drops the bomb that he's not human, turns on his heel and walks away, leaving both girls frozen by his icy, detached confession. Orang watches him walk away, pain carved across her face as her fiery defiance shatters into stunned, wordless bewilderment. Before she leaves, the black-haired girl plants her feet, locks eyes with Orang, and demands she finally give Yongjin a sincere apology for her aggressive behavior. A sudden pounding dash ripped through the air as the black-haired girl bolted, leaving Rang alone to brood in the courtyard's heavy silence. White birds spiral above Shinhuhai's campus as the morning sun bathes the school's grand columned exterior in gilded light. Tiny rhythmic chirps tap out a gentle beat as sparrows perch on a weathered stone statue of an old man frozen mid-red. In a cafe, the tan-skinned boy with brown hair checks his phone, and the news slams into him. His eyes snap wide as shock flares sharp and hot. The blonde-haired youth screamed into his phone, fury snapping in his voice. Lord Sol had been deployed to Yongjin's school without his involvement. With his friends scoffing, the blonde youth slams his palm down and vows to transfer schools this instant to stay at Yongjin's side. Panic rips through the blonde youth the moment he's told to wait until his next life. He can't stand the thought Yongjin will be gone by then. A gritty memory claws its way back as Orang's voice slices through, echoing her claim that Yongjin isn't even a human being. Yongjin stands in the shadows, eyes locked on a crushed red can as leaves whip around his lonely silhouette. Long-buried memories of divine vessels erupt, revealing a lone figure in traditional black robes as the god's true body. Yongjin locks his gaze on his hand, hollowness carved across his face, his eyes fogged by a leaden, inky exhaustion and gnawing doubt. Orang slumps alone on the school bench, head bowed, replaying the last confrontation as its weight gnaws at her like a raw wound. Silence blankets the courtyard as Orang freezes, unable to shake off Yongjin's chilling, non-human confession. A dark, grainy vision of Yongjin's face explodes into view, each crackling flicker laying bare the turmoil and the alien shadows of his true, non-human nature. She hisses that she only spoke the facts, but the haunted look on her face rips that claim apart, and guilt floods up like a rising tide. Alone, Orang gnawed on the memory of Yongjin's face twisting in pain the instant she accused him of not being truly human. Yongjin's phone erupts in a vibrating buzz, shattering the quiet classroom and yanking him out of his studying just as he tries to focus. Yongjin's scowl cut sharp when Orang's overly familiar text slid in, and he fired off a blunt refusal to her sudden hangout request. Orang spits brutal insults about Yongjin's appearance right in his face, whipping up loud back-row bickering and taunts until the teacher's voice crashes in and shuts them down. The teacher snaps at them for flirting, leaving Yongjin seething with a dark, vein-popping rage while classmates buzz with gossip. Bells scream, the school day ends, and students surge out of the building. A sudden, sharp rush of footsteps shatters the air as Yongjin rockets out of the classroom and Orang screams his name, desperation cracking every syllable. Orang explodes into a frantic sprint, barreling down the hallway after Yongjin and screaming for him to stop ignoring her. Yongjin barked at Orang to stop tailing him, but she snapped back, seething at his dismissive, icy punk swagger. Orang snapped that Lord Jia himself ordered her to guard Yongjin and never take her eyes off him. Yongjin scoffed at her claims of protection, vowed he'd deal with Lord Jia himself, and cut straight to the chase. What does she really want? Orang screams that the deadly Jung is coming, but Yongjin just shrugs, utterly unmoved as the shadow of death closes in. Yongjin bolts away in a sudden, thunderous dash as Orang, barely holding back laughter, threatens to report him for school bullying. Left behind in the empty hallway, Orang stands frozen, mouth agape and reeling at Yongjin's cold, total refusal to cooperate. The afternoon sun drags long shadows across the quiet neighborhood as students spill out of Shinhu High and set off on their walk home. Yongjin freezes at the doorway, staring into the distance with a hollow, exhausted gaze as loneliness claws deeper into him. Yongjin stared up at the bright blue sky when a sudden, piercing flash and a sharp crack from above snatched his attention. A spectral horse wreathed in roaring flames explodes into his vision, just as the blonde youth steels himself for a jaw-dropping arrival at school. A sudden, thunderous vroom rips the air as Yong Jin's head snaps up while a massive motorcycle engine roars nearby. The engine room roar slammed the air as a black-clad motorcyclist tore straight toward a startled, confused Yong Jin. An ear-splitting tire screech rips through the air as the biker skids into a perfect, cinematic stop right in front of him. A metallic whip snapped as the rider ripped his visor up, revealing a blonde youth astride his bike. While the other students gape in awe, Yong Jin lets out a sharp, annoyed sigh at the blonde youth's flashy, cool, utterly theatrical arrival. A sudden, sharp clack split the air as the blonde youth flung a helmet at Yong Jin and dared him to hop on for a ride. Yong Jin narrows his eyes and asks where they're headed, skepticism cutting through his words, while the blonde youth practically vibrates with excitement, blurting that some buddies want to meet up. A phone screen flared to life with a photo of the blonde youth and Yong Jin. The target is secured. Orang's eyes bulged, panic clawing at them, as they screamed that Yong Jin was barreling straight toward them right now. To the staccato taps on the wooden box, she chickens out as her friend urges her to apologize. Dreading Yong Jin's hatred runs too deep, Orang clings to her friend's counsel as she urges her to plead for forgiveness. In a cafe, desperation seizes Orang as she offers to buy the entire store to prepare a feast for Yong Jin. The shopkeeper slams a massive bill onto the counter for the snacks Orang is buying to appease the white-haired girl. Cut to a lone building clinging to a shadowed mountainside as the sun sinks and dusk crawls over the peaks. Inside, robed guards huddle and trade tense whispers about their watch, conceding even their fiercest vigilance may still fail to satisfy their master. A newcomer storms into the ornate room, boots clacking with each heavy, unyielding step. Lady Jung reclines on silk cushions in the hush of a traditional hall, wineglass glittering in her hand, when a sharp call slices the air. A visitor is announced. A masked subordinate crashes to his knees before the white-haired Lady Zhang, breathless as he announces the mysterious visitor has finally arrived. Lady Zhang flicked a gloved hand and dismissed the others. Her subordinate bowed, eyes icy, acknowledging the cold, calculated command. Two masked figures lock eyes, surprise exploding between them as they grasp the crushing weight of Lady Young's presence and the decisions she's made. The figure in the old man mask bows and slips away while Lady Zhang watches, her smile icy enough to freeze the blood. Lady Zhang lifts her wineglass, eyes cold as steel, and asks the newcomer what could have ignited that seething, white-hot anger. The old masked figure loomed closer, amusement coiling in his voice as he remarked on how much fun Lady Zhang had on her latest outing. Lady Zhang scoffs at his worry, smirking that the boy is a wildly curious, utterly fascinating subject. A brutal snatch rips the air as the masked figure lunges and pins Lady Zhang flat against her throne. He clamps a vice-like hand around her throat, crushing her breath as he snarls. "Why didn't you bring Yong Jin?" He questions if she switched allegiances, glaring down at her with eyes glowing a menacing red. Lady Young cackles as danger closes in, mocking him and daring. "Want me to unleash even more chaos?" She spits heavenly mandate as he clamps his hand around her throat, his grip squeezing tighter with divine fury boiling in his veins. To the light, rough rasp of a brush, she shoots her hand up as he rains down lethal threats on her. A sudden, deafening slam rips the air as tension explodes, and she's hurled back, pinned further. He clamps down with a brutal, bone-crushing squeeze and snarls that she mustn't test his patience or his authority. He declares the new gods perfected, sneering at her supposed shortcomings as an elder deity. Lady Zheng sneers at his arrogance, snarling that the new generation are nothing but worthless scraps once their stolen divine powers are stripped away. The masked figure leans in close, his glowing eyes blazing murderous intent at the defiant white-haired woman. A sudden, shutter-like crack ripped through the air as Lady Chung answered his violent physical contact with a twisted, blushing smile. A sudden thunderous whoosh rips the air as a blistering surge of energy explodes around them the instant they clash. A sharp, rhythmic swish tears the air as the two surge forward, blurring into a dazzling storm of divine power. A tight, crushing squeeze rings out as the masked figure keeps the throttle slammed and energy spirals around them. A rapid, staccato swish rips the air as Lady Jae-young's grin snaps into something feral and she orders him to ruin her now. The masked figure freezes, staggered by her lunacy, while she tilts her head and flashes a crooked, perverse grin up at him. A thunderous swoosh ripped the air as the divine energy unraveled into nothing, burying the hall in a crushing silence. Lady Zheng lounges on her throne, a satisfied, blushing smile curling at her lips after the intense, violent clash. The camera snaps to Cafe Sori's sun-drenched exterior as the group converges for a meeting. Inside the cafe, Arang plunges into a deep, formal prostration, pressing her forehead hard against the floor. The others watch in silence as Arang implores forgiveness, her desperate posture screaming the depth of her regret. A fork dove into the fluffy pancake on the cafe table with a sharp, ringing jab. A sudden, bone-jarring yank split the air as Orang lunged, snatching the food and snapping that it's for Yong Jin alone. Orang thrusts a steaming pancake at a battered, bewildered Yang Jin, and declares she bought the whole menu just for him. Sitting together, the white-haired girl smirks and ribs Orang about her saintly act as the group digs into their meal. Comprehension hits Yong Jin like a lightning strike as he blurts, "Can a wrong be a divine lord?" The question freezing her mid-bite. Orang declares she is the earthly branch deity Yu Zhang, smirking as she tells Yang Jin he can call her whatever he likes. She hurls herself into his service with fevered devotion, and Yang Jin staggers, thunderstruck by the sudden, blazing intensity of her loyalty. Young Jin yanks his ruined school uniform into view and snaps that he only has one set left because she tore it. A sudden, thunderous wham rips through the room. Orang slams her forehead onto the table, frantically pounding it in a desperate apology. Yang Jin's earlier claim, that he's not even human anymore, gnaws at the white-haired girl. At the table, the white-haired girl suddenly slipped her hand into Yang Jin's, her gentle, comforting touch catching him completely off guard. The white-haired girl snaps at Yong Jin. "Your black dragon body marks you as no ordinary human. Don't shrug off injuries. Take every wound seriously." A light sliding scrape slices the hush in Cafe Sori, and Yong Jin explodes, hurling blame at the group for his current condition as they sit together. Clutching his hand, the white-haired girl acknowledges his uncanny power, then locks eyes and reminds him he's still just human. The white-haired girl leans in, gaze soft but fierce, and her conviction that his humanity will be what matters most in the end steals into an unbreakable vow. Yang Jin hangs on her words, hollow-eyed, as she vows he'll be able to live his life as an ordinary human again. The white-haired girl declares she's the earthly branch deity Mio. Her human name is Yuhua. Yuha grabs Yong Jin's hand with electric enthusiasm and beams that she's been counting down the days to finally meet him in person. A quick brushing sound. Then a hand darts out, fingers ghosting through Yong Jin's hair, leaving the boy frozen and bewildered. A light brown-haired woman leaned in until their breaths brushed, studying Yong Jin with laser focus. Then she declared it. This was his true, physical body. She declares herself earthly branch deity Chuck, Ju, and keeps teasingly ruffling the stunned Yong Jin's hair. Jo shuts her eyes, a serene, content smile blooming as she soaks up the peaceful hush and stays close at Yong Jin's side. Outside Cafe Sori, the sunset exploded across the sky, splashing it with electric pink and molten orange. Night pounces on the quiet cafe, the blue sky bleeding into shadow as a long day of revelations exhales its last breath. Exhaustion crushed Yong Jin. He toppled forward onto the table, burying his head in his arms and sinking into an instant, bone-deep sleep. Yua keeps watch over his sleeping form as the cafe's vibrant colors bleed into a dull gray vision of the past. A warped, blue-tinged memory crashes into Yang Jin as he claws for the brutal truth behind why everyone he loved died. Drowning in inner turmoil, Yong Jin wonders if his very existence was a mistake that should never have happened. In the vision, the white-haired girl pours reassurance into him, insisting the tragedy could never be his fault. She keeps soothing him, a steady hand on his shoulder, insisting he doesn't have to bear that crushing weight alone. A grainy black-and-white memory flickers. A family crammed into a car, their smiles frozen in a stolen instant of joy before the storm slammed down. The vision plunges into darkness and chaos, revealing a frantic struggle and blood-smeared hands clawing inside the vehicle as the crisis rages. Distorted figures wail in the rain, each cry mirroring the pure, agonizing grief of a long-buried childhood memory. Yua freezes amid a mourning crowd trapped in the past, watching fractured pieces of a memory she can't change. She clamps her eyes shut and pleads for forgiveness as the flickering, searing shadows of Yong Jin's history pull her under. A younger Jin sits in the backseat of a car, eyes snapping wide as a woman whips around and clicks a photo. Yua plunges into the memory and knows. A simple car ride was the single happiest moment of Yong Jin's life. A sudden, thunderous thud rips through the air as a monstrous shadow towers over the car, tearing the peaceful calm to shreds. A sharp, slicing swish ripped the air as a many-eyed creature landed on the car, snapping Ewa's gaze to a new, mysterious mark. A sudden, savage shatter rips the air, glass spraying everywhere as young Yang Jin is slammed by the terrifying impact of an attack. Blood sprays across the cabin as the monster's massive claws rip the car roof wide open in a lethal, bone-crushing strike. Thunderous thunks and grinding screeches explode as the beast slams onto the car, hurling it into a wild, uncontrollable swerve. A blood-smeared hand clamps onto the car's interior, fingers clawing desperately as the vehicle lurches and begins to flip. Tears carve trails down Yong Jin's face as he's hurled, the world flipping upside down into a terrifying blur of blood. A sudden, bone-jarring thunk cracks the air as Yua screams in horror, and the monster's massive weight mercilessly crushes the car. Reality slams her. It's only a memory, and she can only watch the catastrophe rip through everything while every chance to stop it slips away. A blood-soaked hand bursts through the wreckage with a sudden, desperate rasp, clawing for the child trapped inside. They huddle in a protective hug amid the twisted rubble as sunlight rips through the vehicle's shattered roof. A blood-smeared hand suddenly clamps the child in a bone-crushing squeeze that cracks the air, determined to protect him until the very end. The car cartwheeled across the asphalt, sparks exploding as twisted metal ground to a final smoking halt. From the roadside, Yua watches the flipped car tumble to a stop as smoke billows, and the air hangs heavy with the bitter scent of tragedy. Tears stream down the white-haired girl's face as she takes in the devastation, her heart shattering for the young boy's loss. A monstrous, multi-eyed horror casts its shadow over the overturned car, coiling to strike and finish its hunt amid the crumbling ruins. A shadowy, clawed hand snatched the bloodied Yong Jin from the wreck, dragging him away from the car's safety. Yua screams Yong Jin's name, despair clawing her throat as her voice rips out in raw, uncontrollable anguish. A sudden, massive boom ripped through the air, and a brutal shockwave exploded outward, blasting the monster backward and sending dust spraying in every direction. A sudden, fish-like snap tore the air as a silver-haired man in flowing robes sprang forward, throwing himself between them to shield the boy from any more harm. Yua shouts the powerful savior's name, Lord Ha, as his fierce, unblinking gaze rakes over the smoking chaos of the crash. A light crackle snaps the vision back to reality as stunned bystanders swarm the overturned car, shock etched across their faces. Yuha screamed for help, barking at the crowd to dial 911 as the situation spiraled into a full-blown emergency. A sudden, thunderous boom ripped the air as the flipped car exploded, and the witnesses staggered back, terror slamming into them from the blast. A sudden, powerful whoosh rips the air as a voice, raw with grief, gasps that they saved the child while the car blazes into a fierce inferno. Tiny Jin wails his mother's name, blood and dark grime smeared across his face and clothes. Yua freezes in the road as a grieving child reaches out with a trembling hand amid the wreckage's ruined aftermath. And a somber funeral altar displays photos of a woman and a man while incense curls upward like a slow, mournful breath. Ringed by mourning relatives, a glowing Yuhua watched the young boy collapse into wrenching sobs at the family funeral. Yua pulls the grief-stricken Yong Jin into a tight, tender embrace, whispering his name into his ear like a lifeline. A sudden, thunderous thud cracked the air as a black, chaotic surge of energy blasted outward, warping the childhood vision until it began to fade. Mayo exploded into a maniacal cackle, her red eyes flaring as her mood plunged into a sudden, terrifying darkness. From the darkness, Moxmio's voice sliced the air, claiming he'd relished her brutal theatrical display of divine power. A sudden shing rips the air as the blade flares emerald and a stern warning cuts straight to the black dragon. A light crackle splits the air as Mayo plants herself, a rabbit crest blazing across her back and raw divine energy roaring from her. A sudden roaring flash tears the air as Mayo conjures her power, standing in the eye of a spiraling vortex of crackling energy and fluttering white petals. Mayo seizes her sword, determination a wildfire in her veins, red eyes locked on the unseen enemy before her. Before the yawning cosmic abyss, Mayo hoists her blade like a flare, every muscle coiled to drive back the encroaching malevolent darkness. The entity shrieks that Yong Jin's psyche will be shattered, but Mio snarls the lie and braces herself, ready to strike. Swinging her sword like a blade of divine lightning, Mayo bellows that the monster alone will truly suffer. A sudden crackle of light snaps through the air. Mayo roars a command, forcing her power to surge forth as her blade erupts in celestial radiance. A shadowy vision of Yong Jin flares into being, reaching out toward her as a voice, thick with confusion, cries his name. With a quick swish, colorful ribbons swirl around the boy, while Mayo watches from below as the vision unfolds. Shock slams into Mayo. Her eyes snap wide as the memory flips and warps in an instant. A sudden piercing chime tore through the dream state as a hand slammed onto Maya's head, leaving her reeling and completely off guard. Yang Jin locked his gaze ahead, calm and shadowed, a faint knowing smile curling at his lips as chaos swirled around him. A sharp psst snaps. A spark erupts at the contact point, yanking Mayo out of the mental connection. Dazed and gasping, cold horror surges through Yua as she realizes she's been violently ripped from Yong Jin's inner memory. From the darkness, the red-eyed entity seethed, desperate to uncover the mysterious force that had ripped through its mental intrusion. Exhaustion drags Yong Jin into a sound sleep at the table, his head folded into his arms as the days-long trial finally ends. A gentle hand caresses the sleeping boy's hair, granting him a fleeting oasis of peace after those harrowing visions. Yong Jin fights up, croaking a groggy, "Mom," his eyes prying open inch by inch as the room's hard truth settles in. Yahello beams, warmth in her smile, as he snaps fully awake, and she asks if he'd had a good nap. Dazed and disoriented, Yong Jin snaps awake to find himself lying on Yua's lap, eyes flying wide as a hot, awkward realization slams into him. A sudden springing snap jolts the air. Yong Jin bolts upright, shock painted across his face, as Yue explains Yong Jin was carried to this spot. A soft splash shatters the quiet as Yong Jin drinks in a jaw-dropping coastal panorama, and Yuhua says their companions have already gone. Yong Jin squints and asks where they are, and Yua practically bursts with excitement, announcing they've arrived at the beautiful Jeju Island. Traditional buildings stand shoulder to shoulder along Jeju Island's coast, beneath a crystal-clear night sky as Yong Jin reels, disbelief roaring in his chest. Yong Jin scrambles in panic as they're yanked into a sudden relocation, while Yua watches him, eyes narrowing as she quietly confirms it's really him. Lord He, his purple hair and glasses catching the light, glides forward with a gentle smile and murmurs, "It's been a long time." Yong Jin jolts as Lord He, brimming with gratitude, says he's thankful to see the boy thriving after so many years. Yong Jin cuts straight to it and demands, "Who are you?" Bewilderment flashing across his face as they sit together in the tranquil timbered pavilion. Lord He froze at the boy's question, a sly grin spreading as he wondered aloud if he should call himself Yong Jin's guardian angel. Yua hangs back, eyes locked on Yong Jin as he devours his dinner and scrolls his phone, her mind burning with questions about the boy's strange survival. As he dissected the recent attacks, Lord He snapped that the enemy hadn't struck at random. Each blow carried a cold, focused, sinister purpose. As Yong Jin devours his meal, Yua's eyes narrow. How did he escape being targeted even once in his childhood? Yuha hurls the question at Lord He. Doesn't the total lack of earlier attempts on Yong Jin's life strike you as suspicious? Lord He reveals that after the car incident, Yong Jin sailed through quiet years. No new ordeals struck him until he turned 16. Mayo snarled, "If your true aim was to restore the order, why didn't anyone try to kill me sooner?" Lord He's stunned. How could anyone abandon Yong Jin, defenseless for over a decade? He thunders that if the heavenly stems had acted 10 years ago, the Yong Jin seal would have shattered far sooner. Lord He revealed the seal was ripped open by sheer chance the moment Yong Jin reached the end of his 16th year. He snaps to the truth. The enemy was never after the boy himself. They were hunting his divine, unstoppable physical body. Yua's eyes snap wide, shock stabbing her, when Lord He drops the bomb. A 64-season constraint enforced by the meddling heavenly stems. Yuha leans in, hanging on every syllable as Lord He unmasks the divine constraints, and the logic snaps into place in his mind. A spring snaps suddenly. Yua rockets to her feet, shouting a warning to the others as Lord He thrusts up a hand, barking for caution. Lord Haya roars that only the earthly branch deities truly grasp the chains that bind them. Yuhas froze by the table, thoughts scrambling as the full weight of that startling revelation slammed into him. Addressing Lord He, she fires back that his theory about the enemy's movements is pure speculation. Lord He's gaze cuts like steel as he declares every shadow of doubt demands utter, bone-deep weariness. Yua explodes, voice blazing, insisting the murder was committed by a spirit, not the deity. She wonders if he's flat out dismissing any hint of divine involvement, even with the spirit's mark blazing on him. Lord He's voice stayed cool as ice. A god could pull strings from the shadows and have someone killed without ever lifting a finger. Silence slams down between them in the pavilion as the conspiracy's weight sinks deeper. Yuhak backs down for now, choosing to probe deeper and take his findings to Lord Jia later. A faint knowing smile curls her lips as she admits she's never been any good at hiding her emotions. Lord He grins warmly, amusement dancing in his eyes as her every expression lays her intentions bare. Her face went somber as she braced to reveal one last shaky detail about the recent visions. Lord He asks if she means the Black Dragon. Yuha whispers her refusal. She fires off a theory. The bizarre event could have been Yong Jin's subconscious ripping free, or some other nameless shadowy force. Yua locks her gaze ahead, hollow-eyed, tormented by the mysteries still buried inside that boy. Yong Jin snapped into a crisp, respectful bow, thanked his hosts, and a swirling, radiant portal ripped open to send him home. Drawn by a staccato of footsteps and thin echoes, Yong Jin edges toward the gateway, wondering if it leads to Lord Jia. Lord He admitted his spatial limits made a straight jump impossible, so he tore through a neighboring domain for a quick detour. Ewa grips his arm, eyes blazing, and tells him Lord Jia has been expecting him and has already cleared a path home. A sudden footstep cracked the air and Yong Jin lunged into the portal's blinding light, leaving the pavilion in his wake. Lord He fixes his gaze on the boy's retreating silhouette and, voice calm and certain, vows that in time, everything will be all right. Yong Jin hurls one last look over his shoulder as Lord He snaps that not all the heavenly stems are in play. Yuha and Lord Hai waved him off with sly grins, and Hai couldn't resist gloating at Doyong, loudly crowing that he outclassed him in every way. A woman in a purple jacket strides up to a glass door, oblivious to the violence crouching nearby. Glass screams as the door explodes inward, a brutal attack slamming into her before she can even react. Yua and Lord Hai reel as the vision snaps, and they realize a different heavenly stem has already struck. Through smoke and rubble, the red-haired Doyong, god of Bulgasol, stands triumphant over the fallen black-haired woman, grinning with shark-like teeth as he looms above her, crushing her beneath an unbearable pressure, while his eyes blaze with manic, lethal intensity. Spotting the predator above, she snaps her head up, fixes him with a razor glare, and snarls that he already tangled with a man named Young. Ji Young's cruel, mocking laugh cuts the air as she leans in and taunts. "Want to feel his violent fun for yourself?" she snapped, sarcasm sharp as a blade, and told her dear customer the establishment was closed for the night. A sharp crackle cut the air as a shadowed swordsman dove in, answering the woman's desperate, wordless plea. A sudden razor-sharp slash rips the silence. A brilliant arc of energy cleaves the air and hurls the monster backward. Brown-haired, piercings glinting, he grins like a predator at Jiang and bellows a welcome to the beast after a long absence. A crisp snap rings out. Gyong clamps his bare hand onto the razor-sharp blade, freezing the attacker in stunned disbelief. A sudden slash cracks the air and the fight explodes. Doyong sidesteps the killing blow with a lazy, mocking flourish. A sudden slash cracks the air, and the swordsman rains a furious flurry of strikes, his eyes narrowing into a razor of lethal focus. A sudden snap cracked through the air. Gyong snatched the blade back, his grip iron-locked as he sneered at the pitiful effort. A sudden crackle rips the air as the man channels a roaring surge of power, the snake woman frozen, eyes wide with terrified awe. A thunderous boom rips the air as a violent explosion shatters the area, and the two colossal forces slam head-on. She unleashes a gut-wrenching scream over the shattered remains of her store, as Shin vows he'll pay for the damage someday. A sudden swish launches Gyong skidding across the floor, confirming his opponent is truly special. He sneers at Shin, crowing that the Guardian is writhing and barely holding on inside a fragile human shell. A sudden crackle splits the air. Shin rips the smoke aside, unveiling a majestic crimson war robe streaked with gilded patterns. A booming da-dun rips the air and Shin bursts into view as the Guardian of martial fortune. The Guardian flings his weapon as Ji Yong lunges with a manic roar. Then Shin strikes from above and their clash shreds the store to ruins. A sudden wham rips the air as Shin launches a devastating kick that slams into Doyong with crushing, bone-rattling force. Chong smirks behind his yellow goggles, respect sparking. The Guardian actually blocked his counterattack. Shin sneers at the red-haired monster, crowing that its past defeats finally schooled him into hard-earned caution. Doyong's blade screamed as he lashed out in a lightning-fast strike, driving Shin onto the defensive. A sudden whoosh rips the air as Shin invokes a heavenly blessing and swings a massive glowing blade in a killing arc. The Guardian bellows a command and his weapon surges into being, the blade's surface blazing with a blinding divine light. A thunderous wham rings out as Shin unleashes a crimson tide, a crushing downward strike that smashes into Doyong's guard. A quick crick snapped. Zhang's predatory grin never wavered as Shin's massive weapon bore down with crushing pressure. A brutal wham cracked the air as Doyong's fist slammed a devastating punch square into Shin's face, catching him completely off guard. A metallic clatter rang out as Shin's weapon hit the ground and Naibi screamed, pure horror ripping from her for her fallen comrade. Zhang towers over his dazed opponent, grinning cruelly as he taunts that he hasn't even begun to unleash his full strength. Shin plants his feet like a battered cliff, his injured arm useless, but he refuses to fall, while Gi Young lets out a cold laugh at his fragile humanity. Rage blackened his features as Shin roared, demanding to know why the beast had returned to plague them. Young shrugs it off, claiming he simply followed the snake's lead and plunged headfirst into the violent revelry. He leans in, breath cold, sneering as he taunts whether the Guardians remain chained to the exact clockwork of their divine awakenings. Yong snarls he'll be back for a real fight, refusing to let any chance for more carnage slip by. A sudden you-whoosh cracks the air as a pillar of fire engulfs Doyong, and he howls about the blistering heat. Nabi's glare seared the retreating monster as he swore, voice ice-cold, that it would never get another chance to escape alive. A low crackle splits the air as the room erupts in flames, and Nabi braces to unleash her hidden power. Nabi dug deep and roared her power awake, emerald fire blazing in her eyes. A crackle shatters the air as a blazing serpent erupts from the earth, ensnaring the startled Zhang in its searing coils. Nabi snaps at the beast to speak, voice crackling with fury as he demands the real reason it burst into his domain. She snaps, demanding to know who leaked the secret of their time limit, while Shin stands behind her, pressing his injured side. A loud whoosh ripped through the air as the flames surged into a roar, and Nabe slammed his demand for an immediate answer at the sweating assailant. Gyong glares through the inferno, snarls that they're both hopeless, and braces for one last desperate gambit to break free. He bellows a heavenly decree, conjuring a spiraling halo of energy that wraps him in a shield and smothers the searing heat of Nabi's flames. A sudden swish. The gathered energy explodes into a blinding flash, swallowing everything from view for a heartbeat. A thunderous kaboom erupts as Gyong lashes out with an abyssal severance, blasting a hole through the store's wreckage and ripping himself free. With a final slicing swish, Shin hurls himself between Nabi and the blast, taking the hit as the monster vanishes into the night. Debris tumbled as the ruined shop groaned and dust choked the air, and the two guardians froze, breath caught, silence heavy. After the confrontation, far away the scene snaps to a sleek modern villa under a star-studded night sky, where a lone figure paces the terrace, eyes glued to the darkness, waiting for a monkey's return. Inside the opulent manor, Lord Yu and Lord Mi lounged among half-empty bottles, voices low and electric as they dissected the recent chaos. A soft sip sliced the silence as Lord Yu leaned in, listening to the white-haired woman lay bare just how dire their situation had become. Lord Mi checks her phone. Her expression drains into somber silence as the baffling mystery of Yong Jin's very existence gnaws at her. Lord Yu scoffs, brushing her concerns aside as nonsense and mocking her sudden plunge into the tangled order of nature. While he pours another drink, she snaps that tradition bars even the divine from meddling with nature. Her voice steady but frayed, she confesses that the birth of a human soul in those circumstances is terrifying. The table groaned under snacks and top-shelf bottles, a raw testament to their long night of tense discussion. Lord Mi ignites the room with a sudden blaze of excitement, hoping they can finally ascend to the heavens very soon. Her smile falls away as she questions whether Yong Jin can truly be called human when his body radiates pure divinity. They gaped as the boy wielded high-level divinity with uncanny ease, a feat no ordinary human could ever achieve. She swallows her pride and forces out the hard truth. Yong Jin's nature is far more complex than they initially believed. A gray-haired man growled that the black dragon would have devoured anyone else's soul by this point. A sudden swell of noise rips the air. Lord Mi snaps upright and barks at Lord Yu, warning him not to brand the boy as evil. Doubt claws at her. No mere evil spirit could have survived the hell Yang Jin endured without being destroyed. A portal ripped open with a sudden swish as Shin and Nabi staggered home, visibly battered from their fight. Tension detonates as swords are drawn and bows go taut. Hands clamp on sword and bow. Everybody braced for a new threat. A sharp crackle splits the air as Shin freezes, stunned to see his allies already locked in a blistering, magical standoff. Lord Mi and Lord Yu erupt into a savage quarrel over games and duties, clashing into a chaotic display of unleashed power. With a quick, piercing bark, Nabi unleashed a furious command that snapped the bickering children into their seats instantly. Shin locks eyes with Nabi, adrenaline blazing, about to unleash the grim realization that slammed into him the moment they barely escaped. Lord Yu and Lord Mi bristle, every heartbeat shouting that these fragile shells are nothing beside the power of their true forms. Nabi throws up her hands and admits she hasn't touched her divine training in ages. Fist clenched, Shin roars that at last they'll train to fuse their divine power with their human vessels. Lord Mi and Lord Yu lock eyes on Shin's sudden display of intensity, trading skeptical, deadpan glances. They finally catch that Shin's completely wrecked. His over-the-top theatrical speech was just booze-fueled rambling. Shin snores like a freight train on the floor as the others slump around him, ringed by empty top-shelf bottles. Lord Mai urges them to contact Lord In. They're all fraying at the edges from the mortal realm's endless cycles. Lord Yu snarled a warning. Never trade secrets with other gods. The memory of Gaiyong's predatory insights still claws at his mind. Lord Mi's eyes narrowed. Jiang knew far too much about when they'd awaken, and which earthly bodies they'd inhabit. Nabi's skin prickled as Gaiyong unleashed razor-sharp taunts about their true strength and fragile human limits. The group stays on edge, every nerve razor-sharp, no concrete proof, but their enemies are tightening the noose. Lord Mi bites into a strawberry, its sweetness drowned by a burning suspicion that someone in their inner circle leaked their secrets to the enemy. Lord Yu scoffed at the spy rumor as pure lunacy, chugged another drink, and turned the room's mounting tension into a derisive laugh. Nabi stares forward, ironclad resolve burning in their chest. The enemies still need Yong Jin to finish their final malevolent scheme. Sunlight hammered the schoolyard as Yong Jin sat alone, clutching a bright, fresh orange like a tiny sun. A sudden slash rips the air as a gray-haired boy with glasses practices a sword technique on the school court. A sudden call rang out. Yong Jin swallowed and reluctantly stepped forward, hoisting the heavy wooden sword for his turn. Yong Jin scoffs that training at school is unnecessary, and his friend snaps that any moment is perfect to chase mastery. The gray-haired boy with glasses swore he'd make Yong Jin as strong as possible, and he'd do it in record time. Yong Jin scoffs, insisting he'll never break through the iron cage of human limits. His friend stares at his phone, stonewalling Yong Jin's complaints as leaves spiral down around them. He lays out a bold plan to pour every ounce of his knowledge into Yong Jin, forging him at last into someone who can protect himself. The gray-haired boy threw himself into a heroic stance with his wooden sword, leaving Yong Jin standing there, utterly baffled. Yang Jin sank onto the bench, eyes glued to his friend's ecstatic antics, wondering if the guy's just having too much fun. A cocky student bursts in, sneering and howling with laughter at their painfully dorky training. A basketball sliced through the air with a sudden whiz, then a lightning-fast hand snatched it from mid-air. A sudden slash slices the air as Yong Jin's single, perfectly timed strike obliterates the incoming basketball. A sharp shh slices the air. The bullies freeze, mouths open, as the ruined ball smolders on the ground. Panic seizes the black-haired bully as he clings to the lie that the ball was just an old, battered relic. A sudden clap cracked the air and the gray-haired boy erupted into cheers for Yong Jin. Stunned he'd mastered the technique so quickly, the lead bully pins Yong Jin with a venomous glare, pride shattered by Yong Jin's dazzling display and the ruined ball. A sudden flick and a sharp flinch cracked the air as Yong Jin leveled his sword at the bully, forcing him to leap backward. Yong Jin's voice turned to ice as he barked at the bully to leave. The boy pasted on a smirk to hide the tremor of fear. The bully zeroed in on Yong Jin, sneering Doyong like a barb and roaring with laughter at the pathetic wooden sword. From the far edge, the bully hurled jeers, taunting. "Did any teacher actually give you permission to train?" The bullies bolt like startled crows. Yong Jin urges moving to a quieter, more secluded training spot. The gray-haired boy with glasses watches in disbelief as the bully brazenly snatches the spotlight from their secret training session. He reels, stunned that Yong Jin, the guy who usually melts into the crowd, got singled out for such brutal, relentless picking. Yong Jin snaps that they were never friends, obliterating every cliched theory about a secret past. A savage yank cracks the air as a gray-haired girl with an eye patch rips the sword from the startled boy. She roars, demanding the source of Yong Jin's strength as realization hits that he never used the Black Dragon's power. She cackles, tearing into Yong Jin for standing there clueless after pulling that jaw-dropping trick with the basketball. The gray-haired boy's eyes flash as he reveals a power thrumming inside Yong Jin, one that utterly dwarfs the dragon's might. He slams a hand to his chest, naming the mysterious inner strength the sword of his heart. The girl with the eye patch erupted at Yong Jin, snarling that he was immature for trying to pretend she wasn't there. A sudden whoosh sent her springing. She slammed her wooden sword at Yong Jin, scorn flashing in her eyes as she challenged his supposed overnight progress. Yong Jin lashes out, accusing her of eavesdropping, and she roars back that she was only watching his back to keep him safe. Her jaw set, the eye-patched girl snarls at Yong Jin, "Stay low. I'll handle protection." Yong Jin shuns her protection and scoffs that his training is utterly pointless. The gray-haired girl with the eye patch snarls that Yong Jin's every effort will only forge him into a stronger vessel for the dragon. Yang Jin and his friend square off against the girl with the eye patch in the school court as she glares, bristling with defiance and refusing to back down. Yong Jin snapped, demanding she drop the arrogant know-it-all act. Being a lord didn't excuse her. As Yong Jin walks away, his friend sheepishly reaches out to wrest his wooden sword back from the silent, eye-patched girl. The girl with the eye patch freezes in the distance, silent as stone, watching Yong Jin walk away with icy, absolute finality. A single drop of sweat snakes down her cheek as her voice dies. She stands frozen, reeling from Yong Jin's blunt rejection.